Incremental readings. In this rather long video, we'll see a comprehensive view of all of the advantages and disadvantages of incremental reading. Here are the contents. We will bypass by the end to see the advantages once incremental reading or learning is mastered. So you see the end already what you will get, an overview. Then in depth, the advantages of incremental reading, which more or less we could simplify incremental learning will be the same. And then the disadvantages. There are only 4. So this video, everything is theoretical, but not because it's theoretical means that, I'm not going to watch it. There's a ton of value here. So we'll see why it's good for deep reflection, massive learning in the sense of volume, then for how long the memories are for a lifetime, more or less high retention. That means in quality of what you do, you will retain most of what you want to remember. The reward in higher awareness, overcoming the understanding barrier, do the uniform progress, being balanced with a specialized and general. The creativity boost, perhaps you may have thought it's just about memorizing. It's not. The consistency in the sense of resolving chaos and contradiction, because you will have different sources that contradict each other. Then stresslessness, learning without any stress, boosts attention, not just creativity, memory consolidation, efficient prioritization, meticulousness, mastering the skills through incremental reading. The fun factor is not just that it's very well, you have a very high performance, is that you also get fun with it. Generalization, knowledge generalization, expanding knowledge, expanding the limits of that knowledge, the happy ending overall, and then 2 that are more like the toolkit that implements incremental reading rather than incremental reading, but it's like a side effect, borderline, that you could be able to use SuperMemo or whatever software you use for incremental reading as a knowledge database, even if it's not meant for that, and as a one encompassing archive. And the disadvantages are opportunity costs, that basically everything has this. The time I use incremental reading, it's time I don't invest, being with friends or with family or watching a movie or whatever you want to do. Overhead costs, one of the major downsides is the the learning curve is too steep. You have to put a lot of time without seeing results. A lot of the skills require a very long term to develop and so on, which will lead with frustration and stress. And then finally, learning garbage. That, especially now with AI, this could be even easier than ever. That just because you can, and it's easy to do, doesn't mean it will be good necessarily. You could learn garbage, very low quality knowledge, fake knowledge, and hallucinations from LLMs, and stuff like this. Let me transition then with the advantages of incremental learning once mastered, because once it's mastered, you will minimize those disadvantages to the minimum, and you will experience most of the benefits. So, more or less we could say the hidden power of incremental learning or reading is hidden in the sense that you cannot experience it at the beginning. When I say beginning, I don't say the first day, the first week, the first month, and not the full-fledged experience until the first year either. It's very long term. So, mastering the art of incremental reading or learning allows you for advantages that far exceed simple memorization retention. That, it's just to remember more, right? Yes, it's actually true, but it's one of the aspects, one of the many factors you get. They're far more than just this. So analogy, traditional learning is like trying to drink from a fire hose. Incremental learning is like a drip irrigation system, sustainable, efficient, and capable of growing a massive garden. So let's cover now skill and longevity. You have a massive learning capacity, quantity-wise. you can discover the ability to learn significantly more than you believed your memory could hold. Why? Because of the algorithm you use and the methodology, not because you unlock a superpower. It will feel like a superpower. You're just the same regular citizen, person, human being that you were before. The difference is by the method. And because you will have a very high retention rate, not perfect, but very high, you don't spend time relearning, rememorizing stuff. That's why you can go and always spend more time on something new, therefore a larger capacity. Then the retention rate practically eliminates the leaky bucket problem of forgetting. One of the analogies, I have a video on that if you want to check it out. But basically, you always get a bucket, but it's leaking water. Yeah, it will be very, very slowly, but with time, it's leaking anyways. Lifetime memory. It's not just the quantity, it's that most of that, at the very least 95%, it will be for life. Indefinitely in life. Meaning that you will die before you need a reminder for keeping that in the long-term memory. Then we have breadth and depth. Comprehensive learning breaks the school-like limitation of focusing on 2 or 4 majors, like the outlier, or you have one major and one minor, then you do another master, something like that. No. Here you have many. Allows for harmonious development across fronts simultaneously, as many as you want. There's no limit. Enhance understanding. Even if it sounds counterintuitive, the more you mix, the better. So achieve through moderation in consuming details, and facilitates the easy inclusion of explanatory materials exactly when needed. The difference in a school is that you learn just in case. So you go through an standardized textbook, curriculum, and so on. In incremental reading or learning, it's the opposite. You go as you see fit, as you needed that knowledge. And you don't do everything. I only need this part. Okay, in this textbook equivalent will be those 4 pages. Boom. That's all I need now. Perhaps tomorrow I will need more. And from a different source. Awesome. Then, structure and attention. Incremental reading, once it's mastered, you have a better consolidation. Uses interrupted learning because you use it every day. Let's say 1 hour a day or half an hour a day, whatever that is, even if it's very tiny, it is by iterations. Instead of cramming 6 hours in one Sunday. So uses interrupted learning and a spacing to slot new knowledge into place. I have interruption, and this interruption is a feature that goes not against me, but on my favor. I will forget details, I will get the essence of what I want. This with iterations will crystallize this knowledge, and it will become second nature, not something that, wait, I need to make an effort to recall that. And that's the counterintuitive truth. Despite breaking things up into pieces, the approach actually helps maintain the big picture. A lot better than cramming. But again, once it's mastered, a lot of newbies do a lot of high-yield mistakes that will prevent them to see the big picture. But that's not the fault or a limitation of the method. It's the fluency with the method. One of the caveats, one of the disadvantages, the upfront costs it has. Then, sharp attention. You can focus on a single issue at a time, ensure no details are missed, and combats attention deficits by constantly changing the material type to keep the brain engaged, what's called interleaving. Now I have an element about history, the next about language, the next about math, and I'm constantly changing. It's a pro, not a con. Then, the engine of innovation. You have also boost creativity by encountering different objects, doing the same thing as we just mentioned, this interleaving. And you get unpredictable sequences, and this forces the brain to see connections that you will not have seen otherwise. And this is ideal for incremental problem solving and incremental writing. That's why I want to encompassate incremental learning, not reading, just to mention those, even though what we say about reading applies to everything. All of the flavors of incrementalism. And then battling chaos, the information chaos. Forces the resolution of contradictions, unlike the natural mind, which oscillates between conflicting facts, and conflicting material converges until the truth is decided upon. Then you will decide, hey, this fact then will be, according to this source, comma, what is the na-na-na, according to this author, da-da-da-da. Then this now can coexist because the reality is not categorical anymore, it's through an author or a source or whatever. I don't want to spend time with examples. Because remember, quote from Steve Jobs, creativity is just connecting things. The premise is really simple. Another layer, logistics of the mind, prioritization. You have information overflow, too many information to read, right? Even if you use AI now to get summaries, and still, it's still too much. Too many videos to see on YouTube. Too many books I want to read. Prioritization. Knowledge is ranked by importance, ensuring high-value information is reviewed first. And then, what you miss are the diminishing returns. That you have more time than expected, you will go a little with the diminishing returns already. Meaning, you get still more value that you didn't before, but the ratio of the time invested versus the value you're getting is lower than before. And this will go lower and lower. That's why if you have to miss information, because you will miss information, it will be the least important information. So you get most of the value first. In the same manner for searchability, your entire mental database becomes easily searchable once you master incremental reading. You have your own conventions, you have your conventions, so it's a lot easier. And it's quantifiable. So you can measure the size of knowledge, retention rates, and current workload, even though the size of knowledge is very abstract. And it's not a rule of thumb. And it's not something that you can compare. You can quantify, not compare. It's not the same thing. So I can tell you, that's a different collection. I have more than 100,000 flashcards memorized, so that I can recall anytime. Is that better than another person which have 50,000 elements? Not necessarily. Perhaps I have a lot of redundancy, a lot of language learning, with vocabulary that is very low frequency, low priority then. You know what I mean? Again, I don't want to expand on that, but I wanted to emphasize on that. Can be quantified, that doesn't mean can be compared among different people. It's a big, big mistake to do that. Then, especially if you come from a school, that everyone does the same exam, the same curriculum, and you want to compare, stuff like that. In free learning and incremental reading, that's not a thing. Then, the last trait is the psychological benefit. Stress-free learning eliminates the anxiety of missing out because I know, because I'm consistent, I know what I'm doing, that I'm getting most of the value based on my time. Then, I wish I had more time. That is a different thing. But hey, I wish I will do more stuff with my time. No, because you already know you are maxing out the efficiency already. Nice. And it's will be pushed, it is in your collection, it's not lost. And allows you to focus entirely on the current item, so you don't have all of these that, what I will do if I do this, I'm not good doing that, It's no. I trust the algorithm, I know it works, I have seen it works across the years, and since now I prioritize well because I have mastered incremental reading, I will the flow. And this will allow you pure fun. Not just by this. You need the knowledge, the information. And this will become, oh wow, I didn't know that. Oh wow, look at this, it's so awesome. And once you master incremental reading, this becomes your daily jam. Proves the deep satisfaction of acquiring useful knowledge daily. So analogy, imagine a personal assistant who handles you and scheduling perfectly. So you never have to worry about where you need to be. You just show up and perform. That is incremental learning for your brain. You don't have an agenda. You just, hey, learn. So click on Learn, this button. As long as you prioritize and do all of this, will be like having a personal assistant that you just ask, what's next? What comes next? So you don't need to worry, hey, do I have a hole in my schedule, or I will be late for this, or whatever. This is managed for you. So summary, what's the ultimate outcome for incremental learning once you have mastered it? You win in every single dimension. Speed. You learn faster than ever before. There's no method in the long term that is faster. I don't mean characters per second or vanity metrics, but knowledge you acquire per time, natural time, fastest. Volume. You acquire the massive loads of knowledge, and in the long term, it's the highest. You cannot learn more quantity of knowledge with any other method than incremental learning. Retention. You'll be able to retain this for life, indefinitely, as long as you use a spaced repetition. So when it becomes scheduled, more or less, you do the repetition. It will be the highest, 95% by average. Depends on the person, the material, but usually it will be the highest. Development. You will grow harmoniously in all directions you want while enhancing creativity. It's not, it's because my field teaches biomedicine or physiology. Yeah, that could be one of your intensities. At the same time, you have curiosity about neuroscience, psychology, I don't know, self-branding, knowledge acquisition, and I see it, I don't know, a lot of stuff. And could be some more in art, right? Writing, video making, and so on. And experience. You have an incredible fun while doing it. It's not just that it becomes the best performant option of yourself when you have mastered incremental reading and learning. It's that at the same time, it's the highest, more pleasurable experience you can get. Usually, you'll see the dichotomy, right? That the most efficient and productivity you get, the more boring and monotonous it becomes, right? Here it's both sides of the coin at the same time. It becomes the best, the most efficient, while also the most pleasurable. And because it's the most pleasurable, it's the easiest to maintain long term. Because if I have to endure, it's boring and tedious, like when I only did the spaced repetition in Anki. But it's not because it was Anki. If it was Remnote or any other software today, I would have gone to the same thing. It's painfully boring, painfully tedious to do. Because I'm only doing spaced repetition, not incremental reading. And that is a key factor. So remember, those are the advantages, all we have seen, are the advantages of incremental reading once you master it. You have the pleasurable guide to SuperMemo, once you do fluency, and later on, once you do the mastery track or cycles, and you give it a while, you will be there. And it's worth the investment. Absolutely. It's a no-brainer. And now we will see the advantages we have mentioned, some other examples, some other advantages that we didn't mention in a lot more detail, and also the disadvantages that you can come across anytime. Let's dig into that. I'm going to share one of many advantages of incremental reading. Let's start with incremental reading is good for deep reflection. So we know that incremental reading enhances deep reflection. Okay, how? We will see that. And then the benefits stem from the provided improved comprehension, creativity, stress, meticulousness, focused attention, and enjoying the process. Everything together, and not in this order, by the way. What's important is enjoying the process. is like a prerequisite. And this is like a consequence of each other. Since you will be focused, you will have an improved comprehension. Because of that, you will have meticulousness. Since it's good quality, you will have a reduction in the stress at the same time that you're enjoying. So everything is intermingled with each other. Then, why deep reflection matters? Because it leads to a better understanding. So whatever I'm learning, I'm reading, I will understand it better. Then one of the stems, creativity, is that new ideas fuels further exploration. It's not just that I will memorize what I'm reading as a parrot and that's it. No, I want to acquire that knowledge so I can apply it and transform it, connect it, link it with other knowledge I already have. And then stress-free frees the mind. Since I'm not worried about this, about that, I don't have time, I have to do that, oh my god, I have an exam or whatever, I can do whatever I want, then I'm more chill, I can do whatever I want. So I'm free to go to the rabbit hole or, dig further if I want to. Another stem was meticulousness. And this ensures that you don't overlook important details. That, I got the main idea, I got the big picture, some of the details, but let me dig further into those details. And you can go as deep as you want, assuming you will have the resources, learning resources. You decide when to stop. That I had enough. For me, this level of knowledge, this depth of knowledge is enough for my requirements, my needs, if it's for your job, for your hobby, whatever. And then, since you enjoy the process, you will keep engaged. That, I will do more sessions and more sessions. Then, what happens is that we always have information overload. How we manage this overload with incremental reading? By prioritizing articles. And then, as I go through those sources, I adjust the priorities. It's not just I set a priority when I import and I forgot about it. I reset the priority every single time I set. Unless I consider that the one already has, it's good. So the choice that I will have set is the one already is, so I don't need to reset. So basically, I delay the less important ones. So I will keep postponing, usually until perpetually, what's not that relevant. So I get most of the value first, and then everything is diminishing returns. So you always focus on top priorities, what's called the priority protection. Whatever that is in your collection depends on the size, how old the collection is, and don't fear about neglecting others. Priorities are for that. Then, how you control the learning, how you control the reading speed. Because if you want to focus and go deep, reflection, you may think, I'm going to read slower, taking more time, right? Which is true. Then, you'll have interruptions, because interruptions is a feature in SuperMemo and in incremental reading. So what you can also do is not the interruption of the reading, but the interruption of the reflection. That's the key. That is the key. You have incremental, let's say, reasoning or incremental reflection. So every time is slightly more pre-cooked than last time, and you can go and iterate as deep as you want. And then this flexibility supports both careful study and rapid exploration. You do both. Of what is high priority, I will go rapidly, and get them quick. At the same time, that I'm taking my time to check every single detail by iterations of what I have done previously, that becomes outstanding again, all of that. So at the end of the day, you set your own pace, your own rhythm, the ones that works for you, and you need, that will be the best for you. There's no metric that, you should aim for that one. No obligations, no side effects. It's just a matter of iterations, matter of time, and you will get there. As simple as that. Then, how you optimize the mental energy for that? because it's not just like a parrot. I have to make a conscious effort to reflect every single time. So we know that the brain mental energy, whatever that is called more scientifically, is limited. So I cannot do deep reflection 24/7, or at least all of the hours I will be awake. That's not how it works. Because I will create fatigue, mental fatigue. Then what you can do is what is called interleaving. That is because we have interruption. Because of this interruption, you switch sources or something else, topics if you want, or kind of learning could be an item, so you have recall with active recall with the passive reading, or more easy stuff, and you interleave what's really hard, consuming a lot of energy, deep thought, with something that is very, not superficial, but is very easy, at least for you. You can do that in SuperMemo. And then those little transitions saves energy, like it fluctuates, right? It's like a sort of a kind of analogy, but not that good. Imagine that instead of running a marathon or whatever, I do like what a soccer player would do. That I sprint here just for 5 seconds to get the ball, then I just go slow to get my position. When I read the defense, I want to be open to get the ball, stuff like that, right? So what I do is a combination of high speed, low speed. Sprinting will be maximum speed, maximum intensity. Same here. I do maximum intensity of very deep thinking, the equivalent of sprinting for a while. Then next repetition, because I'm interleaving, I'm making interruptions. Then it will be very chill, something that is quick to do, easy to do. So because I'm doing this interleaving, I'm able to go on that state for longer. And even that longer, that if I only consider the sprints, so the high intensity, and I neglect what I did of low intensity, only the hard intensity is already more of the high intensity than if I had only one single session of that. So the time that I have been in very deep thinking will be more, even if I have quote-unquote wasted time being in different zones. So jungle between topics, or even I would say items as well, not necessarily topics, in SuperMemo, or topics in the sense of knowledge, that math, neuroscience, economics, whatever. Break sessions, so you have interruptions. You can maintain the optimal cognitive performance. That also depends on how you sleep. If you sleep biphasic, so you take a nap, stuff like that. But to simplify it as a big picture. Then, highlighting and notes. Usually what you will do, more than highlighting, I could say, yes, you can do highlighting in SuperMemo, but more or less it's like, hey, those are the main points. I will make the extra cut of that, because that is signaling, hey, there's an interest here. At the end of the day, this will potentially become an item. And everything is one click away, or one key binding away. So it's like the old school way to do it, jotting down notes. But, well, people still kind of do it. But if you are really into incremental reading, you won't waste your time with physical medium. Sorry, I'm also biased about that. It's extremely inefficient. It's infinitely more powerful and flexible. So imagine that the cool, it's a topic for another video, that as an incrementalist, I don't take notes, because what I do is I transform the source. Instead of starting a side node, I'm making my own notes. Imagine instead of painting whatever, if I was an artist, instead of painting a canvas, is I get a painting and I modify the painting there. So I never have a blank canvas per se. That was analysis on the spot, by the way. Then space repetition integration takes place, because incremental reading is a superset of space repetition. So that is what is everything I have done, everything that I have thought, After this deep thought and processing, I want to remember at least the golden nuggets, the most relevant points. Because even though I consider it important, I will forget it because we're human. That's a myth, by the way. That, oh, just because it's important, I will remember it. Then, basically, it's not the best way to say it, but it's the message that you can ignore whatever you do until you need it, because no extra effort is required. Because it's just one click away, pop, in SuperMemo will be Alt Z, and that's it. Eventually you will see it because of the priority. Will take place whenever it is. Even if you don't do all of your reps, you will still see it because of the priority if it's high enough. If it's not high enough, you will never see it. And that's the best case scenario. Never see it, because this will mean you're not wasting your time with low priority stuff. So at the end of the day, it's just one key. Pop, and that's it. So stay ensures the spatial partition ensures that whatever insights you got stays with you in your long-term memory. So you can use this deep reflection, the results of your reflection, for life. And this is like more, let's say, endogamic knowledge. It's not knowledge that you get from other sources, reading. It's like you are the creator of that source. Without going philosophical, but you get what I mean, right? Those are my conclusions or my raw thoughts, and I want to remember that. Then, exactly, it becomes a point that with incremental reading, this memory support with the spatial partition becomes automatic or systematic, I would say, letting you focus on the thinking, not cramming and all of that. So since this, I don't have to worry. I trust the algorithm. I know it works. Because I already have done this, that, hey, I know that if I do the extracting and I care about setting the priorities, I will see it when it matters. And all of that. Then is, hey, remember, at the beginning we said no stress, no worries. Yeah, and because I don't have any worry, I have all my focus on the thinking. Everything will come. I know how to use SuperMemo, or you will with this video, with this course. So it's just focus on thinking, on the deep reflection. So conclusions. Incremental reading fosters deep reflection by managing the information overload, controlling the speed, that it's a matter of time that this could be problematic if you don't know what you're doing, optimizing the mental energy, remember the interleaving, all of that, providing flexibility in note-taking. Still speaking, it's source. You are modifying the source rather than note-taking at the same time, and ensures long-term rotation because of spatial partition. It's a win-win. It's the cheapest way to get what you want, and you get it with the maximum quality possible for longer than any other method. So in any single dimension, you win. Incremental reading. Then, this method supports, it transforms reading into stress-free, engaging, enriching experience that supports richer and more meaningful thought. Because perhaps I felt in my channel at the first years that incremental reading is for learning, yes, but it's just that, acquire, absorb knowledge. But no, at the end of the day, what you want is that this knowledge is a requisite of thinking. At the end of the day, you want to think ideas, to create something. Not to repeat what is already there from memory. That's a prerequisite for creating. And I forgot I had one more slide. Okay. Oh, wow, so meta, because I generally forgot I had this one. Incremental reading helps you not just remember more, but think better, unlocking deep reflection and insight every step of the way. So a more fancy way of what I just said. So that is just one dimension of the advantages. Look at that. I have more advantages still. By the way, there are some disadvantages. So it's not, everything is not positive. There are some negative. But I mean, it's a no-brainer. So now it's the turn for the private search space in incremental reading. That is something I think I have never even mentioned in my channel, even after 700 videos about SuperMemo. But that's relevant. That's why it's part of this course. So what is the private search space? It's a memory extending repository built on your personal reading collection. So basically, you use SuperMemo, you import what you want to process, to learn from. Could be reading, but it's not limited to reading. Could be videos and audios. Remember that. For the sake of simplicity, I will just keep saying reading, even though it's not limited to text. Then you keep importing, processing, checking down until you want to memorize. You decide what to memorize, right? As a consequence, you're building your private search space. So let's say that I do a lot of health and science and humanities and cognition and business, what you see here at the knowledge tree. Then I can look for that. Hey, what about this theory in economy? Oh, what about the effects of fasting in health? So as I keep reading, processing what I read, and deciding what I want to remember, I keep growing this. That's why it's memory extending. And it's personal. It's what I have been reading. So it's acting as external, it's not in my brain, personalized for me, extension of your brain, memory, and creativity. You could say at some degree the second brain, but I don't really like the second brain thing. It's way too marketing-ish. It's not exactly the same. The second brain is I don't want to memorize that because I think I don't need to memorize that. So therefore I put it on my second brain so I can retrieve it later with a search. That is, from what I decide to remember, because SuperMemo, incremental reading, is a learning method. From what I have been learning that I am on the process or I finished, let me search, let me retrieve that. In case I forget, I will have it in my collection, and then I'll have some more information of what I still haven't memorized. That is on the same text, still unprocessed, or related sources, and stuff like that. That's really important. Then why you should care about that? Because something that Google cannot compete. Google in the sense that it's the best search, the best web engine you can get. So first, there are unique priorities. Relevance. Your collection is relevant for you, because what I don't care is just not existing in my collection. I don't even have imported that, or perhaps I imported something, and then realize, that's not what I thought. It goes in a different direction, and I delete it, right? So it's very curated, unlike what you will get in Google. That is whatever is in Google, and it's like noise that I don't care about that, don't care about this, and so on. Prioritized, because you use priorities in SuperMemo, so anything in health will have 1%, 5, 10, even 90. Let me actually do it for real. Look at the priorities. I can actually order. Do you see I have very high priority? More or less all of the ranges, 14, 15, 21, 30s, 40s, but look, where am I? So in health, I don't have that low priority. In the second half, is not that much in that concept. But I still have some until 64. So the lowest priority in health is 64. So it's relevant because it's in my collection, it's prioritized because I use priorities, and it's semantically organized because I use concepts, in this case health, in the example. Second, that Google cannot compete is consolidation, because since I'm building the big picture incrementally through incremental reading, I'm evolving and refining the coherent models, mental models. I'm evolving and refining into coherent models of reality that grows in your mind gradually. That now, this detail makes sense with this other. So, for instance, fasting, that why fasting, not eating, is healthy. With certain duration and all of those details. When I consolidate more information from sources is transformed into knowledge in my brain, Google cannot compete with that. These coherent models. Third, semantic structure, like simulating the creative process in slow-mo. That for me is semantic. Means that I can travel, so from health I tell to fasting, I can travel to aging or metabolism. Why slows down metabolism? Why in a slower metabolism increase the lifespan? All of these make sense, everything together. It's not that isolated facts like in Google that news about this. You have some news about the president or a celebrity. Then this is okay. It fits the criteria of what I have searched, but it's perhaps not relevant to me. It's not semantically connected, that everything is on its own. There's no coherent meaning. So at the end of the day, your mind or your brain thrives on relevance. And Google thrives on abundance. A lot of information. Boom, here you go. Even not just a lot of information, but quickly. That this information, it's very recent, has existed for just a few minutes, perhaps. Like scoring for sporting events, you have the score updated every minute. Something like that, that is wow. A lot of information, super quick, but it's not relevant for you necessarily. It's not consolidated and doesn't have a semantic structure. Then, having said that, now we know about what private search space is, then why is relevant? Because materials are curated by you for your needs. Hey, I need this for my work, business, economy, and management. I need because it's part of my job. But I also want, because I'm interested as a hobby in humanities and cognition. It really sparks my interest. And now I here have concepts about the course that is not for me. So I don't need to memorize that or to learn that. I already know. It's how I distribute the course, because I go meta, and part of the course, like this is a slideshow, kind of a slideshow, I use SuperMemo for that, so I can do it incrementally. It is curated to my needs. Once I don't have this need, I will get rid of that, or I will move it to a different collection, because my needs are dynamic. Prioritized, as we have seen before, and organized. What happens if I organize by concepts and I do priorities is that I will get the maximum pleasure, the maximum value, personal value. That will be the best for me, and most likely for no one else. Everyone is different. That's the key. You will organize, you will prioritize. What will change is exactly what you're prioritizing and how. And what's the benefit of the search space, your private search space? Eliminates noise and distractions, like Google. For instance, one example, exactly, I remember this. Kanken is one of the names of one exam in Japanese language. But hey, I'm getting the brand of the same name about those bags, right? This is noise. I don't want that. Yeah, Kanken, kanji. Oh, here you go. That's exactly what I was looking for. Is one easy example that you can have a lot of noise. This is just to be visual with images. It will be the same experience with the web. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Because it's not prioritized, it's not curated, it's not my personal, private space. Then, there's a perpetual consolidation, because your private search space has no finish, has no ending. Or we could say it will end with your life, if we want to go poetic. So basically, the process is continuous. It will always be increasing. That doesn't mean it's only add. You can also remove. You can delete stuff in your collection. Yes, but most of the time, it's ever growing. Even if you delete some percentage, and you recycle, it will increase in size. Then the coherent models of reality emerge incrementally over time, as we have seen. It's just a matter of time. Depending on the priorities, if it's high enough, I will get there. And if it's not high enough, it will be perpetually postponed. So therefore, the coherent model of reality will be half cooked, not the entire big picture. Because we're human, we don't have enough time. We have to choose. That doesn't mean it's bad. It's actually the opposite. It's extremely good because we can pinpoint, cherry pick what we want, which model of realities we want to build in our minds. And the outcome is the knowledge becomes deeply integrated and actionable. That's key. That's absolutely key. What happens if I do rote? I download a pre-made deck of flashcards, and as a parrot, I do rote learning. That knowledge is not actionable, meaning that in real life, I can apply that knowledge. Not only that, this knowledge is very semantic, meaning that it's very deeply connected, integrated, that everything makes sense. Like for instance, in health or in medicine. Oh, I have high blood pressure. What are the effects? Oh, the outcomes or the causes? Oh, if I have high cholesterol, so everything is a consequence of that, therefore, and if you do this exercise or if you are sedentary, so everything makes sense. I do one action, or there's a one reason. It's not that, oh yeah, the highest mountain is Everest, and that's it. I cannot connect Everest with anything else. It's just a random fact that lives in my mind on its own, but it's not actionable. If you really push it in a trivia game or to show off with my friends or family, but other than that, that is very artificial, when I can use those random facts, right? Then, what happens is that knowledge is dynamic, it's not static. I have said in the beginning of this video that I have done 700 videos, but my knowledge about SuperMemo, or anything, but to simplify, just about Meta, SuperMemo, has been dynamic. It's very unlikely that I have several videos that I know SuperMemo or incremental reading just about the same. A little more every time. And it's ever growing. That's the beauty. You accumulate. Why is ever growing? Because you decide what to remember. That means that you don't forget. So you build upon every time. Then, the semantic structure and neural creativity. That is like more recent. You know, the neural review in SuperMemo has been introduced in SuperMemo 18. So only the 18 and 19 has those features. And according to Piotr Wozniak, the creator, it's like it reached a point that is a must, that he cannot conceive using incremental reading without neural creativity, neural review. It will be a deal breaker now. Imagine that. Let's start with the result. So what does the neural creativity with the semantic structure of your collection already? Of your private search space, may I say. Creative breakthroughs, the aha moments that occur in your brain, interact with your private search space. That's the consequence. Why? Because it mimics the creativity process using curated collections as an artificial memory extension. It goes beyond my biology, what I actually forgot. Even though I perhaps memorized this element, this item I decided from this topic, I forgot the topic itself, its existence, its author, what it was about. I can only pinpoint what I decided to remember. So I can search for that extra thing that is not in my brain, but on my collection, on my private search space. And encourage associations and insights, especially if it's already structured, semantically structured and linked. Because to go neural in SuperMemo, you need to have connections, links with element to element, element to concept, or even concept to concept, if you will. When you have that, you can crawl, you can walk those semantic relationships. And based on the knowledge you have at that moment, you can create more and have this aha moment. Because you don't do this from someone else's collection or a pre-built collection or Google. You do it on your own private search space. That's the beauty. And, by the way, one of the reasons to go one single collection, or as much to have one main collection SuperMemo. So you have that. You don't fragment this. Unless it's just one language in particular, like Chinese, boom, on its own. Then, the long-term value of incremental reading. Because knowledge, the value of knowledge lies on its connections, not in quantity. So not because I have more knowledge, let's say, I have memorized more trivia questions, random trivia questions that are isolated, asemantic, that doesn't increase the value. It's the same. I cannot apply anything. I can only say, if you ask me this question, I will know the answer. But I cannot apply anything. Oh yeah, I know what's the highest peak, the highest mountain, the capital of that country, in which year that guy won the Nobel Prize, stuff like that. Because the value is not about the quantity, the size, it's about the connections, how interconnected it is. Everything makes sense and is applicable. Then the long-term value of incremental reading goes to that. You make these connections. Oh, high blood pressure, fast. Oh, if I do fasting, what will be the effects of fasting if I had high blood pressure? Or if I have high cholesterol and I do fast, water fasting, or intermittent fasting. Oh, it's some new information. Well, not for me, but it's an example. It's some new information I have, which something I already know, but there's some mental models of reality that are being created and updated with the knowledge I already have, and I do amplify that knowledge. And perhaps they realize, I was mistaken, and this is a fallacy, or this is incorrect, or is outdated. So perhaps, at some degree, we could say, I'm not increasing the size, the quantity of that knowledge, but I'm just updating that knowledge. It's about the connections, not the quantity. So, I could say in Anki, I had more than 100,000 flashcards memorized. Yeah, it's about quantity. It was very asemantic because it was mostly language, but it's not the point of this video, but just to let you know that I did the opposite for years. And I just wasted my time. So the advantage is that your collection becomes an unparalleled resource of learning, problem solving, and creativity curated for you. So that will be the best collection, the best resource for you is your own private search space. It's the best. It's just made for you. Exactly what you want in the priorities you like or want or wish. That's why there's no way someone else will do a better job than you for yourself. You are the best teacher to yourself, and you are the best artist to yourself. Remember that incremental reading becomes an art. And it's just by iterations. Everything is incremental. So the more time you invest in incremental reading, the value of your private search space increases. Exactly. I have 4 years. With those 4 years, I have time to build upon more stuff. Let's say that in 4 years extra, I will have more concepts, and they're very interconnected, and even with analogies. And nobody intended to have this concept now. That if we follow this, what I already mentioned, the high blood pressure and fasting, then I could see something unrelated in mathematics or in biology with animals, and saying, that doesn't apply to humans, but there's something related. Or it could be even in, in Minecraft, a video game. That, in video game, in Minecraft, you have hunger, right? Then you need to eat food so you get the hunger on control, or it will decrease your health until the point you can die from hunger. It's very simplified, but it's not as easy as I just eat food and that's it. Not all food restores the same amount of hunger, and some food can be poisonous. Then, to wrap up, your private search space is relevant because it's curated for you. It's consolidated. It's refined to build a deep understanding, very interconnected knowledge and facts, not facts on its own. It is a structure with concepts, a knowledge tree, and built for creative integration. Because I can have knowledge, that with this knowledge I can acquire new knowledge, is a thing, or I can, let's say, create new knowledge. I'm creating a tool, a paradigm, a method that no one else has created. I'm not learning something that has created already, and I acquire. I'm making knowledge. I'm being creative. So the quote, the take-home message: invest in your learning today to shape your thinking for tomorrow. Invest in your learning today to shape your thinking for tomorrow. That is a lot embedded here. So more closing thought, more explicit, so less poetic, is that your private search space grows in relevance, structure, value with every year invested in incremental reading. Everything. That's why you will want to back up your collection as if it was your child or your own life, because the value will be way too high. That I'm not taking any chances to lose my collection. What's the takeaway? Build and refine your private search space to unlock personalized, lifelong learning and creativity. This is massive. This has no value. Like, it's way too high. Meaning that if you pay 30 or if you pay $70 and then $30 every few years for a license key in SuperMemo, that is a bargain. A bargain. The value you will get for yourself is astronomous. Even if you pay $150,000, whatever the Ivy League in the US costs to get a diploma there, that's even higher. You will have a lot more value. And for life. For just a few tens of dollars. Bro. That I will focus on one of the many advantages of incremental reading. And that is the massive learning through incremental reading. Massive in the sense of size. So first, we know that incremental reading is a method or a collection of methods that allows you to study multiple topics simultaneously. Simultaneously doesn't mean at the same time that one eye is in every different page. No. Means that before you finish one, you start another one. Like if you watch TV shows, while you are in season 2 of that TV show, you are watching this other TV show at the same time. It's an English grammar thing. Then, and in incremental reading, there's no strict need to complete any subject before starting another. Exactly. It's not like in a school that you have a curriculum. And nope, you have to finish this thing, this section, until you start the other one, right? And you have the exam, you start the next one, and so on. You can do whatever you want. Most likely you will start many things without finishing most of that. So knowing that is the benefits of parallel study, which could be like at the same time, at the end of the day, means in parallel. First is flexibility. I can switch subjects. I'm learning about business. I'm in a startup. There's plenty of things I need to know, at least the basics, or I get into trouble. Let's say some marketing, or for instance, this course that I'm doing, right? Or how to speak in public, or be an, let's say, influencer, quote unquote, micro-influencer, should I say. Or my own interest could be even a video game. Can I go meta and also be, what's being published about space repetition in science? At the same time, I'm also curious about language, about this, about that. So plenty of subjects. Since I have this in parallel, I can switch subjects. But not just a field of study. That from business, I go to linguistics, let's say. That's a macro change, but also within the same subject. That is just, cognitive. Let me do some examples. So I have health, Could be one of the examples I usually use is fasting. So I could switch between intermittent fasting and I don't know some chemical that is being added as a preservative in food, something like that. That yes about health, but it's not the same degree as no. It's this law in economics da 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 da. Oh wow, it's a major change in topic. Then the breadth. You're gonna explore a vast array of topics without artificial limitations because you have no curriculum. And the depth we have seen before, the deep reflection, so you can go as deep as you want. If the material is too complex, you can go and iterate on that because every iteration, you will have more knowledge than before. Eventually, you will have matched all of the requirements. So it will be complex at some degree, but suitable for you. So at the end of the day, it's just a matter of time. And you can go as deeper as you want. In my case, in SuperMemo, it's kind of meta, I went super deep. I know a lot of tiny details. I have done, let's say, diminishing returns of knowledge about SuperMemo. Then, removing traditional constraints. That's especially true if you come from the school system and you just start using SuperMemo because there's no barrier. The software doesn't impede to do that. It's just a self-constraint from you that you're so used to this flow that you don't conceive any other different solution. So what happens with traditional reading requires sequence that I start a book, pam, 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 pam. I finish that book, let's say math. Next year, I will have the next book, textbook, da, 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 da. So there's like an order, linear order within the book and for books. That first is book, then this other book, this for math, this for science, this, da, da, da. That's the traditional approach. In incremental reading, that's not true. You can do whatever you want. You are free from the linear approach. That's the keyword. Linear. You're going to study first multiple domains, science, story, arts, technology in parallel, and within each one also in parallel. Because I could say, I don't know, history about the US, history about China, or even much before, like in Egypt. So not in the same period of the year, I mean, or yeah, many stuff. Then what happens? Because you are now in massive learning, there's already too much information. The staggering volumes of knowledge available to you now because we have access to the internet and everything that we take for granted, but before it was not like that. It's way too much. So what happens is that there's information overflow. We will never be able to consume all of the information we want. That's guaranteed. But with incremental reading, it's the method or collection of methods that you will be able to process all of the information. It's enormous. So, albeit not enough, is the method that you can consume the most information. And it's not just about the size, which this is the point of this video. At the same time, it's the quality. You get both. Size, quality, and duration. Incremental reading wins in every single dimension. It's the best thing you can do for learning. Then, you're going to study dozens or even hundreds of topics concurrently. And if you really stretch it, thousands if you want. There's no imposed limitation. The only limitation is your biological limitations of lifespan, that you will eventually pass away. But you could keep going, and your brain could allow that parallelism. Then, only time and memory impose limits on how much you can learn. Yes? So I just said that you can go further if we had more lifespan, but still there's a limit. That's a topic for another video. There are some hypotheses about 300,000 facts at the same time that you could retrieve at any point, stuff like that. But whatever that is, there's a limit of learning you can do each day, and since each day is limited, you would also have limited days. Because even if you live 100 years, so you live 36,000 days and so on, that will be the imposed limitation. So practical implications. So you have a more comprehensive overview or worldview. It's not that like a PhD that will have a very deep understanding of something very niche in any domain in science, and for the rest, and from the rest is, yeah, I don't know, right? Or just the basics. In incremental reading, you could have intensities. Let's say that, oh, I really read this thing and this other thing, so you will know the equivalent of a PhD or even more, if you will. But you also have more knowledge of different stuff, many different domains. That's actually an advantage. It's an overkill of an advantage. So you have understanding in multiple fields at once. And this, for creativity and problem solving, it's boss. It's boss. Then, but that is not yet not the point of this video. I will cover it eventually. Greater creativity. Just because you have different connections of different fields of science, you can see connections that no one else can see because they have this narrow knowledge. And even if they communicate between them as humans, that, hey, I have an intensity in biology and I have an intensity in neuroscience or AI, it's not the same rate. So imagine if you have this as a polymath. That anything in semantic can be retrieved, and you see those connections that, hey, this in biology can be expressed in a mathematical sense, and of that, the beauty of this. Then, you have the enhanced adaptability. You can quickly pivot to new areas of knowledge. There are some areas that there still don't exist today. In some years, they will emerge. Or sub-areas of knowledge, let's say. Or hybrid, an inner join of two, like cognitive neuroscience or social psychology. Now you have psychology, you have behaviorism, and then you have the merits and all of that. So whatever that is, if you use incremental reading, it will be easier to transition to that. Then keep massive learning in check. Time management. So because of the priorities and many staff, you can decide the amount of time you spend in each topic. If you put more high priorities on topic A, at the end of the day, you will spend more time on topic A, even if you do a lot of interleaving and all of that. Memory strategies, especially spaced repetition. So whatever you do, at the end of the day, with incremental reading, you will get the result with you, stays with you. Because spaced repetition will allow you to keep in long-term memory what you have decided to remember, as easy as that. And you have the incremental approach. So you don't have this overwhelming information that, yeah, that's massive. Like imagine a medical student that, boom, those are the books for medicine. So for anatomy, physiology, here you go, bam. No, it's incremental. So at the end of the route, some years, and even decades, you will have achieved what a person with not using incremental reading will not achieve in their lifetime. Ever. As easy as that. Incrementally, not at the beginning. Let's say that one person graduates from medical school and quote unquote knows all of that because the amount of forgetting is massive. But let's simplify that. Keeps 90% of what has learned, as if he had used incremental reading. I would say, hey, at this stage, that guy is better, knows more. Even if in this scenario, hypothetical scenario, this could be true, it's just a matter of time. Because in incremental reading, it's incremental iteration, it's permanent. Every victory is permanent. Small victory, but it's permanent. So imagine with time and time, as long as you like what you do, interest you, you use priorities and all of that, and you keep doing iterations, you could be the equivalent of multiple PhDs if you want. I don't like the expression, but it's so you know that the PhD means a very narrow view, but in very depth. Someone that dedicates their life to that specific thing. Massive. Oops, sorry. So conclusions to wrap up this video. Incremental reading enables massive learning capabilities. So you will know many facts, thousands, hundreds of thousands of facts, but those facts are semantically connected, make sense, are retrievable, and they can be walked through those connections. Compare this to hundreds of thousands of random facts of when this person was born, who won the Nobel Prize, what's the capital of that country, that they are not connected to each other. Then, study an unlimited number of subjects in parallel. There's no limit. You put the number based on what you like. And you unlock deeper insights through flexible, non-linear approach to education or learning. That's the key. If you do not understand or you fail to implement the non-linear approach in your flow, you will be capped. One of your goals is this, non-linear flow. Then priorities. Just with this, you will be the genius version of yourself. As easy as that. This has been the advantage only for massive learning. There are more. And now it's time for the lifetime memories through incremental reading. So we know that incremental reading, or learning if we include any domain, video, audio, and so on, relies on spaced repetition, because spaced repetition is part of incremental learning. So we know that memories are continually refreshed and prevents forgetting. That's the sauce. So we will have the minimum amount of repetitions to guarantee we have this in the long-term memory. This is how human memory works. Nice. Then the benefits of the spaced repetition is that we maintain this on extended periods of time. Doesn't fade away. We choose what to remember, and because of a spaced repetition, that will calculate the optimum interval when you're about to forget this, so make the repetition just before that. Even though we're humans, so a small percentage we will fail anyways, regardless of that, and we'll have what's called a lapse, and we'll have to introduce this once again in the queue. But eventually, this will be succeeded. So the knowledge stays with us, doesn't fade away between sessions. And intervals can be from a few days to years up to 3 decades. In the sense that if I now have this interval, it's likely I will never do it again, or just once in my lifetime. So it's like forever. Forever, my forever, until I die. Then, what's the role of SuperMemo? SuperMemo, the only thing that it does is that it implements incremental reading. The only thing. So this already justifies getting SuperMemo by a key, a license key, a link in the description, by the way. Not only that, is that justifies using an old and problematic software that suffers from old age, and it's user unfriendly. Because it's the only one that implements incremental reading. And the other thing that does SuperMemo is implementing incremental reading. That's it. Yeah, you still have some other features outside of incremental reading that are like the plan and this kind of thing, but yeah. SuperMemo ensures stable memory traces remain intact through spaced repetition. And as time passes, reviews are optimized to keep knowledge fresh, because intervals keep growing and growing, are not fixed. Then, the intervals always are extended, always increase. So while the reading can be strategic because the reading is scheduled, but not according to spaced repetition, because it's passive material, the reading can be scheduled in different months and years as well. So not because it doesn't use spaced repetition doesn't mean can go beyond to the years. I have been using SuperMemo for years, and yes, I still do some repetitions for years after the first one. Or I did multiple ones, which the very first one was 4 years ago. Doesn't mean it's the second repetition I do. So this approach cements knowledge into long-term memory. Keep in mind, we interleave the reading with creating the flashcards and reviewing those flashcards. And could be as profound as every single element is one of those if you want. It can be very fine-tuned, slightly, fastly, or whatever dimension you want. If you want to focus on the reading and then the reviewing, this can also be done. Not the default experience, but can be done. Then, you continuous knowledge retention is that, hey, I'm not just keeping what I already had before in the past, I keep it in my long-term memory, that I keep adding new stuff. So I already have flashcards. The flashcards are just a container for active recall. So I do the mental pathway in my brain. And I'm interested in this every time that I use SuperMemo, or almost every day to simplify. So it's not just that I keep this. This keeps growing. And then, since I don't forget what I have decided to remember, I don't need to relearn. That's why when you apply done in SuperMemo, you don't need to text the source. Because it will only the case that some years later you decide to remember something you didn't before. Oh, I think I didn't care about that, now I do care for whatever reason. But if that's the scenario, there will be no need to reread an article because you already have chosen what to remember. So the time you save by not rereading, it's the main time saver. Then memory traces are reinforced just as they begin to fade. Exactly. Because spaced repetition will, based on many metrics and history of your performance, will estimate when you're about to forget that. So because of this timely repetition, the memory will have a better outcome. It's even better that if you do it, let's say, preemptively, every 3 days. Hey, did you remember that? No. It's counterintuitive, but if you do it just about to forget when the recall is more vague, it's weaker, then the strengthen is a lot better. It's like on steroids. So if you do it like this, you minimize the amount of repetitions you need to do, and you maximize the memory trace of that fact. So when they begin to fade, they decaying too much, boom, you do the repetition. So therefore guarantees a lifetime of accessible knowledge. That's the key. It's not just that I have a container that you could have at your home, or you have a garage with all of the stuff that stays there for years without being used. You don't even know the exact location. Yeah, it's in this room, but I don't know exactly where it is. This tool or this object, whatever. You don't apply it. That's the key. Is knowledge that you keep it for life, but you can apply it. You can access that knowledge any second of your life. That's a big deal. It's a huge deal. Then, what's the key insight overall of the lifetime memories? Incremental reading builds stable memories, enduring memory structures, ensuring you never lose the understanding and knowledge you have worked hard to acquire. That's why one of the ways to express it, that I always repeat, is that every time you do it, you commit something to memory, wrote in memory, it's a victory. The victory could be very small. Oh yeah, I remembered the year that this event happened. Or something that is very atomic, right? Yes, it's very small victory, but that victory is permanent. I don't have to reread. I don't have to walk back at any point. So everything I do is forward. So at the end of the day, long-term incremental reading is the best method and the quickest. Not at the beginning, but in the long term, you will have achieved the best results, the better memories that are stronger, easier to recall. So the quality is the best. Then the quantity is also the maximum amount of memories you have acquired, things you can recall, knowledge you can access. And then the lifespan of that memory will be the longest. So it's a threefold victory. You win in every single dimension. The only con, is that incremental reading takes a while to use it properly. And takes a very long while to master it. But once you do it, it's just a matter of time, of everything. It's waiting for the victory. You have to wait until that day becomes today, and that's it. You just focus on the reading, focus on the iterations. Matter of time. Then, lifetime memory retention is at the core of incremental reading. And by the way, that's the high perspective. I'm not talking about SuperMemo as much as I can, because the tool allows you to fine-tune which retention you want in percentage. So there are a lot of things you can do, but that's just the high level. So the point is that you will use incremental reading to get, understand, keep information, transform it into knowledge, keep that knowledge so you keep it in your memory, and you are able to retrieve that knowledge and apply that knowledge, because incremental reading doesn't stop here. That, okay, I'm able to recall many facts, okay, job is done. No, it's now that you are able to do this, that was all of the prerequisites. Now you have the capacity to apply it to anything. Depends what you have learned. And now you can do something new based on what you acquired. And through SuperMemo spacing strategy, every single piece of knowledge that was a golden nugget can be preserved indefinitely. It stays with you. Imagine that is like a tattoo. Yeah, the tattoo can fade away with time, the quality of some color or whatever. Yep. But then you do the next repetition. Next repetition will be repass the tattoo, so stays on top shape. So then the amount of tattoos you have on your body is your lifetime memory retention. And doesn't stay there. So the following analogy is that I just don't want to be everything tattooed on my body. I have this so I can apply it. I have all the knowledge, not because I want that knowledge in me, it's because I want to apply that knowledge. And because I have done this and that, and no one else has done it before, I can achieve conclusions, reach ideas that no one else has done before. So those are the advantages of lifetime memories through incremental reading. This time is for the high retention in incremental reading. So we know that because of the SuperMemo algorithm, that incremental reading implemented in SuperMemo, that at the time of the recording is the only app that truly implements incremental reading, uses what's called the SuperMemo method. And that, by default, ensures 95% of the retention rate. Retention rate, not recall. That doesn't mean the forgetting index is 5%, because it's 100 minus 5. It's not the point of this video, there's another one, but just to let you know, it's not this thing. That will be recall. Retention rate. But to simplify, Let's keep it like that. Then, knowing that, yes, you can increase the retention rate. Yes, you can increase, well, not directly. In SuperMemo, you can decrease the forgetting index up to 3%. But that doesn't mean it will be 97% once again. Well, what happens? The higher the retention, the more reviews you will get, to diminishing returns. And you can also decrease the retention rate to speed up the learning process because you will do less reviews. Okay. Then, in incremental reading follows the priority-based review. Unlike any other space repetition software, almost, that, hey, I have information overflow. I have created more flashcards that I can manage. Then what I will do is I will choose the material of most priority that this will be covered in what is called the priority protection. So I will guarantee 95% retention on those flashcards, and the other content that is not that high priority, that I don't manage to do the repetition, this will be lower, but it is what it is. It's not important enough. If I have to sacrifice, I will sacrifice what has the lower value for me. So exactly, it's something good. We cannot retain everything we want. There's way too much information out there. And then what happens, because of the algorithm, is that the high priority items, flashcards, get reviewed more frequently. Why? Because priority is a factor that plays a role on the calculation of the next interval. The opposite is true. If the priority is very low, I will get massive first intervals, like 33 days or up to 40 days, capped by design. That means that I can create a flashcard now with very low priority like this item, if I now make a close relation of this, 12 days, okay, it's not a big deal. But I could go as much as more than a month. And that's because that's what you want. That, hey, if it goes that far into the future, I will likely forget it. My retention will be compromised. Exactly true. And that's what you want. You want to compromise your retention for the low priority stuff. And you want to prioritize the high priority. So you will see, let's say you don't get penalties. So you will see this when it's about to be forgotten for you. So not everything you do is scheduled the same. Depends on the priority. That's why setting priorities is key. If you don't set priorities in SuperMemo, you are not doing incremental reading. You're doing a subset of incremental reading. Then, the lower the priority, the lesser the retention, or the higher the forgetting. And to save time, it's about priorities, same in real life, right? You have a relationship with a person that is not that high priority, you will spend less time with that person. You will see that person less often. Same thing. Then, the flexible learning strategy. What happens is that in any time I can change the priority. It's not fixed. It's not that when I put this in my collection and I create that element, I set a priority. Or SuperMemo will do it if I don't set anything. That's also true. No, in any point, I can modify the priority. I can modify slightly, like this. You see now it's 98.7. Oh, now it's 96, 95.8. Yeah, it's in a slight increase in priority. Or it could be massive. Then now, boom, 22%. Then off. Now I have observed, identified, that this is very high priority for me, or this kind of priority. From now on, means that the next intervals will be kind of more close to each other. Won't be that spaced out if it was close to 100% priority. So the end of the day, the learner chooses what deserves the most attention and efficient of their time at that moment. Perhaps today that's true. perhaps next month, or because I have learned this and that, then I don't need this thing or not at the same degree, so I will push the priority in a very low position. That's the beauty. So the key insight is that in incremental reading, it's not just about remembering more quantity, more facts. It's about smartly allocating time and focus on what's really important. As a consequence, because it's the best collection of methods available known to a human today, you win in every single domain, in every dimension. So, even if not the purpose, you will just remember more than in any other method. Yes, at the same time. But it's qualitatively, it's about that, hey, I'm just telling SuperMemo, I care about that. Hey, there's something important in this, so I do an extract. Hey, I want to remember this, so I create a globalization of that. Boom. Hey, I really care about that, so I put a high priority. Hey, I kind of need this, but can wait, so I put 12% priority. Pum, pum, pum. So I'm just, today I'm just telling SuperMemo what I want to keep, what I want to remember, how important it is, and that's it. I focus on what's truly important, what's high priority for me. As a side effect, because I know how SuperMemo works, and I trust the algorithm, and I know what I'm doing, it's just a matter of time that I will remember more facts than any other method. I will remember for longer. The memory is easier to be retrieved, accessible, and at the same time, it's easier to connect, to apply that knowledge. So it's best in quantity, quality, and in semantics in every single domain. It's a win-win. The victory is a small, every single repetition, iteration is a small victory, it's a permanent victory, and in the long term, it's a massive, it's an overkill victory. There's nothing even remotely close. Anyone who uses incremental reading for years or even decades, there will be no comparison with any other method. That person has become a genius version of themselves in the sense that they have maxed out or they have achieved a point that they cannot reach in using any other method, at least known in 2024. Conclusion. Space repetition underpins incremental reading efficiency. Remember that the space repetition is included. So, or the other way around. Incremental reading is built on top of space repetition. It's a superset. By defining repetition, by fine-tuning retention goals and prioritizing content, you achieve the optimal balance between memory and loading speed. Because if you want higher retention rate, you will do more repetitions. Therefore, you will introduce less new material. If you want lower retention rate, you will be able to do less repetitions. Therefore, introducing more new material. It's a balance. There's a video for that, by the way. So, this has been the high retention in incremental reading, the best method on earth to date. Let's continue with the advantages of incremental reading. Now it's time for the reward of higher awareness. How incremental reading expands your reality. That transcends the software, by the way. So we neglected the realm of general knowledge. What is the common struggle? Most people neglect the general knowledge because of lack of time, right? No, I want to do this, I want to do that, and so on. So there is often a lack of external pressure or immediate motivation to learn outside of one's specialty. For instance, back in the day, my specialty was physiology, then human physiology, then sport and performance, or even so niching down every time. That doesn't mean I want to neglect everything else, right? I have other, let's call it intensities. Not as much, but something that will spend time on the side. So what's the opportunity with incremental reading? Incremental reading offers a distinct advantage in capturing the lost knowledge. It turns wasted time, into broad understanding. So have a broad understanding of other topics, such as cognitive science, psychology, marketing, outside of my specialty. So there's an analogy. General knowledge is like the mortar between bricks. Without it, specialized bricks, like in the image, of your career will have nothing to hold on them together in the broader structure of life. You'll have bricks, very specialized, isolated, that on its own, it's borderline useless. So what's the specialist dilemma? Especially you come from academia, you have a very strict coursework, curriculum, and so syllabus, and so on. For instance, a medical researcher reads dozens of clinical papers, like perpetually. What's the gap? Both, like the student that focuses on the coursework and the medical researcher, both may lack the time to refresh the ABC of physics or whatever. So let's just do the medical researcher and doesn't know cardiology. Then whatever else that is not in the cardiology sphere, it will be prone to forgetting because there's no reminder, right? Just within the scope of medical, now imagine mathematics, social sciences, and so on. Even worse. So the lack of fundamental knowledge limits their understanding of everyday phenomena. That is true. They become specialized in one sub-area, and everything else is like, boof, I'm a noob, right? Like a 5-year-old. Then what's the solution? An obsessive incremental reader, in quotation marks, because it's not exactly obsessive, just an engaged incremental reader, breaks these silos, reaching a higher level of awareness across multiple disciplines. Something that you may be familiar with, the polymath, someone who is fluent in different areas, like this. Perhaps not the same as, in my case, human physiology, the depth, but it will be, it is way beyond the regular person in multiple fields. Why? Because in incremental reading, even if it's fewer, it's less time involved, you spend significantly less time, you have memorized what you wanted to. Because you don't have the forgetting, is what makes the difference. Then, here you have the awareness effect. So what's the phenomenon? You heard about the specific bird, like chaffinch, for the first time, right? Oh wow, I don't even know if it's pronounced like this, right? It's this one here. Awesome. Then, it's the first time I see this bird. Or I'm not even sure, because it's what makes this bird unique. The color, pattern, I don't even know, right? So what's the shift? Suddenly, when you spot a bird multiple times in the following week, the bird always is there. I was not aware of, I was not paying attention of this, but now that I have this knowledge, there's one here, one there. I visited the page. Oh yeah, boom, here you go. Something like that, right? Or I see some random pictures for, background pictures of birds. And here you go, that one is a chaffinch, right? That's a phenomenon, the awareness effect. Not that now that I have the knowledge, now I see the pattern because I'm aware of this. Before, it was on my face as well. I just was not aware of this. So it's not that the frequency has increased. What has increased is my awareness. Before, I lacked the mental pattern to recognize the bird. So another analogy, the reticular activating system. Perhaps, I don't know if it will help you, but it's a different one. It's like buying a red car, like the image we have here. Now you buy a red car and suddenly you realize that half of the city drives red cars. The world didn't change, your filter did. Subconsciously, now you identify your car as a red one, so you will pay more attention to red cars, even if you don't do it purposely. You have increased awareness. Nice. Then, beyond utility, the cosmic perspective. We have the esoteric knowledge. Few people can point the galaxy is likely to collide with the Milky Way. Do you know? What are the galaxies that could collide with the Milky Way? Is this specialized knowledge, right? These facts often seem to have low daily application or utility, right? Unless I work for NASA or something like this, what's the point of knowing this? Then, in case you're curious, now it's super easy to Google. Andromeda Galaxy M31. What is this? Right? Perhaps it's the first time I say it. Other small galaxy like Large Magellanic Cloud and Trigolumun Galaxy. Well, M31, 33, and LMC. Okay, what do I do with this? Is esoteric knowledge. It is useful, yes, but for a very specific people on Earth. For the general audience, is esoteric knowledge. So what's the value? Despite lacking pragmatic utility, this knowledge fundamentally shifts how we view our place in the universe. It moves the mind from the mundane to the majestic. So perhaps itself is not useful. If I know that today, I cannot apply this in my daily life, but this knowledge can be useful with linking other knowledge. Or perhaps will help me do some analogies and I will increase the awareness or or change the perspective or something unrelated, arbitrarily, seemingly unrelated, but my mind makes a connection. That's why incremental reading has a reward in higher awareness, even if it's unrelated, if you do those connections. Then, what's the conclusion? Knowledge as a vision. Ignorance is a form of blindness. Therefore, the opposite, knowledge, functions as lens, right? That, hey, I have myopia, whatever. Let me do some prescription lens, allowing you to see layers of reality that others miss. Can be anything. I just mentioned some example of the galaxies. Can be something more concrete and specific in any field. So what's the ultimate reward? The reward of incremental reading is not just information retention. What you have decided to remember, you will remember quite well, 95% of the time, to simplify. The reward is even richer than that. More vibrant experience of the world around you. There's this quote, "The eye sees only what the mind is prepared to comprehend." Since with incremental reading, you can comprehend more stuff, because even if you specialize, you will have a more general knowledge in many fields, you are prepared to understand, to comprehend more stuff, meaning you will see more stuff. It's there, like the bird. It's there, it's just that you neglect it. One last example, it's very concrete, but hey, I thought that I was speaking English as a second language, right? Many years later I realized, hey, I was mispronouncing this, and the B and V are distinct. My language also has this spelling, but the pronunciation is exactly the same. Not in English. The V, it's voiced. That is the difference. I didn't know that, and when I realized this, all of a sudden, all of the TV shows I have watched from the US, I play them again, and oh my god, they are voicing the V's. I never realized that. And it's something that it's very likely it has been in every single sentence, or most of the sentences spoken. Thousands. Every single minute you have different instances of this. And I was not aware of that. What made the change? The knowledge. The knowledge create an awareness of this pattern. And from this, that is just English, or phonetics more specifically, I can go to the galaxies or to the taxonomy on birds or whatever of the pattern. And then, oh, I wasn't realizing this, but not to pay attention to. No, I'm not paying attention to. It's just that my brain defaults to this now. It's because the knowledge has been acquired. This seems like it's anecdotal, which could be the case, but it's an accumulation of anecdotes that it becomes quite often, and it becomes one of many advantages of incremental reading. Perhaps the harder to grasp or to communicate, but if you use incremental reading yourself, in just a matter of time, you will experience that. And keep in mind, there are some that are left because are actually hard to communicate, that are more abstract. That instead of just the color or a beard or a pattern in the speech, it's just something more abstract and patterns that, hey, now I'm aware of that. Super useful. One of the many advantages in SuperMemo, in this case, is comprehension. Overcoming the understanding barrier in incremental reading. Well, with incremental reading. So you know the knowledge puzzle? That according to new knowledge is like assembling a jigsaw puzzle. This analogy makes quite sense, right? That you have to do a lot of pieces, and until you don't have the entire thing, doesn't make sense, right? Oh, now that all of the pieces are together, now makes sense. Everything is coherent. And you build this gradually. You put the pieces together. Some concepts rely on understanding similar ones first, and you build on that. With more complex, and then, oh, now makes sense. For instance, in math, if you want multiplication, you have to understand what's adding numbers, the arithmetic, what's a whole number, all of that, to make a simple example. So what is about? So it's about building layers of understanding. So you need to know the basics. What's a particle? What's an atom? Particle. With this, I build the basics, and I can go further and further. So there's no point in studying the Higgs boson. It's very advanced physics before understanding the standard model, or the basics in physics. Then the standard models builds on particles physics fundamentals, and particle physics fundamentals built on basic physics principles. So you have some kind of hierarchy. The knowledge has some hierarchy. Nice. And this hierarchy can be understood or categorized in layers. The understanding barrier or comprehension. So it's about how you do those layers. Because if I have articles here and there, they don't know what do I know already. So it could be that what I'm reading, it's too advanced. I'm lacking some prior knowledge. Let's say that what I'm reading mentions that, or plays a role in the reading, or it's specifically about Higgs boson. What do? I don't have the prior layers, right? So that's the limitation of traditional reading. I have to finish an article and do the other one linearly. And what happens if it's too advanced? You waste your time. That, hey, I have skipped one book in between, or many, right? So you will do is skip ahead what's not required, and return later, but you will forget most of that anyways. So at the end of the day, this is the school system with textbooks. You know what it is. So then, what's the advantage in incremental reading in this case? Is that incremental reading allows you to pause and schedule complex parts. That, hey, I have this, I came across this thing, it's way too advanced, I cannot understand it today, so I will postpone it. Not the entire thing, only those parts. Since I can chunk down any source, any article, book, or whatever, then each chunk can get prioritized and scheduled. So this could be delayed. So I have time and opportunity to learn other material that I will chunk down as well, so I get the required knowledge. And eventually I will be able to read that without following a linear flow of a textbook. So once I have observed the basics of physics, I can revisit this. Oh, it's not enough. Now I have a different layer. I have more layers, but it's not enough. Okay, then I need this and need that. Gotcha. Identify what I need. I do put it in my collection in case it's not. And if it's already there, I will prioritize it, higher priority. I will shorten the interval or force the repetition, whatever. But this just is more like concrete on the tool of SuperMemo. But the paradigm or the method, incremental reading, you will just overrule the interval or the priority. So at the end of the day, no time is wasted in information that doesn't make sense. It's incomprehensible. If you're in the school system, what you will do is just rote, memorize because of the exam, and move on. But you will have understood nothing. And at the end of the day, you will just have wasted your time. Then, flexible scheduling prioritization. You can re-prioritize topics. It's not that I set one priority in my collection, that this is 10%, and it stays like that. No. First, it's dynamic. Whatever else I do in my collection will affect that in many ways. It's not the purpose of this video, but there are actions or lack of actions that will modify the priority indirectly. Second, as a user, I can reset the priority anytime. Anytime. In any second of the day, I can go there and change the priority. Absolute freedom. That means that I can easily return sections that I have skipped. That implies non-linear flow, and that's the beauty of it. Then gradually, by iterations, I build complex knowledge structures on my own pace. I set the rhythm, the pace, not imposed by the school system or in the curriculum, on my own. That will be the optimal for me. Then I build this semantically in my brain because I do meaningful repetitions. I do deep reflection, as we have seen already. My memories are for lifetime. I have high retention of that memories, and I have comprehension, which is what we are covering now. So during the process, it's gradual that, now that I have more information about the molecules and the atoms and all of that, everything is coherent, makes sense with everything I know. It's not just I'm memorizing questions for an exam. And you will build this until you know the basics, the not that basic, the advanced, and you could go to very advanced material, like the boson, Higgs boson. Let's simplify that. I know one Spanish YouTuber who did the PhD thesis on that, precisely. So for him was the PhD, so imagine that. Then, mastering your knowledge graph. You know that in incremental reading, you become an artist because the method or collection of methods of incremental reading, when it's mastered, you can express creatively, falls inside the definition of art. At the same time, you become an architect of your learning journey. Why? Because there's no curriculum set. No one is predetermining you. You will know this. You will read this article, this other one, on top of that in a linear manner. No. You decide the sources, in which order you start them, and how you process them, because are nonlinear. You decide how you chunk them down, in which priority each chunk gets, and each chunk what you want to remember from them. You are in full control, in a very specific atomic, quite poetic, atomic way. So you become an architect of your learning journey. Incremental reading ensures no concept is forced before its time. Exactly. No concept or stuff is introduced prematurely, way too soon. No deadlines. You are in control. Then, deep understanding emerges naturally, layer by layer, as we have covered already in the first video, the advantage, deep reflection. And you can go as deep as you want. The limitation would be your time and the resources available. That's it. As long as you can dig further and there's content that you can read and learn from, you can iterate on that. So the conclusion. Incremental reading frees you from the rigid structure of traditional reading, allowing you to continually refine, reorder, and revisit material. You revisit material in the sense that you do it non-linearly, by iterations, but you don't reread, meaning that you have finished something, an article, and 1 year later you have forgot that, and you revisit that. Not in this sense. So incremental reading allows you to continually refine. It's never finished. You can improve this. As you get more knowledge, you can improve your flashcards, how they're formulated, and so on. Reorder, what's more important, what's less important will change. And revisit material, specifically passive material, something that needs to be read. By doing so, you can master complex subjects step by step, ensuring genuine understanding. It's semantically connected. Everything makes sense that, hey, if I do this, It's not just like a parrot, repeating information, like the AI will generate or repeat information it has been trained on, with no real understanding. And that is, complex doesn't matter how complex it is. Complex, and the domain is anything. The victory is not imminent, but the victory is just a matter of time. It's unavoidable. If you master incremental reading, and you put your time and effort every single day, or often, it's just a matter of iterations. The victory is unavoidable in every single domain. The best understanding, the best applicable knowledge, the best memory, the best applicable knowledge, the best quality of the recall, the easiest to access the memories. So in every single domain dimension you can think of, at the end of the day, incremental reading will be the best option. Win-win. So I just call it balancing specialization and general knowledge. One of the huge advantages in incremental reading. Then, there's a new approach to daily study. Usually, so instead of focusing in a single subject, you review dozens of areas each day. Areas on the same field of science, or different fields, or unrelated. Could be, cognitive neuroscience and parenting. Something unrelated, or health. So, there's a harmoniously deepen all facets of your knowledge according to your needs and interests. Yes, I do care. Let's say about I work in a startup, so I do care about this, about some business, about marketing. I also want to learn that language. I also care about health, about meta learning, about memory, sleep, all of that, right? Usually, you will say, "Oh, yeah, I will focus on one subject, and that's it." And you will progress on that subject mostly. And in other areas, you will be bare bones. So instead of this fancy wording, you have like this quote: "Wisdom flourishes when knowledge branches out in all directions." So poetic. And that's the key. So then, guide by understanding. So the growth of your knowledge tree, it's kind of too SuperMemo jargon, but there's no other way to do it, follows your current levels of understanding. So more or less what you will see here distilled in the knowledge tree is more or less what is your level of understanding, what you have been doing, chunking down. Then, as you learn terminology and the fundamental concepts, more advanced ideas become accessible. That, I read an article in Wikipedia about something, let's say that I start with health. And with health, I get, what is this? mTOR, Fiestin, what is all of this jargon? What are T cells, B cells, interleukin 2, bacteria? What is this? Is that even English? Right? More or less. So I'm familiar with the terminology, the jargon, and the fundamental concepts of, in that case, biochemistry or whatever. I have access to ideas that build upon that. So I can start, let's say, the progress of that field. So as the roots strengthen, higher branches reach further into the unknown, following the analogy of the knowledge tree. So in the knowledge tree, I just have branches that they don't exist yet. When I read that, I will make the consolidation, so I will make the extract, And now here, hey, my knowledge tree has increased. There's a new branch. And in here, I will also do like this, that, oh, now I know that visiting can be found in many plants, including this thing. If I already know what is this, I know what is that, I can create this flashcard. I know this fact. So as the roots strengthen, higher branches reach for further into the known. Cool. Then, diversifying the knowledge tree. What happens is that I just did a random example in my collection, but I have education, I have business, I have cognition, and all of that. I have diversified. I have different fields of science and topics. So instead of growing a few thickets of branches of expertise, cultivate many twigs in all directions. That's the beauty of incremental reading. Simultaneously, add bulk to the trunk, the core knowledge, while branching into new areas. So as I still go and chunk down the basics of chemistry and biology and stuff like that, in parallel, I will still go into new areas. That is more, let's say, what was the name I used? Because they become accessible. Because let's say that when I'm building the basics of chemistry and biology, I already know the basics of business. I can advance because they're accessible. So I'm doing more advanced stuff in business while I'm doing in parallel stuff that is basic on chemistry. I'm diversifying the knowledge tree. So at the end of the day, a tree that only grows one branch cannot truly embrace the sky. So it grows, well, there's a key word for that, dendritically, like the neurons. So what you do is you avoid tunnel vision. With incremental reading, you ensure that you don't become a specialist, that this specialist, a PhD in whatever you want, super specific, is at the same time an ignorant of basic general knowledge. So imagine this, that hey, medical experts will know just the basic of this, that oh yeah, it's a constellation or whatever, and astronomers would understand healthy diets. What could happen is that a specialist or something that is very specialist, that not many people on Earth knows that, but they lack the general knowledge of what a healthy diet is, or something like that. So true expertise stands on the landscape of broad awareness, not to an isolated peak. What happens with incremental reading, because you have many stuff at the same time, you will know a lot of many different things, and then some intensities. When you decided that you want to dig further and further, because you like it, or because it's your passion, it's required for your job, whatever. You are an expert on this, on that, not just one, by the way. You can be a polymath, but you don't discard miscellaneous, whatever you want to remember. So about prioritization and balance. SuperMemo helps you prioritize learning in various fields. And it's actually, I would say, a must. That doesn't mean that I have multiple fields. I have chemistry, health, astronomy, all of that, medicine, and hey, each field has a priority. Perhaps an app you can use has its heuristic. But in incremental reading, no. It's every single source. Could be an article, a research paper, a tweet, a book, textbook, a YouTube video, a podcast, whatever. A recorded conversation you had, whatever that is, that can be processed. This will have a priority. But later you can chunk this down, and every chunk will have its own priority. And you can chunk down a chunk if you want. So you can distill this as it is atomic, and every single thing you can fine tune this, and everything will have its own priority. Regardless, or interspersed with the field of science. That overall for me, astronomy is low priority. Will have a tendency that all I do in astronomy is kind of low priority, but This can also mean that some will be outliers and will be kind of high priority. So at the end of the day, I can fine-tune this balance of depth, specialization, and breadth, the widen, the general knowledge. That, hey, I know a lot of different things about health, do this, do that, eat this, avoid that. And at the same time, for instance, I know a lot about SuperMemo. I have a very depth of specialization. But I did everything at the same time with incremental learning. So then, the quote. Great learners cultivate both the microscope and the telescope. That is massive. I have, to be honest, this is not mine. I had to use the AI for that. And this is massive. Microscope with, this encapsulates all I have said about biology and astronomy. And also at the same time, is that every single detail in the microscope in a very atomic way and a very wide perspective of telescope, watts, miles away. It's poetic and it's also correct at the same time. It's a masterpiece done by AI. Benefits of balanced approach. Then more adaptable problem solving, creativity, and richer intellectual life. So the benefits of this balanced approach that I can do, hey, let me do a specialist on this. I want to dig further. And this is just the broad staff of many different domains. And the more domains you do, the more concepts you can have if you want. Concepts, I mean the element type of concept. So the advantage is that you can adapt to problem solving, creativity, and richer intellectual life. Because I have known people in the academia, yes, I can have conversations about, in my case, I was doing a PhD, which I moved on, by the way, about physiology, then perhaps they were soccer fans, and other than that, they are completely ignorant. You couldn't have meaningful conversations of the creativity, learning, or why are we alone in life, or I don't know, habits, knowledge, all of this that I will also be interesting to discuss about is, wow. So then, incremental reading prevents stagnation of narrow specialization and encourages interdisciplinary insights. You could be in a field of science that itself is interdisciplinary. Cognitive neuroscience, of what I did, sport physiology. So yes, it's physiology, but it's for humans, it's for healthy individuals, and more specifically for athletes, or then even more specific, for pro athletes, not amateurs, professional, elite level of athletes. The physiology, when the fatigue and the ergogenic aids, all of that. That's what I did as a master's degree. I'm part of the PhD. It's very narrow. That the subject has some condition, medical condition. I don't know. I only work with healthy people. That they are amateurs. They are not fit enough. They are not close to their maximum level of physiology. Then I don't know. I don't work with those people. I had a very narrow view. That's what happened in the academia. With incremental reading, now is, wow. I have history, whatever I care about history, writing, language, linguistics, cognitive science, neuroscience, and I could speak quite a lot about what I have. So I have in this collection 18,000 items of what I have chosen to remember. I could say that I have a few thousand about SuperMemo because it's a specialist and a specialization of mine. But I have a few of this, a few of that, a few of that, a few of that, a few of that, a few of that. Body language, now do I see that? Programming, hosting a web page, syntax for my website, plenty of stuff, psychology and so on. So then, when your knowledge fields cross-pollinate, new ideas bloom. Again, the quotes are done by AI, all of them. That's why they're so fancy. I will never say that in my life. But I want to summarize the ideas in one single sentence. But yeah, in more plain English, is that if I know different levels of reality, different perspectives of realities, different domains, I can have all of this information accessed by my brain. And it's when new ideas can be born. Hey, I know this. I know about just the basics of chess. I know about this about machine learning. Oh, this about perhaps biology. That you will say, what? What about biology? And then, hey, I see an analogy, or perhaps not analogy, but it seemed like related, but this sparked an idea, a crazy idea. So it's not the original thing, but hey, with this information I had in different domains, I had an idea that it was impossible to have if I was not knowledgeable on those different domains. Then, conclusion. Incremental reading diversifies and strengthens your knowledge tree. Again, too much SuperMemo is specific, but you get all of your knowledge that you have in your mind. By maintaining a healthy balance, you achieve both depth and breadth of understanding. You win. In any single dimension, you win. Following the analogy with the trees, in the forest of knowledge, every branch, leaf, and twig contributes to the whole. In other less poetic manner, every victory you do is permanent. Every piece of knowledge you retain in your memory that you decided to remember and that you formulated because of what you have read and understood. Oh, what is the boson? So then, because you have done all of the learning process, and then you keep it in your memory because of a spaced repetition in a flashcard format, even if it's very small, it's not even a leaf in the SuperMemo, that will be a topic still. A topic that has no children. Or it's not even a branch. It's just less than a branch. It's just one item. One item. It's even if it's very small, it still contributes to the whole. Every single thing you do is a victory. Every victory is permanent. And with this, you accumulate knowledge, you build the big picture. You diversify and strengthen your knowledge tree, your forest of knowledge. That's why in SuperMemo, in the long term, it's a win-win. You can only win. If you don't give up, you use SuperMemo, well, in this case SuperMemo, but in incremental reading, how it's meant to be used properly, let's say, and you master SuperMemo, you can only win. It's not about if you win or not, you achieve victory. Is when, every day, by the way, every day you win, just very small. But the accumulation of many victories, then it's massive. So, even if you have a uniform progress, and you balance specialized knowledge and general knowledge, you will achieve the best version of yourself. And you will decide what this version is, according to yourself. Let's continue with the advantages of incremental reading or incremental learning. Now it's time for creativity. How incremental learning boosts creativity. Or you can have a creativity boost through incremental reading, incremental video, incremental whatever, therefore incremental learning. So the key idea is that creativity springs from connecting remote ideas. I know this, I know that, perhaps I know another information after this, and based on what I know now and what I have known before, hey, there's a connection. They are related at some degree. Then, by mixing multiple subjects, In unexpected sequences, incremental reading expands your associative powers. Remember what we have seen so far? Uniform progress, comprehension, massive learning, all of that. That I can have multiple subjects, topics in parallel. Topics about whatever. I don't mean topics, the SuperMemo element type. I mean topics in general. So it's easier that if I read about biology, mathematics, parenting, artificial intelligence, and many other topics that, hey, I have an idea with all of these together. All of those pieces of knowledge I have, even if they are remote. Then, true creativity emerges where unlike concepts converge. That, yeah, it's unlikely that, for instance, in my case, I started with computer science, then I did sports science, physical exercise, and so on. That, hey, they don't overlap, right? They don't converge, but there are some ideas that converge, even though they may seem contradictory or antagonistic. Then you can use incremental reading as brainstorming. There's such a thing called incremental brainstorming, incremental problem solving, incremental whatever you can do, whatever you can process can be done incrementally. So incremental reading is like the overarching idea, the collection of methods, but you do more than reading or writing. So what's with brainstorming? You can have incremental reading like a solo brainstorming session, like I'm going to do this now, brainstorming. So I'm going to crawl the connections I already have in my collection through neural review, whatever. Then SuperMemo presents diverse materials, articles, paragraphs, so it will be extracts, questions in a flashed form, in an unpredictable order. Over time, shared knowledge form new creative associations, and that's the key, with time, over time. As you do iterations and iterations, and you keep the collection rich, that, hey, this is this concept, this is this other concept, and you do your own items, you don't import from someone else, you will be storing knowledge that forms new creative associations, that everything makes sense with each other, right? And if they don't make sense today, it's just a matter of time that it will make sense. Because perhaps I am too noob. It's still too novel on, let's say, I don't know, something at random. Storyboard, storytelling about this. Okay, I can know about storytelling, but how do I apply this in YouTube, stuff like that. But hey, perhaps then I realize that this has more associations. Storytelling with memory, for instance. That I can phrase it in a way that is more memorable, easier to remember. And stuff like that, hey, more associations. Your mind random encounters spark inventive new paths. And that's true. Usually you say you are creative that, aha, now I got this idea. It's kind of random. It's not that, hey, based on this thing, therefore, this idea. There's some randomness. You spark this with the knowledge you have. So usually we attribute this to ourselves, but we don't have, let's say, that control, that degree of control, that conscious control. You just have all of the ingredients, and it will be likely that it will happen, but it's not in our power, more or less. But that's not the point of this video. So let's follow the slides. So the long-term memory and creativity, what do they have in common, and how long-term memory can boost your creativity? We know that permanently stored knowledge in your memory, so it doesn't rely on Google, on a search, on a query, or AI, provides rich creative substrate. Permanently stored knowledge is long-term memory, so what is already accessible in your brain. So with time and effort, new connections form naturally and yield innovative insights. That's why the more you know, and the more you know about different things, the easier it is to be creative or to have this great creativity sparking. So ideas ripen when rooted firmly in remembered knowledge. That's super powerful. Then mental training. We could say we could phrase it like that incremental reading, the method, offers training for mental training, offers entertaining mental training. It's like I could say it's a side effect. It's not a goal. It's a side effect. So beneficial for all intellectual professions. So if it's about thinking, about problem solving, about to be creative, more like expression, like an art, that there's no one unique solution, or there's no solution. It's just a representation, whatever. So grow a versatile mind where every insight fits future innovation. And that's the key. It's different. It's a different wording for what we have seen so far. Applicable knowledge. Because if I put a lot of knowledge in my brain, and even if it's accessible, I can retrieve that on whenever I want. Yeah, I could perhaps not apply that knowledge because it's random trivia, right? And remember that we have also seen that you can have intensities to pitch the level or more, you decide the limit, in parallel, while you do a lot of stuff in the baseline. That you create versatile mind. You know a lot of things, but this is not the jack of all trades. That the jack of all trades just knows a little of everything, but it's not enough to solve any problem. Then, the next step of incremental brainstorming is collaboration with other brains, not just yourself. And nothing can exist because remember that everything can be done incrementally is email. So you have incremental mail processing that what allows is to have a creative writing and problem solving. Because you could use the email, or in other words, you can use incremental brainstorming through email. That's a very arcane way to do it. I know Piotr Wozniak does it, and I'm on some of the email chains on that brainstorming, but I only do it with him. Because who does this with email? I mean, but the point is that you can do it in different platforms. The key is the same. Iterations and interruption. That's the key. Collective idea sharing without disrupting team members' schedules or workflows. That's the idea. That hey, let's do it non-linearly and incrementally. So we sync asymmetrically. Perhaps I will sync with you when I read what you said while you are sleeping, and vice versa, stuff like that. It's more or less this idea. So distance and time fade when creativity travels incrementally. Exactly. It doesn't matter if we don't have the same time zone, or if we sleep when the other is working. With incrementalism, this fades away. Then the advantage of incremental brainstorming is that there's no need for synchronicity. Oh, we cannot do Zoom or a voice chat. No worries. Incrementalism for the win. Then, incremental brainstorming retains benefits of incremental learning, reading all of that, in the sense of creativity, prioritization, attention, meticulousness, and longevity. You may remember this from previous videos as well. Everything comes together. Then, when one mind sleeps, another awakens. Incremental thinking keeps ideas alive. Like more poetical, right? That the idea is being born in the brains of someone, and then being developed. If we take the idea as the protagonist, we could say that yeah, someone is sleeping, someone is thinking about it, so it's being kept alive. If it was a fire, let's say, and we were hunter-gatherers, this kind of thing. Being the fire, the ideas. So only if everyone involved dies, the ideas will die with their minds. More or less goes in that direction. Then what happens is that the creativity process is unpredictable. So I can put the ingredients I know that are required, all of the environmental situations that favor that, but that's not enough. It's not that, hey, I will do this, I will do that, I will read the email, and I will have the idea. Not necessarily. Then, creativity can strike any moment. It's just a matter of time. If you remember what I have said about incremental reading, is that the victory is imminent. You have a victory guaranteed. You will win. It's not about if you will win or not. It's about when. How many accumulations, how many sessions, iterations you need to accumulate. Then this is the same. I'm doing incremental brainstorming. I'm using incremental reading to boost creativity. It's just a matter of time. It is guaranteed. It can be at any time, any moment. Incremental brainstorming ensures you can capture and share your best ideas instantly. Yes. So just wait for the spark. And when you have the spark, take action immediately. Don't trust your memory. That I say, oh, what a crazy idea. It's the idea that is, it will save my life. Since it's so good, and so life-transcending, life-changing, I will remember it. And then, oh yeah, I have some meeting or some work. I will do it later. I do the meeting, oh shoot, I remember the idea, but what that was, I forgot. Not because it's important, it means you will remember it. Don't trust your memory. Jot it down. So, seize the spark when it ignites. Share brilliance as it transforms. Exactly. So wait for the creativity. You have all of the ingredients necessary. Just wait until it happens. When it happens, embrace it and share it in all forms. Jot it down as a note, as a record of video, a voice note on the phone, whatever. But capture that. Then, to wrap up this video, what's the conclusion? Boosting creativity with incremental reading is that incremental learning fuels creativity, enabling unexpected association, and sustained innovation. So as long as you already know how to use, in this case, SuperMemo, but you're familiar with incremental reading, the method, you do things right. You eventually have more knowledge, expand your knowledge, prioritize, You have stuff half-baked because of priorities and debiting returns. It goes postponed to the perpetuity, You're like this. It's just a matter of time. That you will have aha moment. It's guaranteed. And on top of that, if you don't want to do a regular session, you can actually focus. You can, let's say, hound for these moments if you want to do brainstorming. You can do it alone, or you can do it with other people, asynchronously, remember. Then, incremental brainstorming enhances collaboration, and ensures a free flow of ideas across boundaries of time and place. Usually what will happen at work or school is that it's with this person or this team of people at this time. That's it. If you take incrementalism, yes, it takes longer, but you override the limitations of those boundaries, time and place. And I have lived this with Piotr Wozniak, so the creator himself, because he does it this way. It's a mess that they have many very tiny emails and email chains altogether. It's very fragmented, but because it's more atomic, but it's this idea. So in the tapestry of innovation, incremental learning waves threads that stretch minds, forge ideas, and reshape the future. Again, it's very fancy, a very fancy wording, but that's the idea. And as a side effect, I must say that then it blurs the lines because it's so incremental that then I'm losing track whose idea was that. Is that the idea of Wozniak that I just added my 2 cents? I make it my own? I twist it alone? Or it has been like a kind of a dialogue that I did my twist, he adds a twist, I add a twist, and then, whose idea is that? There's a limitation of this. If you want to attribute the idea, hey, no, that's my idea. I came with this. Or is this other person? because I want to attribute to who deserves, right? Uh, for me, that's a limitation that, yeah, stretches so much in time, and you have more things in parallel that your brain will know the solution, will not know how you came to that solution. So you will have to rely on the software. Not SuperMemo, doesn't track that, but perhaps with AI. And yeah, that's the person that did the last increment, and that's the new idea. Even though it only added one last thing. If it was a pizza, it only added the last topping on the pizza. So is all of the credit goes to that person or for everyone involved? That's a topic for a different video, not for this, but I'm just mentioning it as some sort of long-term weakness. So that has been one of the advantages of incremental reading that you can use for boosting creativity. Let's continue the advantages of incremental reading or incremental learning. One is the consistency, resolving chaos and contradiction. This is just bound to happen. You will import stuff in SuperMemo, and hey, this article says something, and this other article says the exact opposite. Oh, what do we do now? You have information contradiction. And then you will have a absolute chaos. Just imagine if you read about health and you read about, let's say, meat eaters versus veganism, you will have, even in the research papers, statements of opposite truths. What do we do? So let's start. The problem of contradiction. Usually contradictions arise from poor sources, errors, scientific disagreements, or from starting with a chaotic information. So sometimes you could say, I'm simplifying, that hey, this research paper has this conclusion, which is right with the information that they have, but the information is biased because of the study design is not the best, it leads to this bias, So therefore, it was prone to have not a statistical effect, stuff like that, right? So traditional learning often leads to relearning cycles of conflicting facts. I'm pretty sure it happened to you, because it happened to me and friends, that I went into school, then I did an undergraduate in sports science, and wait, we have learned that, and now this is different about this in the strength or whatever. I don't want to mention anything in particular. That hey, we were told A, now this thing is B. A. Okay, I will say B because this is what I will be in the exam. So you want that I call that B, but I learned that as A. And could be that I search online and I have a C version instead. And they are all contradicting each other. Oopsie doopsie. Inconsistent facts are the fault lines that reveal the need for deeper understanding. And this may be true. Sometimes I reach a conclusion that makes sense, and I need a flashcard to remember that, to later realize that I was wrong. But now, because I have more knowledge, I see it in a different perspective, and oh yeah, makes sense. Makes total sense. Then, how incremental learning helps with this chaos and contradiction. In incremental reading, the brain quickly spots contradictions due to the high retention. Because all of the information I already know, it's highly retrievable. I don't have to make any effort. I will spot very quickly that, hey, this is contradicting what I know. So I have a flashcard that says this and says that, and that is contradicting this, right? Then, when a fact conflicts with previously learned information, you are alerted of the discrepancy. This has a name in science, and it's called cognitive dissonance. That then you become aware that, hey, there are two different realities here. Which one do I trust? Then your memory, sharpened with repetition, becomes the mind's early warning system. Exactly. Even before you have the highlight, the statement, that attacks to that contradiction that is very obvious, you just, between the lines, reading some article, you start to, there's something fishy that I don't know what it is, but it's challenging my beliefs here. That something is wrong. I'm still in a position that I don't know because I'm still reading. But hey, one of us is wrong, or both are wrong. Both at the same time cannot be true. Then converts the contradictory material. So repeated conflicts cause shorter review intervals for contradictory items. Imagine that I have different items and one contradicts each other. That, hey, what is the highest peak on Earth? Oh, it's the Everest. And another item says, what's the highest peak on Earth? Or with a different wording. And hey, it's actually underground. It's underwater. Then it's not contradictory. It's just one means the highest in altitude, the highest altitude possible in an absolute numbers, 8,809 meters. And the other one is the difference. What happens is that, hey, since it's going below the sea level, it's more than the Everest, but overall the height it's at maximum 0, right? It doesn't go that high. Yeah, that is the definition. Then you will say, oh yeah, it's not now that contradictory. That one is using relative terms. From the highest to lowest, there's a difference of 9 kilometers. And the other is above the sea is 8.8, or whatever that is. So then this is a very silly example that a difference was on the observation point. Usually this is more ambiguous, there are more factors and stuff like that. It's as easy to go into politics. You can have many stuff that, hey, Donald Trump is a good guy. And there are many sources that will say Donald Trump is a criminal and doesn't even deserve to be a president, right? There are many information that is conflicting and contradicting. Then, resolution through awareness. You have identified, that's already a lot, identifying contradicting information. This is already a perk because of what we have seen so far. The high retention, you will detect this a lot sooner, a lot more precautious. That's already an advantage, just this. On top of that is the awareness. You become aware sooner. So you can take action a lot sooner as a side effect, which is pretty damn good. So once aware of the contradiction, you can verify the acts and remove incorrect item. So in other words, take action. That, hey, I believe that. Let me see, let me check, let me search. Because yes, I have an item about that, it's in my brain. So let me locate it in my collection and let me resolve now why I have this contradiction. Then over time, knowledge grows more consistent and reliable because I will be aware of that. I have another example. If you remember, I did a video about Rosetta Stone. And the collection said that Rosetta Stone was built with I don't know what kind of element. And then when I searched in Wikipedia, it said a different material. But it's because back then, when this article was written, technology was not advanced enough to detect precisely. So it was believed that Rosetta Stone was that element. And now it's possible to verify it's this other one. So what I will do is not delete that element, I will update that element. That, hey, until that day, what material was believed to Rosetta Stone be, it's not the same question anymore. I'm asking open, I believe, a wrong assumption that was present in history. And then another question, new item would be, what's the precise, correct element of the Rosetta Stone? I don't have it here. I will just put it on hover through editing instead. So overall, knowledge conflicts in the first step towards intellectual harmony. And that's the key. You don't want to avoid conflict, knowledge conflict. It's unavoidable. It's life. It's chaotic. You want consistency, resolving chaos. There always will be chaos. Because I resolve chaos here, but there's more chaos happening in different sides, in different perspectives, in different branches of my collection. But this knowledge conflict is the first step required for intellectual harmony, when everything makes sense and you know all of the reasoning. Then, handling complex and chaotic information, when itself is chaotic, not because I have multiple sources that say different things. Even if I had only one source, it's already a chaos, right? Keeps changing and whatever. Then, in research or specialized fields, you face chaos of competing theories. Yep, that's because it's still emerging. And it's just a matter of time that one will be proven wrong, one will be proven not wrong. Perhaps later they will be proven wrong. And just a few will survive of theories. Then by putting this into SuperMemo, contradictions emerge naturally. And this nudges you refine your mental models. Exactly. And then since you are able of that, some of the strategy I have is, according to this author, what are the. Because since it's not a universal truth, it's according to that person. Or according to this philosophy, for nihilism, this is pam. According to this school of thought, what is this other thing? Because I care to remember that. And then since I know the characteristics of this school of thought or whatever I have mentioned, I am nuancing, I'm making a nuance of that knowledge. I keep this in my big picture. That depends on the source, makes sense, and so on. Because I have different mental models. So from the chaos of ideas, your mind forges a lattice of insight. Again, super poetic. I'll always try to use AI for those quotes. Then, you have this very fancy word, stochastic juxtaposition, and that is an advantage. So incremental reading stochastically juxtaposes diverse information. Okay, what does that mean? What is to juxtapose? So in more plain language, so in other words, incremental reading exposes you to diverse information in a semi-random manner. And this is a huge advantage. Human memory's associative power highlights and resolve contradictions. You make iterations, and you make interruptions, and because you do those interruptions, you're able to resolve those contradictions. So with time, poorly supported theories fade as stronger ones prevail. Knowledge Darwinism. Here we go. Random encounters between ideas sow the ideas of deeper truth. Nice. So then you are emphasizing the context for contradictions. Sometimes you may want to learn conflicting viewpoints. One very good example is Piotr Wojtek himself. He does very many statements that goes strictly challenging your beliefs. And contradicts what you will see in many places. Let's say in formal science. The ADHD, the pleasure of learning, the non-linearity, all of that. Then, SuperMemo encourage attaching context. Exactly, that's what I said before. Authors, according to this guy, this author, according to this school of thought, according to this theorem, and so on. Then context transforms contradictions into a richer landscape of perspective. So it's very valid that I may remember these dissenting views. That doesn't mean that, hey, I have different truths. It's that according to this guy, is this truth. According to this other one, is this other one. So I have a landscape of perspectives. Conclusion, to wrap up this video. Incremental Incremental reading ensures contradictions don't remain hidden. You become aware of those, and quite soon, sooner than other methods. Then, by surfacing and resolving them, those contradictions, your knowledge becomes clear, more accurate, and more resilient. So at the end of the day, in resolving contradictions, we refine our understanding and move closer to the truth, which that is the purpose of learning. You seek the truth. So perhaps someone has fed you something, or you have read something, that they have some beliefs that happen to be wrong, or assumptions that happen to be wrong. So I have seen this in Twitter. Now that I have been active for almost close to 2 months, it's a good example because you see all of that every single day. Opinions, written as statements that this is this thing, like this, and you have the opposite statement next to each other almost. About politics, religion, in space repetition, just see this niche, because I don't talk about politics, of space repetition. Just with that, you will have people that state opposite truths. So it will be a good exercise. Find something concrete, niche down, so it's easier, that you really enjoy, and put this into practice with incremental reading. According to this, why these people reach that conclusion? It's obvious it's wrong, but why for them makes sense? So why there are planet Earthers? Why there are people who still believe Earth is flat? And so on. Hope it has been useful enough. I put no more written examples for a reason, and I will cover this in a different type of course, but not here. Let's continue with the advantages of incremental reading. Now it's time for the stresslessness. So you can have a stressless learning through incremental reading, which you may think, what is this guy saying? Because yes, I know at the beginning, if you are starting with this course, it won't be stressless, but the opposite. It's just the familiarization phase. But once you get used to SuperMemo and incremental reading, you will erase the stress. Let's see how. So first, let's challenge some assumptions. New users think that incremental reading is complex. Complexity is stressful. Even if we assume this is true, it's just temporarily. The complexity is stressful when it's not known. When it's known, it's not stressful. It's complex, yeah, but this complexity doesn't create any stress. And in the long run, incremental reading reduces the stress by managing information overload. So it happens the opposite. It's not that it doesn't add stress, it's that it actually reduces stress. So by taming chaos, we calm the mind. So the link between complexity and stress. So complexity can initially cause confusion. That I open SuperMemo and 3,000 menus, 4,000 buttons, a lot of complex wording and jargon, and look at the website in the documentation and wow, massive documents of look at that, many things to check and super long, and all of that feels overwhelming. And this complexity causes confusion. That how is this even meant to work, right? Then, regardless of that, because this is actually the tool is more complex than the actual method, meaning that not SuperMemo, but if it was another app implementing incremental reading, it could have been a lot more easy to use, less complex. So SuperMemo strategies turn information overload into manageable tasks, and that is the key. So once you know SuperMemo of that, and it's just about learning in general, the meta, so the app itself doesn't add anything, this happens that, oh yeah, I have to know that, oh yeah, I have this, I have that, oh, I didn't identify that, oh, what have I read, what I didn't read yet, what in the process, it becomes chaotic. So with incremental reading, that you do prioritize the sources, you chunk that down, all of that, you make this manageable with information overload. Is what do I want to keep, what can be postponed, and if I don't see this anymore, whatever. So the order, the opposite of chaos, emerges when we allow knowledge to find its rightful place. Super poetic. Then, who feels information overload? Information overload often affects knowledge-hungry individuals who fear of missing out. This is to cover in a different video about the fear of missing out, that I am aware of such information that exists and I want to know, but I won't because I have more information that I also want to know and is more relevant. And more and more and more, that even if I spend all of my time, I commit my everything, all of the time I have available in my hands, it's not enough. I will still be missing out. Then, younger learners often face less stress to the less crystallized motivation. Makes sense. Because the more you know you know less. That there's a vast amount of knowledge available. And the more you know, the more likely is that you find something that you want to know more. And you discover something related that you didn't know and Makes sense. So stress visits those who feel bound to know it all now. So that will be, let's say, the personality trait that will cause you to feel more stress. And by the way, I am one of those. That I installed Minecraft to play with some people. I have no idea how to play Minecraft. But, oh, okay, what is this? What is that? Oh, what kind of elements there are? What blocks there are? No, it's like this. Then, there's something called information fatigue syndrome. And basically it's going to describe the stress from overwhelming information. Way too much information. And because I have too much information, I have information fatigue. Symptoms are anxiety, makes sense, procrastination, I don't want to do it, I postpone it, I want to avoid this problem. Loss of job satisfaction, self-doubt, reduced analytic capacity, and all of that. Because an untamed flow of facts erodes clarity and calm. So this awareness that you see a lot of information and that is perhaps relevant, but it's way too much at the beginning, creates, at least for me, creates a lot of anxiety, right? But there's a solution. Can you guess which one it is? Incremental reading. Then, eliminating the stress of choice. So instead of forcing to read or skip, you simply prioritize. It's as easy as that. So at the end of the day, the concept of incremental reading can be simplified that I import what I want to process. Then when SuperMemo shows that to me, I reprioritize based on how important I think today is. I extract what I want, that, hey, that's interesting, I want to see it again. And if that is already something that I extracted before, it's, hey, I want to memorize this, and I create the close solution. And perhaps I reprioritize, depending if the priority is significantly different from the source. And this will be shown to me, again, according to the priorities, the intervals, which will be affected from the priorities, and that's it. I will keep telling SuperMemo, show me this again. I don't know when, but do your math with priorities and so on. Show me this again. Show me this again. I want more of that. I want to remember this. And because I want to remember this, and that was important, I will see flashcards that I created in the past in a manner that more or less correlates with what I wanted and how much I wanted them by priorities. That's all I do. You cannot overwhelm an incremental reader. I will just have more stuff and process in my collection. That's it. Then, delayed reading is natural, not stressful procrastination. I was guilty of that. That's why I ended up doing like Mercy, this kind of thing. That, hey, man, I'm lagging behind. I want to read all of that, and it's not. And most of my collection, it's not read. And it goes, by percentage, goes even higher and higher. Most of my collection, to put something, 80% of my collection isn't processed, and this will keep growing. Like 85% of my collection hasn't done no single repetition. I imported that, and that's it. Or I make the extract, so I only have the creation, the repetition that creates the element, and that's it. So it's not a stressful procrastination that you should do that and you keep postponing. No, 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 no. It's a natural thing, like in real life. The difference is that in real life, you will postpone it and forget about it, and in incremental reading, it's in your collection. That's it. Then, when the burden of the decision lifts, learning turns into peaceful exploration. I don't have to worry about anything. Stresslessness. I only do these very few things. I keep prioritizing to tell SuperMemo how important it is. I signal SuperMemo I want to learn from this by extracting. And I signal to SuperMemo I want to remember this by creating a close deletion. That's all I do. In a very high level perspective, it's all I do. And I keep going. And I know that that's the best thing I can do, because as long as I keep priorities, what I will be getting is the maximum applicability first. So, where's the stress? Then, from chaos to order. Imagine clearing a backlog of 1,000 emails becomes easy. You don't go on a stress, or let me go through the inbox, No. Import it and prioritized. Based in this case, because it's email, based on the sender, who is sending this will more or less have an impact on the starting priority. Then about the title or whatever you want. Then no information is lost. It's just postponed. You do it incrementally. Emails could be newsletters, articles to read, tweets, or just textbooks, whatever you want. So with a map of priorities, every path leads to understanding. Then it could be the result is calm focus. Could be that for you that's not enough. That you still feel anxiety that, hey, I need to wait for that. Which is true. You will succeed. Succeeding is guaranteed. The success is guaranteed. But it's delayed. It's being chunked down. So you need more natural days to achieve that victory. This usually it's because you came from the school system and you have deadlines. If you don't, you learn by yourself, it doesn't matter. You get the most required thing first, the most high priority first. As long as you do this every day, you're already doing the maximum, the best. If you had random priorities, then yes, you're not doing the best you could do. But if you follow the incrementalism, telling what to remember, what to show you again, all of that, you're already doing the best. So you will get there eventually. That you won't have the solution or that required knowledge before the day, the year ends, or in whatever deadline you want. And what? This shouldn't create any stress and anxiety, because then you will realize that you have taken the best approach already. A good analogy, some sort of a good analogy, let's say that you want to buy something online. And the first thing that you see, you buy instantly without checking any other source. So you don't know if it was the best deal. And perhaps this creates some stress, some anxiety. So imagine that because of incrementalism, you know it was the best deal. That nowhere else you could have gotten this cheaper. So even that, you have spent the same money, you know it was the cheapest choice. Compare this to by instinct, and you don't even know if that was the best deal, right? So going back to incremental reading, you know it's the best. We are not machines, AI, so we need time. You are already doing the best algorithm possible, the best method possible. So why stress on that? You cannot beat that already. Then, with SuperMemo, handling review schedules With SuperMemo handling review schedules, you trust the algorithm, worry about the time and overload fades. You don't worry about the, oh yeah, I have, look at this, 21,000 topics, outstanding. Oh, 19,000 items, outstanding. Oh, can you see my face of worry? No, right? Then, energy shifts from managing chaos to understanding and repetition. And that's what you do. Tell SuperMemo, show me this. You read, you understand. If you don't understand, you postpone or take action. Next repetition. Oh yeah, I want to remember that. I do the close deletion. Next repetition. Oh yeah, I have read this before. Next is the second repetition. Let me do next track. There's something that I want to dig further here. Boom. Next repetition. That's all I do. Then, when anxiety recedes, the mind settles into deeper comprehension because you have this stresslessness. The stress will impede you to think, will impede you deep thinking and mental process. So when you are absolutely blank, you have 100% available for you. I will not know it today. I don't know the solution today. I won't be able to solve the problem today. But I know I will. I have the victory settled. I just don't know when will be that day, but it's guaranteed. So I worry. Then, therapeutic benefits of incremental reading. Structured notes, orderly tasks, and prioritized plans all reduce the stress, and you can achieve this within incremental reading. SuperMemo applies these therapeutic methods to learning and information handling. So good organization is a smoothing balm for the overloaded mind. Here you go. The synthesis of everything more or less I have said. Smoothing balm. It's unavoidable. Your mind will be overloaded with information. So they don't need to worry about this. What you need to worry is about this. Smoothing balm. And this is done by good organization. And this is achieved by using SuperMemo, by prioritizing and a structure. How you achieve that with concepts and priorities. You use these functionalities, you do the best you can already. As the final word, incremental reading transforms complexity and overload into manageable, prioritized learning. Prioritized learning. If you don't use priorities in SuperMemo, I'm sorry, but you're not here. You're not doing stresslessness. And in case you are stressed, could be that one of the factors is that you don't prioritize. And if you start today, it won't come overnight. It will take a while until most of your collection is prioritized. Then, as the stress diminishes, your intellectual potential shines brighter. You have full capacity. All of your mental resources are just on learning and understanding. In the stillness of well-structured learning, understanding blossoms. More or less the same, but more poetical. Let me know if you agree with this. And no worries, nobody intended. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm free of stress. Let's continue with the advantages of incremental reading. Now it's turn for the how incremental reading boosts attention. So the attention challenge. Vast information can be overwhelming. There's way too much. It's a huge overflow, and this is overwhelming me. I feel anxiety. Where do I start, and so on. Complex or difficult material can stall your progress. That, oh man, I don't get it. What do you do now? Oh yeah, perhaps I'm lacking some knowledge, but what is that knowledge? There's still plenty of material to go through, right? I'm lost. And fear of missing the key details, or fear of missing out at the end of the day, can lead to worry and distraction. When the mind splits focus, deep understanding suffers. Exactly. Then, incremental reading approach. You know that in incremental reading, we break knowledge into smaller, more manageable portions in the form of topics. Then you can shift between articles in the living when you feel mentally fatigued or bored. we covered that already in Fun and other perspective in other videos. That hey, I have plenty of stuff I'm doing in parallel, so that for whatever reason I'm not in the mood, or I'm getting bored, or I'm fatigued, or whatever, that it's an effort. Boom, next, I will see it again. I am an incremental reader. As a consequence, that means that when the attention is decreasing, boom, you move on, something novel, and you keep your attention. So, incremental reading eliminates the fear of missing important information by scheduling reviews. The learning process, the reading process, is scheduled, and you have interruptions. It's a win-win. Small steps carry you further than leaps made in haste. Exactly. Slower is like the turtle, right? That the turtle goes much slower, but eventually it will win. Slow and steady wins the race. That's the phrase. Then, gradual improvement. Don't expect immediate transformation. It's in the long term. Tools, strategies, and self-knowledge take time to develop. True enthusiasm usually emerges from months of consistent practice. When you have overcome the learning curve of SuperMemo, you're used to the flow, you can relax because, okay, I kind of get it, I have enough information here and there, it's manageable. Then is when you have the true enthusiasm. Nothing is shadowing, no friction point is shadowing this enthusiasm. So, patient cultivation of new habits yield deeper, lasting growth. How it works? Manageable portions. I don't care if it's a huge textbook about neuroscience of 1500 pages. You just chunk it down. You will need more hierarchy. Chunk down by parts, the parts by chapter, the chapter by subsections, by sections, sections by subsections, then by just one paragraph. It's very dense. It's just a sentence and whatever. You chunk this down. And with this, you keep the mind alert because it's just an atomic or very few information at a time. As a consequence, there's no overwhelm. You can always postpone if it's too difficult, too boring, or whatever. You cannot overwhelm an incremental reader. Something I have said to Wozniak, the creator, when I started sending him emails to him, is, hey, sorry if I am sending too much stuff at once or very with short period of times. And he always said, since the beginning, you cannot overwhelm an incremental reader because he will be using priorities and postponing and scheduling that reading. Structure review ensures critical details aren't lost. So what you haven't read today, you haven't understood or got today, you will do it next time, next iteration. That's it. Attention thrives when guided by clear priorities. That's why, as long as you prioritize well, your collection is well prioritized, you can interleave as much as you want and keep your attention for hours. You will be surprised when you achieve this state that, oh man, it's been 3 hours and I don't even need to rest. Oh my God. The end result, gradually, improvements in concentration and retention. Both. You will be more concentrated, more focused. You will have a better retention of what you do. Increased enjoyment of the reading and learning. It's like everything at the same time. And a stronger ability to adapt study strategies to your own memory and reasoning style. Your preference at the end of the day. When attention improves, curiosity and master follow. If you improve attention, curiosity will increase and mastery will also increase, will improve as well, as a side effect. So to wrap up, incremental reading protects focus by balancing challenge and manageability. It's just enough, difficult enough that you can do it. Challenging enough. If it's too boring, not for you. If it's too challenging, not for you, today, you will postpone it. Over time, it transforms how you learn, study, and retain information. Once you master incremental reading, you will only learn through incremental reading. The power, it's so dramatically powerful that there's no way I will go to a different method. So imagine you want to travel, and you have traveled by feet or by car, and you want to go to the nearby country. What you're going to choose? Going by feet or by car? The speed, the endurance, all of that, there's no way you can compare those, right? I know it's a silly analogy, but it's so powerful in every aspect, and the downsides that we will see, that the advantages, you have overcome the advantages already. So there's only victory possible. You can only win. So why using other methods? Then, be patient with the process. Attention blossoms through steady, deliberate practice. That's right. Not at the beginning. But once you achieve this flow state, the attention is there always. And in case, for whatever reason, it's too boring, you have been on that topic for a while or whatever, you are just not in the mood, we are people. Subjectively, that was fun yesterday, it will be fun tomorrow, but not today. Skip it. You will have this skill that to move on. It's non-incremental. With interruptions, you just play with those interruptions. That's it. So, that's how the overview of how incremental reading boosts attention. And this is best when you do it yourself and you experience it yourself with the anecdotal evidence that, oh shoot, I have been on the maximum focus for 3 hours, non-stop, no breaks. That's why when I see people in Reddit taking Pomodoros, well, depends what you do, but assuming it's the same you will do in SuperMemo, is why? I have interliving. I don't need Pomodoros. I don't need to rest. That's the power of incremental reading about attention. Let's continue the advantages of incremental reading. Now it's time for consolidation. So why continuous review matters? You know that in order to use SuperMemo to get something from it, you need to use it quite frequently. Doesn't have to be a lot of time, but it has to be quite frequent. So we must review what we learn in order to remember it. Reading an article in intervals naturally begins with memory consolidation. Learning without review is like writing in sand, soon washed away with time. Again, so poetic. And that's basically the idea. You will read, but as you read, it's forgotten very quickly. So it's like if nothing had happened almost. Then, let's compare the traditional approach against the incremental approach. So usually you read an article, the entire thing from top to bottom every time. Next time if you have forgotten, or oh yeah, this detail, it's vague, I don't recall, you will then locate that article and reread the key parts. That's inefficient in the long term. What's the incremental approach? You begin the memory consolidation as you read, because you start extracting crucial points, the most value first. Hey, I'm telling SuperMemo, I want this, I want that. Because I set a high priority, I'm telling SuperMemo, hey, I do care a lot about this. I don't care about this much. I do especially care about this thing. And then this will show up, depending on how important it is to me, it will show up sooner or later. And then I will decide, hey, I want to remember this by making a consolidation. That's all I do. That's the incremental approach. And the difference against traditional reading is that the memory consolidation starts as I read. Consolidation in the moment reduces repetition down the road. Exactly. You may think that incremental reading is slower, more taxing at the beginning, which could be true, but only at the very beginning. In the long term, it's the opposite. Incremental reading wins because you don't waste your time reading. Then, what's the process of incremental reading? Very high overview. You read an article in segments, so you chunk it down. You extract the most valuable knowledge in small chunks, even smaller chunks. And then you consolidate memory during intervals. Because since I do interrupt the reading, during this reading, I will sleep at night, right? And during sleep, I have memory consolidation. As easy as that. Then, small steps, big impact. Incremental reading ensures each moment counts. Or, as I will say, small victories, but permanent victories. What are the benefits of this pre-consolidation? Fewer repetitions needed later. So overall, in the long term, in your life, you'll have achieved the same thing with less effort, less repetitions, less time. Not just that, even more quality. Strong context ties the information together, yeah? And redundancy improves retention. Exactly. You may have seen the same thing in a slightly different wording or in a different perspective, but semantically it's the same idea, the same concept, so this reinforces memory. Then, when context and clarity merge, retention flourishes effortlessly. Why? Because if you have context and it's very clear, it will be easier to remember those facts. Therefore, memory retention, will increase, and even that with a less effort. I do less effort to memorize, to remember, and I remember more. Why? Because at the end of the day, the bottleneck in incremental reading is the formulation of knowledge. When you are very advanced, that you know how to do it, all of that, how you express yourself to have the key, to remember the key information, what you want to actually recall, that will be the bottleneck. It's the hardest skill to master if you ever master formation of knowledge. Then, closolations and Q&As. By the time you create closolations or question and answer items, you already consolidated memory. This is a big difference against Anki or other apps that they only have flashcards. You don't do the learning on that app. So you do copy pasting and adapt to create the flashcards, or you import flashcards from someone else, share decks, stuff like that. In SuperMemo, when you create the flashcard, which would be like this, now I created the flashcard, I already did this. This counts as the first repetition. I have already done the first repetition. It already has an interval. Unlike many apps like Anki, that though you just created the flashcard, that is a new flashcard with no interval. It's new. That doesn't exist in SuperMemo or in incremental reading. Because you create your own items, by the way. So when you create the item, even if it's a consolidation or a QA, you already consolidated memory. Each piece is rooted in understanding and context. That's why at the end of the day, you can afford longer first intervals in incremental reading. Then, a well-framed question can kindle both memory and meaning. That A, it's very good, very well formulated, that A, it's easy to understand, but at the same time, it will be easy to memorize, to remember. Then, gelling out knowledge. Incremental extraction slows down the learning process on purpose. That's why if I read a paper or I read a book incrementally, on the first go, I will go slower than if I read the same book linearly. Obviously. But this turns out that is a pro. It will be a con if you are in the school system and you have that many weeks to read that book. And you have a deadline, an exam, or assignment. But this is an artificial requirement. In your life, a human learning doesn't have this restriction, and therefore, no big deal. So at the end of the day, you will read the same book, but you will have acquired what you wanted to remember, and you would recall almost everything. That's a big difference. There will be no need to reread that book, unless you have skipped some sections that you didn't care, and for whatever reason in the future, oh, now I do care about this, that I skip, let me see it. But other than that, what you have read, what you have processed, no need to reread it ever in your life. Then, meaning and applicability deepen with each review. Exactly. So it's very crude or very green, let's say, and you reinforce this memory. And especially if you do things right, that, hey, you have some redundancy, you came across the same facts from a different perspective, different sources, and so on, and you are building these mental models, the big picture, incrementally, you will be deepen the meaning. And applicability. If you study nonsense, like I did many years ago, like 15 years ago, or 12 years ago, and there was no applicability. Not bro. I have been reviewing this in my space repetition app, was not SuperMemo. And I didn't apply that yet in 10 years. It only exists in my software. In real life, it's inapplicable. So it's not just the meaning that deepens, it's the applicability. Both at the same time. It's a killer. So as knowledge gels, insights arise, shaping information into wisdom or knowledge. Because at the end of the day, you want to translate the information that is out there to knowledge. Not just rote memorize information and that's it. That's the key difference. Most people think that, oh yeah, incremental thing. Oh yeah, it's just to memorize. If it's just rote memorization. Not the case. Then, multiple perspectives. Repetition in different contexts has associated power. So remember that redundancy doesn't contradict the minimum information principle. It's actually one of the rules in the 20 rules of formulation. See the same fact from varied angles reinforcing understanding. So it turns out it's actually a good thing. So you should, I have a flashback about that. Oh yeah, let me skip it. Not necessarily, because perhaps now I'm using jargon that I didn't use before. So it's the same fact, but more formal. I'm building the associative power of this jargon to more common language. As an example, diverse contexts form new pathways to the same understanding. You know the expression that all roads lead to Rome goes in that direction. Oh wow, no pun intended. So you can have multiple contexts that at the end of the day, they lead to the same understanding. It's the same fact in a very high level perspective. So to wrap up the video, the conclusions. Incremental reading merges extraction and consolidation, saving time and deepening comprehension. So you achieve both higher quality and less duration. So you go faster and do things in a more quality in the long term. It's a win-win. And a mindful approach to review fosters stronger, more versatile memory. So even more perks to do the same thing but just incrementally. With incremental reading, learning evolves from a single event into a journey of lasting discovery. Absolutely. It's not one-time event and that's it, or accumulation of one-time events, but it becomes a journey of lasting discovery. Again, poetic to wrap up what we have said. So that's everything about the advantages of consolidation for incremental reading. Let's continue the advantages of incremental reading. Now it's turn for the efficient prioritization. It's a very high-level perspective. No worries, I won't be into details how to do it in SuperMemo. Then we have the challenge. We have an information overload. We have more stuff to read than we can ever remember. Then incremental reading lets you set priorities for whatever you want to import. Articles, paragraphs, sentences, questions, tweets, books, textbooks, videos, podcasts, whatever you want. That can be processed with information. So, more poetically, in a sea of information, prioritization is the lifeboat that keeps knowledge afloat. Nice. So then we have the dynamic prioritization. You read the introduction, Then you decide if you want to read more or not. Oh, that's not what I thought, right? Based on the title, I assumed this, or who recommended me this, I trusted him. But okay, I then understand, but it's way too technical for math. Not my thing. So perhaps I will just postpone it. Postponing will modify the priority. Or I can just modify the priority directly. So what I do is that if the article is valuable, I will process it now. Or even if it's valuable, but I don't have the required knowledge, I will delete it, import it later, or I will just let it linger. So that, yeah, just go to the oblivion in my collection, and perhaps I will search for it in some years. As you read, you can continuously adjust priorities. At every single repetition, you should rethink the priority. Check the priority. Is this reflecting what it is? If not, take action. Priorities shift with new insights. Flexibility ensures no time is wasted. Sometimes I thought, hey, this is a very high priority. Let me put, let's say, 5%. But as I read, I discover some other stuff. And oh wow, it led me to other things that I didn't even knew the existence of it. Something I will not have searched. Now that I see it, this is even higher priority than what I wanted to read originally. So as a consequence, the original gets a lower priority. Even if I don't change it, just because I imported more stuff of higher priority in my collection, as a consequence, everything in the queue gets the positions down. Let's say I have 10. I import an 11th element, but it's the second one. That means that only the first will be untouched, and all of the others will shift one position down. So it's not just how I prioritize now this, is that prioritizing this, I'm also affecting others. Then, maximizing reading value. Important pieces of information receive deeper processing. You invest most of your time on high priority stuff. Material overflow or information overflow affects lower priority content more. Exactly. That I have more articles that, it's not that, let's say in the 50%, that I see that my priority protection is 50%. So I see half the collection, and half of the collection is perpetually postponed. No, it's uneven, a lot more uneven than that. So most of my material is being neglected because the priority is not enough. My time is limited. That doesn't mean it's something bad. It's the opposite. So I'm optimizing my time to get the most value possible from it because it's shorter than the time required to go through my entire collection. So the top priority items, flashcards, always get the attention they deserve. And the low priority items, they don't. So if you forget the low priority items, it is what it is, are the lowest priority items. When knowledge is weighted by value, the gold always rises to the top. Exactly. Then how priorities evolve. We have seen the priorities are dynamic already, but they also evolve with time. So priorities updates automatically when generating extracts from articles. Exactly. Or close deletions. So I'm signaling SuperMemo, hey, there's something in this article that I want to keep with an extract. So SuperMemo interprets this as, hey, let's increase the priority here. Behind the curtains. Then, if I make a close deletion, I'm signaling SuperMemo, hey, there's something that I want to remember from this extract. This also increases the priority. And the priority increase, it's different each time, depending on the actual priority. Meaning, the higher the priority, the less increase there is. There's a less margin to grow. If the starting priority is very low, the jump of the priority increase will tend to be higher. Then, delaying or advanced reading also affects the priority. If I postpone this, it will affect the priority. And if I do the opposite, which could be rare, that I advance the date, so to the future, to the most recent date, so I do the repetitions ahead of time, this will also affect the priority. Question and answers inherit priority from the parent extracts. Yeah, and consolidations. So when you create a consolidation with Ctrl-Z, inherits the priority of the parent. That's why, if you don't do priorities, you don't set the priorities, everything is random. So imagine, if I do a consolidation, I inherit the priority of the parent, and the parent shifts its priority at the same time, without me as a user setting any priority explicitly, which I can also do, by the way. So, information is alive. Its value matters with each discovery, reshaping our focus. Prioritization is key. If I had to choose one single skill in incremental reading, that will be priorities. If you neglect everything else and you only do priorities, it's the biggest win. Without priorities, there's no incremental reading. Then, tools for shifting focus. Multiple prioritization tools help handle major changes in learning goals. Always know your current focus in numbers. So could say I have this on record that, hey, my health concept group is from 0 to 65%, meaning that there's no single element in that concept group below 65% priority range. Even the least important material of that concept goes to 65. That's quite a lot, meaning my priority protection is less than 5%. So most of this range doesn't fall in my priority protection either. But just to let you know that almost a third of the collection, the lowest priority, there's nothing about health. Because for me, health is about being able to apply that in my life. So when your goals change, let your priorities move with them. Adaptation breeds mastery. And this is what I did as well. That, hey, I have been doing a lot of linguistics now. Then I realized that, okay, it could be pleasurable to go and deep that, but it doesn't help me with language learning at all, as I thought. Hey, let me deprioritize that, because now that's not my goal, because my goal is to learn a language, not linguistics. I will still keep linguistics, but much lower priority. And could be that I don't see, and this is what happens. In a year, I didn't see almost anything about linguistics. Golden knowledge. Incremental reading is about fishing for those essential golden nuggets of wisdom. The highest value first. And then the rest are diminishing returns. Dynamic, ongoing prioritization ensures nothing critical slips through. Yeah. So imagine you are a filter of golden nuggets, and since you're human, you may miss one there, one here and one there. But since it's dynamic and ongoing, if you miss it the first repetition, you will see it on the second. More or less, that's the idea, that most of the value is seen first. Could be that, oh wow, I overlooked this, or I thought that was not important, and happens to be a golden nugget in disguise, whatever. Most of the value first, then the missing returns. That's the idea. Sit through the information stream. Treasure awaits the patient and the prepared. Ah, so poetic. I like it. Keep in mind, all of these quotes are AI generated. So sometimes it's the first time that or second time that I read it. And sometimes I have done this non-incremental. So that has been sitting for a month. So I actually forgot the phrasing. So it's like novel for me. Sits through the information stream, and treasure awaits to the patient and the prepared. Oh, such a good way to put it. So as long as you do incremental reading with priorities, you just wait for fishing the golden nugget. That's it. And then you will push the trash, the dirt from the gold. How? Setting lower priorities. Conclusion to wrap up the video. Prioritization is the core to incremental reading's power. The core. Number one, there is nothing more important than priorities in incremental reading. By focusing on the most valuable information first, you get most By focusing on most valuable information first, you get the most out of your learning time. Exactly. You maximize that, hey, you have this limitation of time, you get the maximum value out of it, whatever that is. If you had more time, you will invest time on the more kind of diminishing returns already. Then, when knowledge is mined, refined, and prioritized, it shines as wisdom. Now is about the meticulousness. Spotlight on priorities, uncovering the hidden gems in incremental reading or learning. In incremental reading, you do chunks and even smaller chunks. So you can make an extract, and out of that extract, you make another extract. And you can deepen that as much as you want. So, well-prioritized information is served in a bite-sized portions, something that fits this screen. I will not need to scroll in this text area. And well-prioritized because each chunk I do will have a different priority. Not necessarily the same, or not the same, it's not possible in SuperMemo, but consecutive in the priority queue. This prioritization and chunking enables true focus on critical knowledge. What is highest value first? In smaller mouthfuls, knowledge reveals flavors often lost in the feast. It's such a good analogy that if I eat a lot super quickly, I won't have time to appreciate the taste, the flavor. But if I do it in smaller mouthfuls, I will. Then, the meticulous attention and creative discovery. By concentrating on the most important pieces for you, according to you and your priorities, you notice details otherwise overlooked. This is especially true. Many people have tutored for Wikipedia. It's almost universal. Everyone reads Wikipedia at some point, at some degree. But when you import Wikipedia in incremental reading and you process that incrementally, oh wow, you notice those details otherwise overlooked, and you can discover a lot more value from Wikipedia. It's not the panacea, but provides a lot of value. Careful attention sparks creative insights. Remember that the end goal of SuperMemo is not just memorization. Memorization is just a requirement for deep thinking, creativity, problem solving, you name it. Meticulous focus transforms the ordinary into breeding ground for brilliance or genius. It's that easy. Then the marriage of advantages. By prioritization guides you to top value content first. With attention, frees the mind to deeper, undistracted, stress-free. And by creativity, flourishes when fresh details come into view. So everything this together, you get meticulousness. So with this combined, you achieve meticulousness of what you want. And what is not that high priority, it will be more like an overview, more on the surface level. When priority meets focus, creativity thrives in the space they create. Exactly. That's why, once again, priorities are key. With no priorities, there's many things you're not going to get in incremental learning. I'm masking the hidden. In massive learning load and information overload, critical insights can go unnoticed. You have golden nuggets in your collection that are overlooked because of the crowded. Prioritization ensures rare gems rise on the surface, and this makes it easier to spot. So in the din of information, only the best filtered signals truly shine. Again, more poetically. And we could use the same analogy with Minecraft. You have a ton, an island, a mass land, thousands or millions of blocks. But the ones you care, you want the filters. So you only want to see gold, iron, emeralds, diamonds, those rare gems, right? On the massive land of blocks. So if you don't do anything, it will be unnoticed. You know it's underground, but where exactly underground? I don't know. If you prioritize, you will know where are those. It will be very hard to go unnoticed. So to wrap up this video, a well-prioritized stream of knowledge reveals new angles and hidden details. Because sometimes it's not just new knowledge, it's a different perspective, a different layer, point of view of the same knowledge. This is valuable already. And then the details makes a difference, especially when you are digging down on a field, like a PhD level, let's say. Fusing prioritization, attention, and creativity leads to deeper discovery and richer understanding. And that's the key. Because with incremental reading, again, the point is not memorizing. It's just a prerequisite. You will have better and deeper understanding. And with the better understanding, you will reach better ideas, better problem solving, and so on. So by refining what we learn, we uncover the insights that truly matter. And that's a skill. You have a lot of information. Not all of the information is relevant. So to prioritize, at the end of the day, you will achieve getting knowledge from the information that is relevant for you. What truly matters. And you will maximize the creativity, problem solving, attention, everything. It's a victory. Once you achieve victory of one dimension, it's just a matter of time that you will achieve a victory in all dimensions. As long as you use incremental reading well, how it's meant to be used. And that's the course for incremental reading. So now it's about training. Mastering learning skills through incremental reading. So we know that incremental reading develops vital learning skills through constant practice, because incremental reading needs consistency. If you don't use it every day or often enough, let's say close to every day, it won't be useful. But because of this constant practice, you develop skills, and more in the soft skills, opposite of hard. If you want things well done, do them often. Good introduction. First skill is recognizing suitable text. Not everything is friendly for incremental reading. You will quickly identify high quality versus fluff content, and you will realize that most of the books have a lot of fluff. That 200 pages book could be, 40 and provide the same value. Or some blog posts that there's a lot of bluff because they want to insert ads, but most of the value is at the very end or at the very bottom. Then, an expert incremental reader, expert pattern recognition grows as you preview and prioritize more articles. It's just based on experience. That, hey, I have seen this pattern before, or even perhaps I'm not even conscious of this pattern. It's just subconscious. My brain does the job already. That, oh yeah, I don't know what this is going, it's like a filler that I need to read the other paragraph. I noticed, for instance, this week, I wanted to read something about the Squid Game, the second season. What's the author? What's the one of the actors, top, that has been out of the screen for many years? Oh, for this reason, for drugs, Is go to the point, bro. I don't care about his past, what he did, the military service. Go to the point. You made the title for that, right? But they want you to go through that so they can show you the ads. It's one example that, hey, there's a lot of bluff. Then, experience refines the eye that spots knowledge worth keeping. Now, sometimes I still have some posts like that, even though I'm aware that it's just one item worth. Everything else is bluff. I'll have to discard a lot. Let's say that I have a lot of words, but only one gem. So the density is very low. Another skill through training, using incremental reading often, is formulating knowledge. Efficiently created items can reduce your review workload by a factor of 10 or even 100. Depends how bad you start. And poorly formulated items become time-wasting leeches that you review more and more and more. There's a percentage, I think I could recall, I haven't created a flashcard for that 50% of your time will be on the 5% of your collection of what's harder to remember. But the point here is that based on your own experience, you will see that what you're leeching, the flashcards, you're failing, is because they're not well formulated. And then you will see, hey, this works, this doesn't. Or at least for me. This way of asking question doesn't work for me. Short term, it does. When I have a long interval, then is, what am I even asking in this close relation? I don't get it. This kind of thing. So with training, you will improve the skill of formulating knowledge. A well-formed item is a golden key. Effortless to recall. Priceless to retain. And remember that long-term, an expert incremental reader, the bottleneck is the formulation of knowledge. The retention rate, all of those metrics, they will be superseded by the formulation of knowledge. Meaning that what needs to improve in order to improve the retention will be the formulation of knowledge. Not the timing of the repetition, all of that, it's already very close to the optimal. Another skill through practice is mnemonic skills. Each attempt to remember something builds your memory muscle. Something I did, even before I started with this incremental reading, I did mnemonics to remember the Japanese kanji, the characters from the Chinese. Sooner or later I realized that the more stories I did, the more mnemonics I did, the easier it become to make new ones. That I have to use this word, this other word, and make a story out of that. That uses all of the words. And is as simple and atomic as possible. Later I realized that it become easier because it's a skill. And through practice, you make patterns and then it's, oh yeah, I made this mnemonic, it makes sense. It's very forced, but it uses the keywords. But based on my own experience, I know this is hard. I will be prone to forget. It's not a good candidate for a mnemonic. This is through practice. Because mnemonic abilities improve through daily practice, or often, not necessarily daily, with each new item you learn. It's anecdotal evidence. For me, this worked. For me, this didn't. And this could be anecdotal evidence of some months or years. In my case, I have more than 15 years of evidence. So I can tell myself, this is going to work short term. It's what I want, because I have an exam. Let's do it. In my case, it's not. I want a long term. So the more you use it, the more chances you have to learn from your own mistakes, basically. But that doesn't mean just because you accumulate experience, you will be an expert in a good quality. Not necessarily. Then, memory grows robust where it is challenged often. Makes total sense. Then, speed reading with safety nets. Incremental reading supports rapid skimming without fear of missing key details. Yes, because even if I skim, I actually scan because I want to assess the value, even if it's heuristically, I assess some value. This is worth, okay, let's keep it. And if I keep it, which degree, which priority range do I choose? And I don't have the fear of missing the details because I will see this anytime in the future, in the next repetition. because all of the reading, all of the learning process is being scheduled, unlike other software or other methods that it's not. And then keyboard shortcuts and quick saccades accelerate your reading rate. This is very fancy. Saccades, this is the rapid movement of the eyes. So when you do this, when you're reading, that's a saccade movement. And keyboard shortcuts is like making everything as quick as possible. So I know that if I right click, I go to the text, but that's time consuming. I can do this with one stroke. And with Auto Hotkey, you can take this to the next level and have most of the things in one keystroke. In my case, I don't know the number, but I can tell you I have more than 400 extra key bindings for SuperMemo. For my convenience, everything that is high yield, or I consider high yield, I want to do it in one single action. No menus. And also depends how you use SuperMemo. That's why I don't use most of the screen, because I want the saccade to be optimal, my eye movement. So with this, skim boldly. No vital knowledge is ever truly lost in incremental reading. Because if I miss it today, I know that this eventually I will get it again. It's just a matter of it will be a later iteration, but it will be there. The only thing I can lose if I straight delete the element with just skimming it. Semantic mastery, that's very high level. Language skills strengthen with every close deletion, every rewording, rephrasing, every refined phrase. Especially true, even if you are a native, by the way. In my case, it's been kind of a special because I have done this twice already. I started with my native language, the one I was more comfortable with, and that I had exams on. Critical factor, that was Catalan. Then I used it for Spanish because I had exams in Spanish, or most of the sources I was reading were in Spanish, because I had broken English back then. And Catalan was way too niche. So I did all of the flashcards in one language, Catalan, then I transitioned to Spanish, and then I transitioned to English. And doing flashcards with a second language, or even more than that, a language you learn later in life, has pros and cons, more cons, basically. But that's like a side effect, because the language is very important for incremental reading. So if I used English from day one, by the way, I used English as a vehicular language, lingua franca, I have improved English. Not in all domains, but in the domains that I use on my own. So how I write for my future self in a spaced repetition or incremental reading. I notice that something that is out of my domain and I want to tweet is, oh shit, this legalist thing, no idea. Or this, no. Ingredients, how to cook something is no idea in English. I never had the chance to reference to those ingredients in English in my life because I never used them, not eat them or whatever. That's a good example. Then quick parsing of grammar and semantics becomes second nature. And that is especially true for English because what's more different is the grammar. At least for me, that hey, the order is the opposite or something, or the conditionals is not that obvious as a second language learner. And making so many flashcards and reading so much stuff, you make this, the quick parsing that, oh yeah, just based on this, I know the precise nuisance I'm asking in this question. Master the puzzle of language, and every sentence becomes crystal clear. And there's never ending. So even if I have told in some videos of mine that I no longer do language learning in SuperMemo, it's not, let's say that it's not the intensity, it's still there. I'm still learning new words, or words in a different use every day, because of what I'm reading in incremental reading. So for English, that is my lingua franca, I will never stop learning and improving English. Prioritization skills. That's what you get from training. And I would say, I will venture to state that is the skill it will take the most. It will take the longest. You will see more progress, how you improve your, what we have seen, your mnemonics, quickly scan or skimming, recognizing suitable texts. But until you don't see that you are prioritizing well, it will take years. Years of daily use, believe me. Grasping what is gold versus garbage knowledge prevents overload. But yeah, what about what is gold, silver, bronze, copper? They are priority ranges. It's not just black and white. So what's the difference between 0.8, 3.6, or 2.5 in my collection? It's not the same. What truly deserves out of these three priorities takes a lot of practice. And this number is not absolute. Depends on the size of my collection, and the size of the collection is growing. So I can respond now the feeling I have today. But the feeling I had half a year, that I had 10,000 elements less, now I'm not sure anymore. You know, there's a very quick example. Currency. I live in Spain, so I'm old enough that before the euro, we had peseta. And my brain was used to that currency. How is this? 1,000. It was very low. 166 times less than the euro. And when you go crazy, like buildings, houses, apartments, like, yeah, how many millions? You talk with them, a very large number. And with euros, took a while, but now I'm used of thinking in euros. But it's like the dollar, slightly more expensive. So the quantity is even lower than in American dollars. Same thing with priorities. Oh, now the priorities are in dollar. Oh, now the priorities are in peseta. But now imagine this, that instead of this big jump of 166, it's a lot discrete. I have like many tens or even hundreds of different currencies in between. And I'm changing how to think in that currency. Why? Because my collection keeps growing. So I start thinking in dollars, 2, 3, something very low, and 100 will be the entire collection. And then I think in pesetas, which will be hundreds of thousands. It's the same value, but expressed in a lower currency. So just because I have more elements, each element represents a lower chunk of the priority queue. 1 every 100,000. So 0.00001, whatever that is. It's a good example. Then is, hey, this is gold, this is the euro. No, this could be, I don't know, the Danish krone, something in between. Then the Japanese yen. Or no, this could be the Korean won, that is very low value. And I will speak in, so 1,000 euro, 1,000 won is still cents of euro. It's not even the single unit. I think you get my point. So, gold and garbage, the opposites, but all of the layers in between. This will take years to do. And even myself can improve my prioritization. Awareness of your brain limits keeps you from drawing in low value details. Exactly. I know my capacity is limited, my time is limited, but if I had enough time, even though my brain has a limited capacity of learning each day. So therefore, I don't want to feed garbage. I want good quality. So I get the most out of what I can get. When knowledge is infinite, true wisdom lies in choosing what to learn. Exactly. It's not infinite, but it tends. The volume is massive. I will need to live thousands of lifetimes, and every time I will be in a margin coverage, because the more I live, the more the knowledge there will be. So I cannot finish. I cannot know all of knowledge available in real life. What they can do is to choose wisely. I will become a genius based on my decisions. You say, if I have chosen to remember random trivia, that's what they get. Adding on SuperMemo proficiency. This is more to the tool. SuperMemo is powerful but complex. Mastery takes time and practice. Not that much, to be honest. If I compare the tool and the method, SuperMemo can be mastered in 40 hours. Easy. So all of the hundreds of videos I have, the menus, the buttons, all of that, the hard skills, that's easy. Easy. The soft skills are easy to understand, are much easier to understand, but a lot harder to master. Require a lot of practice, a lot of repetitions, iterations, and all of that. Then, as we have said before, keyboard and shortcuts and editing tricks enable lightning fast knowledge processing. You may have seen from Master How to Learn, editing at the speed of thinking, at the speed of thought. It makes a good slogan, but that's not right. Because, for instance, I cannot even speak at the speed I think. It's much slower. But you get the point. That the physical medium doesn't impede you, doesn't make you slower. A well-honored tool in a skilled hands carves out knowledge at double the speed. It's like, not necessarily double, but it's the phrasing that if it was me, but then you erase from my memory all of the key bindings and all of the scripts I do, and I use the vanilla SuperMemo, only using the menus, all of that, I will achieve the same thing, the same knowledge, but much slower. It goes in that direction. So the more you use SuperMemo, the more proficient you will be with it, and the quicker you will get things done through menus and key bindings. So to wrap up about the training with incremental reading. Massive incremental reading hones a suite of crucial learning skills. And that's the most valuable. That's why SuperMemo users who, after some years, they give up, they cannot tolerate the friction for whatever reason, they have enough, they move on. As long as they have acquired the skills, it's a win situation. You give up the tool, and the tool you use is not that incremental reading, it's not a substitute for incremental reading. You're losing priorities, you're making a sacrifice at some degree. But what's important is that that user has now the skills. And the skill to transfer. Are agnostic to the tool, are for the method, the flow of incremental reading. And with this, it's not possible. If you're struggling to get the skills, if you struggle to get the skills, for whatever reason, there are many to mention, just get tutoring if you want. That's what I will consider. That is what I would have done to myself 15 years ago. I'm valuable. By the way, I do offer tutoring myself. Repetition of those skills daily leads to deeper mastery and higher efficiency. Exactly. But wait, I also know people that just sticks to the basics. And some, what I could consider quite core feature, they never use it. They just do click on next, learn, consolidation, or extract, apply done. They don't do concepts, they don't do nothing. So also, I want to point that not because you put effort and time, you will get to high efficiency in all cases. It's not something automatic. It's a requisite. Success in learning is not a single act, but a habit cultivated through daily practice. That is gold. It's not that I do something. Hey, I succeeded. Yo! No. It's through a practice, a habit, and this habit, the accumulation of many instances of that habit, will make the success. Many iterations of forgetting, reformulating, reprioritization, all of that will make you a success in learning. Hope it's clear enough. That's all for now. Remember, the best single act you can do is to get SuperMemo for incremental reading. The biggest contributor. Once you start, because if you're watching this video, you're following the course, you want to get incremental reading properly done. So I can help you as much as I can, share all my expertise, but there's a substitute for your daily practice. You need to use it daily or often enough. And if you struggle, you can get help from myself. Let's continue with one other advantage of incremental reading, and that is the knowledge database. You can search your own collection first before you search Google or somewhere else. So there's a new way to research. Before going to Google, hey, I have a curated collection of what I have been reading and what I decided to remember. And the longer I use SuperMemo, the more useful that is. That, hey, I have a staff of the last 5 years of what I have read and processed and decided to remember. And if I use it for 15 years, look at that, the last 15 years, massive. So results may be fewer, that's guaranteed, but highly relevant for you. Because if it's in your collection, it's for, at some point, it was of your interest. This goes in consonance, I have a video on that, of your own private search space. Feel free to check it, it's a lot more in depth. Then, a curated knowledge base reflects not the world noise, but the mind's focus. It's the information out there that you got from many sources, and how your mind processes that information and convert it into knowledge. That's the difference. Then, this focused information, every result, become material that you already plan to learn. I can search something that could be in my pending here, like this. It's, oh yeah, now I'm to leadership and cognitive theory, behaviorism, some of that. And I do a search and I come across this that, hey, that was already my collection. In this case, it's totally unprocessed. So, I don't know, but here was something that sparked my interest. That's why I imported that last summer. Or could be here that, hey, here I have something. Dialogue. Oi, I still have done. Hey, the Socratic dialogue. And now, makes more sense because now I can use the Socratic method with AI. So I already discovered this through search. And hey, let me see what I have about the Socratic dialogue in my collection. That appears in whatever else. So dialogue learning makes sense in Plato, that's the original. Meno, also from Greek. Aristotle in ethics. And what is this? Game semantic? And this is from the Game Semantics, the article. So I do this search. And hey, now this that I imported, about a year ago, now this sparks my interest again. But I haven't searched this in Google, that I will have tons of information that is not relevant necessarily for me. This sparked my interest already, and at some degree before I have learned that. I just started, I was in the middle, so in the incrementalism, or perhaps could be the case that I finished and I only have the flashcards, folders and flashcards is fully processed. This ensures context and priority align with your needs. Then in my case, what I will go is, hey, now that this is new, once again, is, hey, let me increase the priority. And put a very high priority now. So at the end of today, I will have fewer distractions and higher relevance. Because it's already a curated search. Now imagine that my collection has, let me see. In my case, I have about 7,000 elements like that. Imagine that I have imported a lot of stuff from many years and processed or have cooked. I could search 50,000 sources. Imagine that. Everything that I came across, Twitter, that someone recommended, that I seen in Reddit, everything that I see, watch later in YouTube, read later. I could search through that. Imagine that. That's why one of the advantages of incremental reading is that it serves as a knowledge database. So doing the search and review, you can refine and update items, yeah, or reprioritize. The process cuts down on feature reading and relearning. More efficient, more productive. Fun and rewarding. Exploring your personal collection can be surprisingly enjoyable. Absolutely. I remember one software in Linux, Amarok, for music. And I remember their slogan is rediscover your music. And that sparked my interest. What do you mean by that? You just play files, sound files. What about it? No, it's because you had the library with information, metadata, and you could rediscover something that, oh yeah, it was in your collection and you forget about that. It's, oh yeah, this piece of music that I liked and I even forgot about it with time. Same idea. That, oh wow, I had this that I had no clue. I didn't even know which priority to set. I could not assess the value, so it was very low. And now that I see it, oh wow, Socratic dialogue, oh wow, da da da. And sometimes it's, oh shoot, it has been 3 years sitting in my collection, and now I regret it. It would have been awesome to jam into the repetition on the day of import. So you can discover hidden gems or notes you forgot you had. So it's not that you forgot the thing, that, oh, I lapsed it. It's that you even forgot you had it. Sometimes it's, oh yeah, I forgot about that, but I know I created a flashcard that will be very low priority that I am neglecting, or topics, da da da. Sometimes it's, oh really? I had this in my collection? So if you ask me if I had the Socratic discourse in my collection, I would have told you, oh, not really. So, every refinement step brings you closer to mastery. Conclusion, to wrap up the video. Searching your collection first offers focused, relevant information. You can always ask AI now, or Google things, but perhaps you want to first search in your collection to see, hey, perhaps I have read something that it was in the different perspective that included that thing. And you start with some links you have formed, some knowledge you already have, of some material, learning material you are in the process of learning. It's a time saver and naturally enhances your long-term learning process. Absolutely. When your knowledge library grows, it becomes your first source of truth. That's called first source of truth for yourself, based on your belief systems and all of that, your preferences and so on. This is catered to yourself. No Google or AI can do that. Unless the AI can read your entire collection and understand the priorities of every single piece in your collection. When this comes, it will be a great day to be alive. But for now, it's just you. So now there's one advantage, not of incremental reading, but of SuperMemo. SuperMemo as an all-encompassing media archive. Because SuperMemo is a tool for learning, it's meant for learning, but you can use the features and the incrementalism features for something unrelated to learning, by the way. Let's dig into that. As an all-encompassing media archive, you have all-in-one. So let's go. You can transform your archive because SuperMemo can house more than just text. Actually, whatever. Not just sound, so you can have pictures, photos, audio files, music, podcast, recordings, and so on, and scanned documents or whatever. It can be exactly anything. PDF files, PowerPoints, you name it. It will be on the binary component, but it's in your collection. It can also be just linked, so the document is on whatever place in your computer, or goes to your Elements folder, becomes part of your collection. So a central archive turns dusty memorabilia into living memories. The idea is that, hey, imagine every file you have downloaded, every file you have created and edited, it's there. And you could search through that history. So everything will be on the same place. That's the idea of only one archive. Then in SuperMemo, that's atrocious because it's very rudimentary. So it's not a good place to have this flow to catalog images because many image files are not supported, especially the modern. Same for videos, same for sounds. So it's not the best experience. But the idea is that it's possible to do. You can do incremental processing of media. Like, hey, I have a ton of images from the travel I did and all of that on family gatherings. Let me catalog this. Let me tag and classify the photos for albums. I can do this incrementally with SuperMemo. You can annotate photos, the captions, gradually fill the gaps in the knowledge about people that, oh, who is that person? Oh, it's a very long family member that I have only seen twice in my life, stuff like that. This systematic approach enriches both your archive and your memory. That's a different thing, because usually when you use SuperMemo for incremental reading, it's about your memory, it's about your brain. You don't care what's in your collection, because it's a learning app. But that's a different flow, and that's why it's not incremental reading. It's SuperMemo. Actually speaking, it's SuperMemo. Then, you can annotate all photographs in small intervals, incrementally. Compare photos that, oh, this guy, how it aged, it gained weight, it lost weight, whatever. And this, as a consequence, it will make everything vivid. It's like not that, oh yeah, I see the photos, kind of forgot about that. Now that I see it, I do remember. But I was not able to recall that with free recall. So as a consequence, you have most of those events very easy to recall, easy to retrieve. You are more aware of that. Every phase tells a story, and incremental visits and incremental revisits keeps those stories alive. Absolutely. What about for video? What about for audio or music? You can have a collection type of jukebox. It's not a mode, no worries. It's just qualitatively, you use SuperMemo just to schedule tracks, soundtracks, and replay them based on the importance or your enjoyment. So imagine having a jukebox that is based on SuperMemo priorities. So the next track that it will be played, when you play next, you schedule when that will be, and if you have an overflow, it will go by priorities. So avoid boredom by letting forgetting rekindle the joy of discovery. Music heard at the right interval revives nostalgia and wonder. Sometimes this happened by pure serendipity, that a car was playing that music, and it's a music that perhaps the track is 15 years old, is not that mainstream. It's really hard to find people listening to that music. So it's unlikely this event to happen. But you can do this on purpose, systematically, with SuperMemo. Then, why incremental media beats simple sorting? Ordinary media ordinary media players let you sort by file name, date, artist, or some metadata, and that's it. With incremental scheduling, you can target the sweet spot for your review. That will be your own priority. How you set the priorities. Often enough to stay fresh, and not so often it becomes stale. Forgetting is part of the magic. Revisiting at just the right time restores the delight. So the difference is that you don't revisit this just before you are about to forget, because you want to keep this in the long-term memory. You do it in the right time that, oh, now I can experience again the nostalgia. I have some music like this. It's not the point of this video, but in short, I have a folder with music that there are tracks that are triggering. They're triggering something good or something bad, something that I have attached. a point in my life when I was heartbroken, whatever, that hey, for this music is triggering those memories, or those memories were playing that song at that time. So there's that actual relationship physically, not attributed. There are some kind of things. There's a song that the more you hear it, the stronger the effect it gets. And there's another one that it's losing its effect. The more you play it, the weaker it becomes. When it's attributed, this attribution becomes weaker and weaker and weaker. Or the capacity to trigger that state of mind, it becomes harder. So what you could do instead, especially for those cases, it's using SuperMemo. I want to schedule the repetitions to maximize this experience, and since I know that each repetition will become weaker, the effect I want becomes weaker, I minimize that. I don't waste some repetitions. That I will weaken the effect at not much benefit. So more or less, this is how it goes. And then, benefits of incremental archiving. Consolidates all media in one place. Exactly. And this is because you will use a dedicated collection. So jukebox, all of the sound files and music I have in one single collection. So you can also search, prioritize, all of that. Then, this ensures nothing gets forgotten or neglected. Exactly. If you have multiple collections, through this, sooner or later you will neglect one of the collections, or more. Revisits happen just in time, boosting the enjoyment and the retention. So it's when you have forgotten again, even if you had a reminder of your wedding or something, if you were not old enough for this, something in the childhood, yeah, I know that, I have revisited that, but again, I'm losing details. I'm forgetting the details. So when I have forgotten enough, not completely, just enough, I can revisit that memory again and to have this boost that, oh, I didn't remember this, you have this positive effect of nostalgia. You review that too soon, you will lose that effect because you still remember those details. And the details you forget could be different each time. This is just one of the examples. And it could be meta because it could be writing. Drawings you have done years ago, or writings you have done years ago, or even videos myself, videos I recorded many years ago. Like, I think the oldest I have is about 16 years ago. And I see myself with a beard, much younger, more fit, with a different voice even. But hey, this feels something, right? I want to keep that and revisit this eventually. Or even videos I have online, it will be actually easier because they are actually online. But usually, this is meant to private stuff. Then, when everything is in one place, your memories and media thrive together. Poetically, exactly. So the conclusion is that SuperMemo unites archiving, learning, entertainment in a single incremental managed flow. Well, yes, but you will have different collections. You'll have one collection for the archiving of the personal images, all of that. You won't want to have this in the same collection of your learning. But in the perspective of flow, yes, it's on the same flow. You will just click Ctrl O to switch collections in a split second. Engage with your photos, audio, or documents, and a schedule that optimizes both fun and long-term memory. This is what Piotr Wozniak does himself. Preserve the past, enrich the present, and enjoy rediscovery in one interval at a time. Rediscovery in the future. You already discovered that. It will be a rediscover. But fun fact is because for you it's personal, has something. It's your doctor, it's your parent, it's your significant other, whatever, depends on your age. Something will be of greater value in your life. even if you repeat this, still has some value. You keep rediscovering, and you keep forgetting. Unless you will do spaced repetition on your own life and your images and so on, and you do spaced repetition on that, you will forget details. Even if for you it's a very precious memory, you'll remember the fact, but the details will fade away with time. That's something beautiful. You can revisit that. And I did it. Not exactly with SuperMemo like this in a very systematic way, but I have a copy in backups in Google Drive and so on, and I revisit those images that for me are key, and oh man, it's wonderful. So remember, SuperMemo as one all-encompassing media archive for your life. You can revisit anytime, and you can use incrementalism to your advantage, and priorities also to your advantage. The only downside is that SuperMemo is not the best in the sense of compatibility with media files. Now it's time for the fun factor in incremental reading. So skills and practice. We have basic tools. You learn the fundamental steps of incremental reading, just the basics, to start with the flow. Then the knowledge presentation is how you master how you define and structure the content. The knowledge formulation, Then the heavy load practice. You spend some months deeply immersed to develop your personal style. Because remember that once you master incremental reading, you become an artist. You need some knowledge, some degree of proficiency with the tool and the method to find your own style. And then you'll have a collection growth. As you keep using SuperMemo, larger collections magnify the fun and the utility of learning. If I only start the collection, there's not much I can do of linking on, oh yeah, this thing, oh yeah, this is our concept. No, it's almost empty, right? So when you have used incremental reading for a while, and you have been imported and processed quite a lot of articles, is when you have enough to experience the full-fledged fun with incremental reading. So the skill grows in tandem with curiosity. Together, they spark the life of learning. Exactly. You can have fun from day one, obviously, but it will grow, so not to the best extent from day one, because of the collection. And with your collection, hopefully, your skill will also grow. This course is meant for that. Then, essential requirements. You know language proficiency because it's imperative. Formulation of knowledge requires is like built on top of the language. So you need a lot of good grasp on grammar to catch the nuances of this question and this statement and vocabulary. Then touch typing speeds up the reading, editing, note-taking process, and all of that. Let's see how you interact with the computer, to put it in a few words, so you can go quicker. And patience. At times, SuperMemo best practices defy your initial instincts, or could I say, your common sense. Not your common sense, the common sense of any human. That SuperMemo, and that is not incremental reading, it's SuperMemo, that is what is implemented this weird way. Patience paves the way for your insight. Your mind blossoms when you let it learn at your own pace. Remember, we have seen already, in incremental reading, you put your own speed, your own pace. So when you find your steady state, eventually, is when you will have, your mind will blossom. And at this place is when you also will have lots of fun, because you don't have any overload, any worry about the overload, or I don't understand this thing, stuff like that. Stresslessness. What about novelty and repetition? That's a big deal. So you know that traditional spaced repetition can feel monotonous, right? It's review this, review, repetition, repetition, repetition. Yeah, it's a third repetition. I have seen this item already twice. Yeah, it's this lack of novelty. will kill the boredom, right? They are already built on having on the collection. I have seen those twice, 3 times or more. This takes a toll. But incremental reading waves new material into your daily learning, boosting fun engagement. So even if I have, let's say, 30 old items, that's nothing new, nothing new, nothing new, nothing new. Like it would happen in Anki, because in Anki you only have flashcards. In incremental reading, it's okay, you will find one, but then it's something new. Then in passive review, it's something to read, another new, the first repetition of an item, something to read, an old item. So this interleaving feels a lot less monotonous. Even if at the end of the session, let's say that the third you have done have been old items, let's say. So monotony fades when discovery takes center stage. Especially if you feel that if you prioritize well, and those new items that you're creating, or those new topics, extracts perhaps, that they are coming to your queue, and you see them, is sparking a lot of interest and a lot of reward. Then I don't care if in between I have some items that I have seen already, but it's just for the sake of keeping this to my long-term memory. Not absolutely everything, it's novel, but what's novel, it's so high rewarding that if I have something that lived, it's not a big deal. I'm still having fun. And while I do those reviews of all material, I'm doing something that is actually required. That is the interruption. So it's a win-win. It's a win-win. Then, rich multisensory experience. You can import graphics, audio, video, and enhance the learning process to make it more eye candy, let's say. And mix formats to keep things fresh and curious. When learning engages all senses, knowledge takes deeper root. Yeah, that is very personal. I'm one of the people who I don't need that many images. So just with my brain, when it triggers those memories and ideas, I'm on heaven already. So the images I use is more functional rather than eye candy. Even though sometimes I actually do eye candy anyways. But not that much on SuperMemo. Then, risk of addiction. You may find yourself saying, I don't read books anymore. I do incremental reading. Yes, it's what I do. It's what I say. It's what I have been saying, actually. I don't read books anymore, just some fractions of books. That's it. This is not necessarily bad if you keep it a balance with your other life priorities. Exactly. Is that, hey, bro, I use incremental reading, but I also read outside of SuperMemo. I read, I don't know, a fictional book or whatever. Or the new. In my case, I don't. But in my case, I read news, blog posts, tweets outside of SuperMemo. Then when passion meets structure, even daily study becomes an irresistible delight. And this is what happens, that, oh man, it's whatever time now, oh, it's 3 a.m., I need to work. Oh shoot, I want to continue. I want more incremental reading. It's so pleasurable that it's irresistible. Sometimes I did this addiction that supposedly with my girlfriend we needed to go to buy whatever. Yeah, but now I prefer continue or do the session because, I have been working. I have postponed the session against my will, let's say. And I don't want to wait. I want to do it now. So let me prioritize the session over whatever my girlfriend wanted to do. This kind of thing. That is when you can say that, hey, if you are putting your session on top of your thing with your girlfriend, is when it's kind of addiction, right? That hey, you are over prioritizing this thing. It's not the end of the world if you don't incrementally read today. Goes in that direction. Conclusion. Incremental learning is fun because it blends novelty, productivity, and creativity. And it's something that you read about what you want. You learn about what you want. It's self-directed. Practice the fundamentals, develop key skills, and relish the steady sense of progress. Even though at the end of the day, it's really hard in self-directed learning to measure progress. So I can tell you how many items I have, how many items I have memorized, all of that. But how much do I learn? I cannot put numbers on that because there's the curriculum. So sometimes it's very hard to tell progress that, yeah, I progressed atomically in 1200 different places. On this and that and that, very scattered all over the place. But yeah, I cannot say that I progressed in math or in physics or in chemistry, even though I have done something on those domains, if you get my point. Because it's very atomic and scattered all over the place. Then, harness multimedia and variety to keep learning compelling. Again, depends on you. The more, let's say, high level, in the sense of the most abstract it is, the less requirement for eye candy media. More or less I could simplify it like that. If it's something more concrete, you are like, I don't know, into rocks and precious stones, you may want to use a lot of images because it's something already very concrete that exists and so on. But if it's very meta, usually I will have to rely on AI to kind of represent this very abstract idea. So it's actually the polar opposite. So it depends on what you like. The more concrete is what you like, the more media you can do for compelling your learning. Then, with incremental learning, every day holds the promise of a new discovery. Exactly. Unless you do a subset of items that have a few repetitions already, and you force that situation, you will see something new. So if you follow your sorting criteria, it's very likely that you will find something new every single day, even if you just use SuperMemo for 10 minutes a day. That's the beauty. And that's why incremental reading is so fun. If incremental reading is not fun for you, it's because perhaps you're using for the school system. Easy explanation. You're not doing what you want. You're violating your land drive. Even though that's not the point of this video, there are more to talk about that. Now it's time for the generalization, the bridge from facts to expertise. What makes an expert? So you think that an expert is someone who has a lot of experience. But then, not just because you accumulate a lot of experience, you become an expert. Meaning that an expert has some degree of expertise, do things right, or efficient. By accumulating experience, not necessarily. So experts possess enormous knowledge in their field. And, more importantly, experts are great generalizators on their field. Outside of their field, no, that's not applicable. So in the sea of facts becomes an ocean of wisdom when guided by insight. So what happens, let's say in my case, it will be very meta and it will be SuperMemo. So I am an expert in SuperMemo and in incremental reading. So therefore, I possess an enormous knowledge in the field of SuperMemo. And consequently, I have a great capacity to make generalizations in SuperMemo. Because the mental models are crystal clear for me. What about quantity to quality? Generalization converts large amounts of disjoint knowledge into highly useful expertise. Exactly. That's why if you only cram, you will not get there. Not because you have crammed many hours in your life, you will be an expert. Necessarily. Okay. So then, you have a lot of knowledge here and there in different places, different sources, articles. In the case of SuperMemo, will be a lot more limited because the sources most likely come from one SuperMemo Wikipedia page or web page or an article or from some users. Some blogs or discussions in the community, and there's not that much variety in this case. So the field I have chosen perhaps is not the best case, but you get what I mean. if it's mathematics or whatever. Then, generalization converts a lot of noise from disjoint knowledge here and there and makes highly useful expertise. Something that makes sense, it's simple, and it's applicable. Then, sometimes experts can immediately explain how they know something. Experience has trained their intuition. Exactly. It's like a pattern that, hey, I have seen this thing again already. Or something that is, I will classify as the same thing, even though it's something slightly different, it follows this pattern, or this thing, this reason. Like when I see a new person who hires me as a tutor, is, yeah, this kind of profile I have seen. Obviously, it won't be the same. Everyone is unique. But, oh yeah, the person who has tried SuperMemo, off and on, tried, and give up even five times, and so on, but really wants to do incremental reading because perceives the value. But it always gives up because of the degree of difficulty, the learning curve, the friction, all of that. So I put that, it's an example of one profile. Oh yeah, this is different, this thing, or na, but you know what I mean. And sometimes I cannot tell you why I know that. Not yet. We'll know why. Then we will explain how this better later on. Then, generalization is knowledge in action. Intuition built on mountains of data. In my case, because I have seen hundreds of people one-on-one, so with a meeting, with a video call, one-on-one, through text, I could say in the thousands, and in many different places. So based on this data, I make some generalization on that knowledge. Then, rich factual foundations. Generalizations feed on rich factual knowledge. Factual, that's the keyword. Repeated exposure, seeing hundreds of niches, refines one's ability to identify patterns. Like in my case, I see people complaining in the Discord community or in Reddit, or people who didn't try SuperMemo, but they express their conceived idea, the prejudice, and you start really noticing a pattern. Patterns reveal themselves only to the eyes that have been enough examples. Like in a physician, that, those symptoms are very common, doesn't tell me anything, but this sequence or this combination of other symptoms, I have seen other people before during my service. And the longer I have been a doctor, the more likely I can have more generalizations because I have more examples, more opportunities, more data to identify patterns. Some generalizations rely on statistical or probabilistic thinking. Experts use mental decision tree to estimate probabilities and conclusions. Like, for instance, a medicine is not guaranteed, but you are, in my case, you are 25, you have this symptom, this other symptom. Oh yeah, perhaps it's this disease. I'm not going to mention the disease. This thing, but it makes sense, but it will be an extreme outlier because this usually is from elderly, and you are 25. Even though it says, the documentation says, that 99% of the cases are old people, but there's 0 point something that happens with young people. It's one example that you will use generalizations based on the statistical probability. Then I found 1 people, 1 to 3, let's say. Okay, you say you have tried SuperMemo, okay, it's very likely, boom. I'm making these assumptions because it's very likely that those assumptions are true because I have seen these multiple times. And then I can fine-tune, the more information I know, and the more expertise I build, then now I have subcategories in my archetypal profiles. And you keep nesting that. The more information you know, you fine-tune that. So numbers guide your instincts. The mind weights odds to shape judgments. So at the end of the day, an expert will do heuristics, generalization. That doesn't mean it's correct or correct more often. It's quicker to do. And it's based on generalization. But since he's an expert, he will also very quickly and prematurely, precocely, identify that, hey, that's not the case. It doesn't follow the pattern. Or it followed the pattern until here. Then it's something else. If this symptom doesn't make sense, it's another disease. This kind of thing. Model building. Good modelers grasp high-level principles. Evolution, climate change, through simple yet powerful generalizations. Exactly. Sometimes, let's compare a person who is not a good modeler, mental models, they won't see these high-level, very abstract principles. Are not that tangible in that sense. With incremental reading, you will get better at that. It's a skill that if you, for whatever reason, let's pretend you are very bad at this, you will get better. It's part of the incremental reading. So just as what we have seen before in training, it's a skill you get exposure to. So you will improve it. Then, alternatively, complex decision trees integrate thousands of facts to support or disprove a thesis. Exactly. Based on the accumulation of your knowledge in that field. Each fact is a leaf. The model is vast tree of understanding. Exactly. So you can add more leaves to that tree, and in the thousands, and then because you are an expert, you have been on the field for decades, then the tree is vast in size. It's vast in size, but since it's everything about understanding that makes sense, you have understood that and you connected with the knowledge you already had, it's vast, but in a good condition. It's well distributed, well accessible, easily retrievable. So it's not just that it's vast, the size, and that's it. It's very big and everything in good condition. It's an important detail. Then, why generalization matters? Generalization underpins expert intuition. It's how doctors, as I mentioned, scientists, and our professionals make quick, accurate calls, heuristics. It translates dense data into meaningful predictions and informed decisions. That doesn't mean it will be correct. It will be correct most of the time, or probabilistically is the most likely, but not guaranteed necessarily. Sometimes, for instance, for an example from this week, someone in the Anki forums said that, hey, I only have 60 megabytes with nodes, with one add-on that shows you the size of the nodes. How come my collection is 240 megabytes? It's a lot more than that. Is well, most likely, it was not the case. My intuition failed, but my informed decision was, well, it's likely that you have a lot of deleted stuff, because he had more than 100,000 flashcards with just a few months. That means he imported a lot of stuff that he didn't create. If you import and delete, you create in a table called graves. Or perhaps you imported decks from other people who had a lot of repetitions, a lot of reviews. And in the ref log, you have a lot of repetitions there that make a lot of size. It's a very nice example, very concrete example, but I want to share it because it's genuine from this week. But it's this thing. It was an informed decision, because I have seen this already. And people usually don't know that when you delete flashcards, you delete the cards, the notes, but not the reviews. So usually that's the case. But in that case, it was from something else, the reason. But that was very unlikely to be that case, because you need to use add-ons, so it's not a vanilla experience. Then, when knowledge coalesce, When knowledge coalesces into general rules, expertise becomes second nature. So, when knowledge grows together, more or less, into general rules, expertise becomes second nature. You have more knowledge, you accumulate that knowledge because you use incremental reading. Then, with this increased knowledge with time, you can also increase the general rules. And this expertise that builds, let's say, as a consequence, it becomes second nature. I don't have to make any effort. It's like it becomes part of me as a side effect. So to wrap up everything I have said, expertise is both breadth of knowledge and depth of knowledge. Is breadth of knowledge and depth of generalization. We are now redefining expertise in opposition to what we have said at the beginning, the first slide. So if I spend a lot of time, so I accumulate experience, but I keep forgetting because I don't use incremental reading or an efficient method. And therefore, I also don't get depth in generalization. I'm an expert. I just accumulated experience, that's it. Then, cultivating robust factual foundations and learning to see patterns transforms raw information. Cultivating robust factual foundations and learning to see patterns transforms raw information into an actionable wisdom. Knowledge that becomes like the top level becomes wisdom, part of you already, and is actionable, applicable, retrievable. You can use it. That's the key. From countless facts to intuitive leaps, generalization is the expert's hidden engine. So basically, to wrap up, is people who want to hire me as a tutor for incremental reading or SuperMemo, it's just for this. Because I had countless facts of intuitive leaps, I have spent a lot of hours trying SuperMemo, trial and failure, iterations and iterations. And my depth of knowledge about SuperMemo is high, and also the depth of generalization. Hey, I have this goal, I want to do this in SuperMemo, that perhaps I didn't do this explicitly. Oh yeah, based on the generalizations, your requirements, your pain points, and so on, hey, I can make this path for you. I know how you can achieve it. Perhaps there's more than one solution. Here you go. Choose the one you want. So at the end of the day, this actual knowledge that I can use it to help you is because what? The power of generalization that I acquire through incremental reading. In this case, meta. And because I really like it. It's intrinsically fun for me. The video we have done before. Fun. I also like not just this meta, I also like doing it. So tutoring other people, for me it's fun as well. I enjoy it. That's why sometimes it's, oh man, I wish there was more people. I run out of tutorees because it's way too niche. But you get my point. Now it's the expanding knowledge. Expanding knowledge through incremental reading. There's a hidden advantage. An incremental reader might look unremarkable in their life, any ordinary person. But once you see their careful, curated golden knowledge, their collection, you realize how much they know. Exactly. So if you see a bodybuilder, it's obvious. In their physique, you can appreciate that already. But this, it should be the opposite. That you need exposure, you need consistency, and with time you could appreciate, hey, this guy is knowledgeable, but not just because he knows a lot of facts, could be trivia, but of the coherence of those facts, a lot of wisdom, a lot of generalizations he can make. This could be true, for instance, if I follow that person in Twitter, and it's very verbose in Twitter and very active, with time I could appreciate that. But at the first look, it won't look remarkable. Then, a mind quietly fed by incremental insights is a wellspring of subtle wisdom. Not that it's a disadvantage, by the way, it just, this happens. Okay, then, daily decisions, better outcomes. Knowledge informs countless daily choices. We make a lot of decisions every single day. But if you have knowledge, chances are you have more informed decisions. Even small insights can shape better decisions and improve quality of life. Because even what you do in incremental reading doesn't stay in SuperMemo. That's why it's applicable, actionable knowledge. Because you apply this on your life. And usually, it's taken for granted for the better. Every fact, well placed, can tilt a decision towards a greater success. The impact is hard to measure. It's something we covered superficially in the other videos of the advantages, that it's nearly impossible to compare someone's life with and without incremental reading. So what would have been myself, if I would not started incremental reading in 2020, 5 years ago? Well, I will be less happy, that's for sure. I will have less fun learning, that's guaranteed. But other than that, where it will be in life, right? It's not easy, I cannot compare that. Subtle improvements accumulate over time, making their life richer and more informed. Exactly, there's a lot of tacit knowledge I'm not even aware I'm getting through incremental reading. I'm getting this, and I'm even applying this in real life. Outside of SuperMemo, I'm not even aware of that either. Change creeps in gradually, yet it shapes our path one choice at a time. It's like, why I'm here now making this video? In January 1st, is New Year's, 2025. Why? A lot of choices I have made. I made a choice to install Anki in 2008. I make a choice to try it out. I make a choice to move on. I make a choice to install it once again and try it for Japanese, then try it for the school system. And eventually, I was so desperate that I wanted to try SuperMemo even against my beliefs, that I didn't want to use proprietary software. I only use Linux with open source and free software, free as in freedom. I made the choice to start this channel just to practice English. Think, oh yeah, let's do this experiment with SuperMemo that is very niche. I didn't expect views, just to get some help and so on. But my idea was, at the end of the day, practice English, speaking to the screen. That was the genuine motivation to start the channel. And then finding the pleasure, and hey, wait, what is this? I really like it. It really works. It's a big thing. People are not using it. Why mankind is not using incremental reading? It's a waste of resources. And many other decisions, little choices I have made, that gradually it changed and shaped my path. And here I am now, making a course, sharing my expertise in SuperMemo. 4.5 years later. Why incremental reading works? Regular review of curated priority-based information. What you care about, what you need the most, and instead of information overflow, is just a subset of what you want, what you need, in the order you want or need. Each new tidbit adds to the growing lattice of knowledge, strengthening overall intellect. Because at the end of the day, if you use SuperMemo right with incremental reading, you will become wiser. But not as a side effect. The knowledge is actionable. You can use it. That means that you will become more intelligent. Because knowledge and memory is part of the intelligence. And since this method is a win-win, it's just a matter of time that you accumulate victories. The more victories you accumulate, the more intelligent you will be. And the more capacity to acquire new knowledge and good knowledge, good quality, will also be. So you have the capacity to become the genius version of yourself. You will expand knowledge till you die, basically. Each piece of knowledge is a thread. Over time, a wave of tapestry of expertise, more poetically. Then, conclusion of everything I have said. Expanding knowledge steadily boosts understanding and decision-making ability. As long as this knowledge is actionable, coherent, and so on. If I only learn capitals, flags, Pokemon, and stuff like that, I hardly will boost my understanding. Incremental routines, real power, is left in everyday benefits of that accumulate over time, over a lifetime. The many little victories I have done, the concatenation of all of the mini sessions I have done across life, I don't lose anything. I chose what to remember. I apply new knowledge with what I already knew. I acquired new information required for the problems I want to solve, and this only makes a better version of myself. Seldom do great leaps in understanding occur at once. Incremental reading paves that steady climb. It's not that overnight, boom, you're a genius, or you are born a genius, let's say. No, with incremental reading, you will lose the steady climb, little by little, many steps. And when you move down or move back in retrospective, is that's what I have done. Look, what I have done in 1,000 days of using SuperMemo, or 2,000 days. Massive, because you never go back. Every victory is permanent. You decide what to remember, and even if biologically you fail, you will see it again, you'll lapse it, and eventually it will stick in your mind. And you will also forget the details. And that is a feature, is desired. You don't want to memorize all of that crap. You want to forget the details, so the models emerge and the best one wins, not knowledge Darwinism. And the other candidates that were not the best mental model will not survive, and they will be forgotten. Why do you want to memorize all of that? So at the end of the day, incremental reading expands your knowledge with no clear limit, other than your lifespan, once again. Let's continue the advantages of incremental reading. Oh my god, there are so many. Now it's time for the expanding limits of knowledge. So we know the expanding knowledge through incremental reading. Now, what about the limits of that expanding? So we know the fearless against forgetting. Why an incremental reader doesn't have fear about forgetting? You may think, hey, it's not precisely the opposite. You want to remember everything. Wrong assumption. In incremental reading, knowledge recycling offers natural forgetting. Prioritizing information ensures important details don't fade away. You choose what to remember. I tell SuperMemo, hey, I want to remember this, doing a close deletion, Alt-Z. Hey, I want to see this again. Or hey, there's something here I want to keep, with Alt-X, extracting. Hey, this is more important now. Let me update the priority. To simplify, you do this. So eventually, you decide what to remember. And since you have information overflow, you will have priorities and then hierarchy of the knowledge you decide to remember. So what's lower priority, even if you decide to remember that, you won't, because there's not enough time for that. So you will keep forgetting that, because you actually don't do the repetition when it's scheduled. Forgetfulness loses its power when knowledge is revisited in time. Exactly. Then freedom to explore. Incremental readers dig into the new domains without fear of wasting effort. You never waste any effort. No interesting in detail is dismissed, and no interesting detail is dismissed as unmemorable. Curiosity flourishes when the mind trusts its own recall. So first, I always say don't trust your memory. And in real life, I say that a lot. That is when you do this outside of SuperMemo. that, oh yeah, I have done this. Okay, I have like 3 bullet points in my mind that I will mention in the meeting, in the stand-up meeting. It's time for the stand-up meeting. 50 minutes later, oh yeah, I remember I had 3 points, and that's it. I remember the fact that I wanted to remember something, but it's gone. Working memory. The limitations. That's why, if it's not on SuperMemo, I won't have faith with that. I don't trust it. But if it's in SuperMemo, I will trust my own recall, because it's there in the collection, and I will see it eventually. So I won't trust it in case it's very low priority, like 90-something%. That I perhaps don't know it today. If I search for that element and happens to be that I have forgotten, this may happen because we're not perfect, but I will just glitch it or just lapse it and start the process again. So it's just not yet. No, it's not ever. That's why curiosity flourishes when the mind trusts its own recall. That I don't worry about, will I remember this? Would I forget that? I don't know. I don't care. What I will do is I will put this in SuperMemo and follow the algorithm, trust the algorithm, and I will just pursue my curiosity. And if it's low priority enough, that won't be true. And if it's high priority enough, it will be true. That's it. Then, prioritizing for retention. Useful details are stored and retrieved according to set priorities. When it's the right focus, anything deemed valuable is remembered. How do I know that? If it's valuable, it means has some priority, some high priority. If it's not, it will be very low. Easy. When priorities guide review, every detail finds its place in the mind. And let's say that it's on a slight stretch, but this is what happens with some family members and my girlfriend. I live with my girlfriend. That you have selective memory, right? Oh, and how convenient it is that what you forget is what you don't care, what you don't like to do. Is precisely, you are right. Since I don't care, my psychological priority, because I don't put that on SuperMemo, but for me the priority, mental priority, it's so low that I keep forgetting. Hey, you didn't do the dishes, you didn't do that, you didn't whatever we agreed on. Yeah, because I didn't write this down. I didn't put an alarm on the phone. It's not on my SuperMemo, therefore prone to forgetting. And since it's something that I don't like and I don't care, it's likely we'll forget it. That will be the opposite case. So now if we go back, something I do care, with the right focus, anything deemed valuable is remembered. It's how incremental reading works. Because if you have high priorities, you will see this with shorter reading intervals, you'll have more repetitions, you'll have a lot more opportunities to discover you have forgotten that, taking action, why you keep forgetting this. It's because it's poor formulation, it's way semantic, you cannot connect this with anything you know, it's too advanced, stuff like that. Pushing the limits. Incremental reading invites continual expansion of knowledge boundaries. There's never an ending. As I mentioned in the last video, expanding knowledge, the limit will be your lifespan. High priority data remains easily accessible for future use because it's never an ending. Let's say that I have what I consider high priority and kind of high, let's say the first third of my collection, to simplify. And that represents 50,000 elements. I keep processing that, so eventually I will finish. So there will be more elements later in the outstanding queue, but what will happen then? That while I process and learn those elements of high priority, I will be creating new elements of lower priority, so I will not see those, but also of the same priority range. So the number keeps growing and grows in a faster speed. That means that it's never ending. This cannot be ever done. Meaning that I will have to stop importing artificially cap import so I process everything I have. But sometimes, I have gaps. To fill these gaps, I need to import stuff or to make more access that will increase the element count and so on. That's why, even if you only care about high priority, what's inside your priority protection, it's doomed because it will be growing forever. That's why high priority data remains accessible for feature use. The feature is always there. There will be no day that in the future you will not import anything. That, hey, I'm done. I no longer need the incremental reading, only to keep the flashcards I already have. I'm done. I need no more knowledge. This is not going to happen. Then, no limits exist to what can be known when forgetting is themed. That's why, since there's no theoretical limit, it's just our lifespan, the maximum limit. Then, to wrap up the video, by overcoming the fear of forgetting, incremental reading removes constraints on learning. This is massive. First, if you're not an incremental reader, perhaps you're in that position. You don't fear forgetting, but just being naive. You are overestimating by a huge mile your capacity to retain information. You are forgetting a lot, but you're not aware of that forgetting. If you had a collection of everything you have read and memorized at some degree, and then thrown to your face, hey, those are all of the things you have forgotten, but you knew sometime, you'll be able to scroll the thousands of facts you have forgotten. But since you don't have that, because you have forgotten already, you're not aware of your forgetting. So an incremental reader will be more knowledgeable about the forgetting, that, hey, I keep forgetting the low priority stuff, 95% retention rate means 5% it's always gone, stuff like that. And what I do outside of SuperMemo, I'll realize, oh bro, I'm really forgetful. But at the same time, I do trust the algorithm. And I know, based on my anecdotal evidence, that this works. I do remember a lot of stuff. Not today, because it's in the long term. Then, what once seemed irrelevant or too minor to remember can now fall deeper inside. That is falls in the diminishing returns. That not now, but now after 5 years, that piece of information that is just, oh my god, so minute detail in SuperMemo, now for me this makes sense. Hey, I know a ton of knowledge now more recently, in December 2024. I got my hands into collections that SuperMemo offered in 1999, stuff like that. And hey, now I see some details that carry over old collections. That they had less features, than something that, I never had so much old material, so I never had this opportunity to discover that. But this is just so tiny that this only applies if you want to import or to transform collections that are 25 years old. How applicable is that? Very minor. For now, only a few collections that Piotr shared with me that are still not available. Then, once freed from forgetfulness, the mind can roam anywhere knowledge reckons. Imagine you are self-directed, you do what you want, and you are free. Your mind is free because you know you have the right method. It's just a matter of time to win the victory. So you are just freed of everything. You don't worry if you will remember that, like if it goes for an exam. You will remember that eventually. You will achieve your own limits. That's why you will be the genius version of yourself, because you will have the capacity that with the time commitment you invested, you will achieve the highest wisdom possible, the highest capacity to solve problems or to be creative. You did everything in your hands. You achieved your limit. So imagine a person who now Perhaps that is you. You're young. You start with incremental reading at young age. What will be of you when you are 65? Pwah! Most likely no human on Earth in the 17th century or 18th century will compare to you. Imagine. So, incremental reading offers a happy ending. Please don't get the meaning, the second meaning that you know you're thinking with a massage. It doesn't go that way. What does that mean? Many people, many users start using or start learning incremental reading and move on. But for those users who keep going and they actually understand incremental reading and keep using incremental reading, there's always a happy ending. So, in this video we will see why a powerful reading method, incremental reading, remains largely under the radar. Why it's not famous. What is so niche, right? So there's a secret weapon. Many users in incremental reading keep incremental reading for themselves. Even to the extent that they create tools or even full-fledged software that more or less mimics SuperMemo. It's more or less an incremental reading app, but they keep it for themselves. They don't share it. Then you could say that it's not the best example for SuperMemo, but it's so you can understand the point. That, hey, I'm in college. I want better grades than my pals, so I can score higher, right? Your actual grade doesn't matter. It's the rank of the grade. So if you have a 9 out of 10, okay, doesn't tell me anything. But you are in the 2% percentile, hey, that is telling me something. In this case, it's hey, I don't want other people to realize this super secret weapon, because then I will have a hard time beating my pals, right? Being the best in the school. So you want the best performance, but this will be for cramming. It's not what incremental reading is for. Or for professional ads. Instead of the academic is, I can get, I don't know, process a lot of information, get the idea for a company, whatever. I think you get what I mean, right? So basically, so that's so powerful that I don't want to share this power, because then I will be equal to others. What's the result? Low virality. People often attribute success to natural smarts, rather than learning a tool. So more or less a quote would be, we like taking credit for being smart rather than revealing our secret sauce. Because at the end of the day, with SuperMemo, incremental reading, it's not about being smart. Remember, the IQ doesn't play a role in the success. At the beginning, it makes a difference. But in the long term, the IQ, a factor in the formula that has importance. What has importance is using the technique in a well manner and consistently. That's the secret sauce. The endless hunger for learning. Growing knowledge and curiosity. So incremental reading fuels a positive loop. And the more reading leads to faster knowledge growth, which sparks even greater curiosity. It's a never-ending process. So why is a happy ending? Because you continually discover new insights. You maintain high retention. So whatever you have learned today, yesterday, last week, last month, last year, last decade, if you are a long-term user, you still have this in memory. And notice that, it's relevant, I have it with me. No. It's in a split second. It's actively in my brain. Not like, hey, you remember that movie that, let me see it and see, no, it's not this thing. It's that, I do remember. I do know. And I can relate with similar ideas effortlessly. Then this will avoid boredom or burnout. So, more or less quote of what an enthusiast will say. The more you learn, the more you want to learn. Incremental reading just keeps feeding that fire. And the more you learn, the more you understand how little you know, how vast the knowledge is. So it's a positive feedback loop. I like to call it the pleasurable loop. It becomes pleasurable, you discover something related, that eureka moment, Oh, I never do that, and it's so fascinating. And then you can create this that it is even dendritically bigger and bigger, happens more frequently, provides you more spark. So the feeling of the eureka is even intensified. So it's more intense and more frequent. I mean, it's a win-win. It becomes a happy ending because it is this like wine that with age it gets better. Incremental reading, the process gets better with age. The more you use it for longer, the more value you will get from it. And even just the learning process, even let's say that there's some villain and remove your collection and all of the computers in the world so you cannot restore it. It's about the process. So even if you delete your collection, you will still feel this because it's now in your brain. Then what happens? It's an elite of few. It's a tiny community. The biggest community is Discord, who has 2,700 people, and 90% are lurkers, or just people who are there and not even lurk. So at some time they join and that's it. That's why you feel like the obligation. So an incremental reader, once you have fully experienced what it is, it's extremely pleasurable. You see it, it's so powerful in all of the senses, but now I'm just making the emphasis on the pleasurability, on the pleasure. And you see people just rewriting, doing mental mind maps, or whatever they see in YouTube. It's bro. It's not that you are getting an suboptimal result, which you do. It's that you are sad, you are bored to death. So it's not about the result, it's the process for you. It's tedious. It's the opposite side of the coin. It's the opposite reality. Then I feel that, hey, that's why I do this channel and this course. That, hey, you should know that. Feel the obligation to introduce people to incremental reading. That, hey, did you know you could spend less time, remember more, and not only that, which is performance, not only that, you could even enjoy the entire process. It's life-changing. It's life-changing. So when you reach a certain level of mastery, I should say even beyond proficiency, you realize how valuable it can be for others, for humanity basically. So, great tools become greater when we pass them on. If it's from an elite, a very niche elite, I would like this to go mainstream. Then the challenge of spreading incremental reading. Okay, it is offers a happy ending. I can share it, but yeah. Perhaps it's your case. After you have done all of this course, you acquire a proficiency until you wanted to. It's easy, it's likely that, hey, I want to introduce some friends, family, my partner to incremental reading. And you will fail miserably. It's very likely. It's very hard to teach. Has to be on its own. So I can have many videos showing the pros, the cons, the whatever. Get your curiosity, communicate my my enthusiasm with this. But you, or the other person, has to take the first step. Be open to experience. It's okay, let me try it. If it doesn't have this mindset, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. Incremental reading is self-driven. It cannot become passive. So you cannot go to a classroom and teach incremental reading passively. It won't work. Because it's implemented for a different paradigm. That is self-directed learning or free learning. Why to low adoption? For the same thing. Mastery takes time. Even proficiency takes time. And people give up. And then you need to add the software that for now only SuperMemo is implementing incremental reading. So it's Windows only, it's painfully old, has a lot of quirks, bugs, and so on. It's to us, it's adding a lot of layers. I have a similar question. Why barefoot walking is not mainstream? If it's healthy and it's actually the default for us. Being with shoes is something artificial we're not born with, not even evolved for. Our anatomy is to go barefoot. So you have the same analogy. Why most of the people are not going to do it, not even try it? Yes, you have to challenge the mainstream. People will stare at you, what you're doing. Oh, you will get injured, or you will get dirty, you will get infections or whatever, right? You have to challenge all of this. And then you realize, hey, it's not a big deal. Same with incremental reading. You will have to challenge most of the people you know, the dogma of the schooling you will always have seen. It takes a lot of challenge. Takes a lot. So then, a method so powerful demands commitment. You have also to use it almost every day. Yet, we give it a chance to prove itself. Well, is what more or less I recommend mentor. So not a user, a mentor. What I do, let's say, with tutorials or like this, will happen. That yes, you can use incremental reading, learn how to do it, but in consistency. It's not something you do one weekend off. So then, very quickly, the lack of viral spread is because it's also not intuitive. So it takes not just time, but also a mental effort every time. And sometimes you don't even know you have lost your curiosity, your land drive. So you don't even know what you want to read, what you want to learn, because there's no curriculum, right? So simplicity sells. But sometimes the deeper method is worth the effort. It's a lot easier to sell a subscription to Duolingo. You know what it is. You know what you're getting. You understand. Because it's very simple. But in incremental reading, what is this? Until you don't experience it yourself, it's, now I know what it is. So now if I go, in my case, I backtrack to 2020, when I bought SuperMemo, is, whoa, what is this? And what a bargain is that? Only $60 or $70 for that. After I spent more than $50,000 in college across many different degrees. A bargain. A bargain. Then, why SuperMemo or incremental reading, should I say, can still be life-changing? High retention and motivation. You remember most of what you want to learn and remember, and it keeps you hooked because of the eureka moments and all of that, all of the land drive. The rewarding of learning what you want. Sustained curiosity. It's not that, okay, I achieve one goal and that's it. Like, hey, my goal is to graduate. I have the diploma, I graduate. Done. You're never done in incremental reading because you always have curiosity. There are endless possibilities. Endless. So, and there's too much information. There's information overflow. So even if you will live 100 lives, you will still run short of material. Even if you, let's say, reincarnate 100 times, you will still not have enough time to go through all of what you want. The knowledge is too vast. So, quote, knowledge that sticks brings the lasting sense of wonder. If you have only experienced cramming or short-term learning, you don't know what this means. You haven't experienced that yet. Once you experience this, oh my God. The closest thing that I would suggest, if you're old enough, is nostalgia. Something very old, memories you have from old times when you're a kid or so on. This positive feeling of nostalgia, but instead of memories about yourself, are memories about knowledge. And it's that pleasurable. It's fascinating. Crazy fascinating. Then, what is your role? Share the secret. Once you love incremental reading, share it, as I do. Well, let's say I will be an outlier, let's say, but introduce people to your circle. Even if people move on, they don't get it. At least make the emphasis that, hey, it's not that I'm going to teach you incremental reading. You're going to try it yourself. You just have the resources. I hope with this channel, with this course, you'll have enough resources that you don't have to teach anyone. That, hey, if I want to, I can check and do it on my own. So the most important videos will be how I can communicate what incremental reading is. So you can make the effort preemptively as a leap of faith before you actually understand what it is. Because you need to do it. It's too complex. So then, quote, teach a method that makes knowledge bloom and you give the alignment of growth. That's why I think Piotr Wozniak, the creator of spaced repetition, incremental reading, and SuperMemo, which implements those systems and methods, is wow. This is beyond earning a Nobel Prize. So imagine if this goes later on, even if it's post-mortem, at some degree metamorphosis with AI now, but the incremental reading and spaced repetition paradigms go mainstream. You have helped billions or millions of people not to pass an exam. That's bullshit. To acquire the knowledge they wanted, to pursue their freedom, to pursue their curiosity, their learn drive, for life, lifelong, not just a few months until I graduate, but for life. And transform it to whatever they want. Could be a self-taught programmer, a self-taught whatever. Can be anything. Imagine how you may feel that, oh wow, I contributed to that. Wow. So I only want my 2 cents. What I'm doing now. That is not mine. So the only thing I'm doing is just putting my touch. I'm not creating anything at all. I'm just reformatting what's already there. Because for me, it's an extremely happy ending. And I want this happy ending for everyone. So incremental reading equals joyful learning, pleasurable learning. Despite its power, it's not widely popular due to complexity and secrecy at some degree. Then, the takeaway that if you end up mastering incremental reading, embrace the happy ending experience, and consider spreading the word. The best quote, the best kept secret is reading isn't just speed or style, but the freedom to learn whatever we wish, whenever we wish, with no fear of forgetting. It's the best method in every single dimension. You get the most quantity of learning material processed, the most quantity of memorized stuff, the highest quality, the retrievability, it's the quickest, and with the highest semantic quality, that, oh, this makes sense with this, it's connected. It's not that just I can recall isolated facts like a parrot. And it's the most pleasurable. The only thing where it not wins is on the learning process, that it takes a while to get familiar with it. Other than that, it's the best for humans. Incremental reading offers a happy ending. So more or less I would say, if incremental reading is not for you, should I say, or you have given up incremental reading, my more sincere condolences, because you don't know what you're missing. What you could have achieved, the extreme pleasure every single day, the rewarding of the knowledge, like remember, like some sort of nostalgia. Remember feeling this nostalgia every single day. A superpower. So, we have seen the advantages of SuperMemo that took a while. Now the time is for the disadvantages of incremental reading. There are 4. And we will start with opportunity costs in SuperMemo. So what are opportunity costs? So every minute spent in learning with SuperMemo is a minute not spent in other activities. Yes, it's an absolute obvious fact, but that means that this time you're not multitasking. You don't do incremental reading while exercising, having family time, whatever. So the key question is the time you invest in memorizing content the best use of that time, given your goals and responsibilities? So the time invest in SuperMemo will take this back and even more, or no? Time is currency, and you can only spend it once, because we cannot travel in time and undo what we did. So once we spend the time, there's no refund with time. So why it matters? Competing demands. We have studies, a career in the job, relationships with friends, relatives, and romantic relationships, hobbies, health, and everything requires time. And not all learning is equal. Knowing more facts is great, but not if it undermines well-being or stifles creativity. So, if I do learning, but at the cost that I sacrifice my well-being, I don't sleep well, I have social isolation, then that's not is not great. So a richer memory is valuable, but at what expense? Where do you draw the line that even if that increases my understanding, my creativity, and my intelligence, is not valuable at that cost? The cost is too great. So determining the right proportion, that's the key. Personal factors, the goals you may have, your profession, lifestyle, current obligations, if you are a father, let's say, or whatever that may be in real life. Then, practical example. A medical student may allocate hours to SuperMemo daily, while a busy parent might only manage a few minutes for language practice. Why? Because a medical student usually have the expenses covered by their parents. They don't have to work. They don't have to worry about getting money. So they have a lot of, the intensity will be about learning per se. But if it's a parent with a full-time job, then can still use SuperMemo, but not in the same proportion. Quote, choose the dose of a spaced repetition that aligns with your life's bigger picture. That's why sometimes, even in that channel, I said, hey, I'm using SuperMemo for 10 minutes a day. Yeah, because I have a full-time job, because I'm on the side, I'm running this channel, so I was focusing on creating the videos or brainstorming how to do the videos. This is also a thing, like the slides you see this now to become meta. This has time to do this thing before shooting the video. So therefore, in that situation, the proportional of SuperMemo is what it is. In this case, it's just 10 minutes. That I no longer have those obligations. I no longer have the MBA. I don't study the MBA, and so on. Hey, I could have more time. The proportion of SuperMemo based on that day will be larger. If I didn't have to work, it's likely that the proportion of SuperMemo is even larger than that day. Balancing costs and benefits. Regular check-ins. Periodically evaluate if time spent in SuperMemo is yielding substantial knowledge gains. Could happen that you spend an hour and a half every single day, and after a few months, something is coming out of your time, but not enough. It's like you're putting a lot of effort for the output you're getting. Second is prioritization. Prioritization, it's boss. Focus on the most valuable learning materials first, and discard or deprioritize the other stuff, the other content. Because could be that you spend a lot of time, but it's because you don't use priorities well. So you spend a lot of time with the details and something that, is not the best use of your time. You want to maximize the benefit with a low proportion of SuperMemo. Focus on high priority material. Quote, in the dance of limited hours, pick the steps that brings lasting value. That's the key. Strategies to optimize. Set clear limits. It's not a time cap, so it's not that, hey, I will do 30 minutes. I don't do it like that. It's just, I will do this, I will do that. What I will do in this year, once I finish the MBA, is that I will have more time, but all of the time of the MBA won't be used for SuperMemo because I also want to exercise, something I neglected quite recently. And you can, I think, perceive in my face. Then, be selective. Only import material that truly supports your running goals. So in that case, unless you're really a pro prioritizing, that was not my case in my third year, don't import it. Increase your importability threshold. And, oh, that's good to read. Bookmark it. Download it. Don't import it in your collection. You will eventually. That you worry that you won't see this again, download it. So you have a local copy of a PDF, article, whatever that is, or have another collection, SuperMemo collection, of things good to read later on, but it will be very low priority. So you have this aside from your collection, so therefore you can have the priority queue on check. Then track your progress. Evaluative knowledge gained is worth the time spent in review. That could be critical knowledge that you need for work. So you want diminishing returns. So you spend 3 times as more time just for 10% more. Yeah, but this knowledge is critical for my work. Okay. But if that was not the case, why putting that much time for something that doesn't get much benefit overall? And this is hard to track. It just goes by perception that, hey, it's been a while. So when you have this subjective perception, you are late already. You're already late, but you can take action. That, oh, why this is happening? In my case, it was linguistics. Yeah, I'm investing a ton of time, learning all of the linguistics, a lot of jargon, a lot of detail, but what I'm getting with this knowledge, it's not what I thought. I thought my language proficiency will increase, my awareness of the grammar will increase, but at the end of the day, that's not what I thought. So then I deprioritized and I deleted quite a lot of content that I didn't even start it. That was low priority about linguistics. It's one example. Lose an opportunity cost. Quote, for every hour gained in knowledge, ensure you're not missing the life you aim to enrich. So if you have spent 1 hour of my life with this, ensure you will apply 1 hour at least. So you have a return of investment to the least. Example scenarios. Just 5 or 10 minutes a day. That is just to keep the streak kind of thing. And this is what I did. Sometimes I just imported something, I made pam, and that's it. I haven't reviewed any item at all. So 5 or 10 minutes a day is perfect for busy professionals. Brush up some facts here and there that you came across that day, or on need required, that day, oh, I forgot about that, let me search it. Or if it's language learning, just to keep up. Perhaps you're not introducing anything new, you're just maintaining. So you are doing just what becomes outstanding, and that's it. 1 or 2 hours a day is suitable for a student with intense academic program. In the sense that you have like something going on. You're not just maintaining something, you have a decent size that, hey, I want to learn programming. I want to learn quite decent amount of knowledge. And you spend up to 2 hours a day. Or something in the middle. based on family needs, upcoming exams, because that's the reality. Theoretically, you shouldn't do exams at all in your life, and whatever in your life. Those days there are a lot of holidays, a lot of family gatherings, so we'll use SuperMemo for less time than usual. But then I will have holidays, so I will have a lot of time, so I will spend SuperMemo, I don't know, 5 hours if I want to that day. Quote, small, consistent increments works wonders for some, bigger blocks for others. Choose your pace. That also goes in consonance that, hey, I prefer one single session and that's it. I do everything in SuperMemo. I am done. I know some people who at 9 a.m. say, I'm done with SuperMemo today. They have done their session and that's it. In early morning and they move on. Or like people like me that I'm never done. Oh, another session here, another session here. Perhaps the session is 20 minutes here, 50 minutes here, pam, pam, pam. And across the day, I accumulate some hours. Or just 20 minutes, depending on the day. So the pitfalls of overuse. You neglect relationships. That I will have to backtrack more for me in my case. This is true, but not with incremental reading. I did it with the spaced repetition only, with using Anki, back 15 years ago. That, hey, yeah, that I was invited with the friends, yeah, but if we go all of the Saturday, spend all day, yeah, that's a lot of time that I cannot do repetitions. I cannot do flashcards, right? I won't be able to get over the backlog and all of that, it's way too much time. I prefer not to choose. That's something I did. Burnout. The excessive daily reviews. That's what happened with Anki. I did more than 1,000 daily reviews. Thousands of days. Literally. That's why I had more than 6 million reviews done. And lost opportunities. In case of enjoying the sun, the good weather, do some exercise, spend the day like a picnic. Doesn't have to be exercise per se. Nope. Everything is overshadowed by the endless repetition. That I'm just mindlessly doing the reps. Pam, 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 pam. Opportunity cost. Too much of a good thing can be still too much. Exactly. In my case, it was not that good learning, but if it has been incremental reading, it would have been a good thing. But the dose is so high that comes to an expense of sacrificing social life, well-being, mental health, and so on. Is not worth it. Conclusion. SuperMemo is just a tool. And incremental reading is just the method. It's not an end by itself. Used wisely, incremental reading maximizes long-term knowledge. Used obsessively, it can hinder other life goals. If it becomes an obsession, it might hinder other life goals. Spend time with your family. Be healthy. Have hobbies. Unrelated, could be, watch out Netflix, practice some sport, playing Minecraft, whatever. Then, guiding principle. Strive for an optimal mix of learning, creativity, and personal well-being. Which goes in consonance because if you are really creative, first, you have learned and applied that knowledge, and you also feel good being creative. It's very good for well-being. If you are not in a good mental health, it's very likely you won't be creative at all. You're just a slave of the repetitions every day. So that's not much different than saying, do whatever you want. Just don't be obsessive with this. And that's it. You could have been more creative. Could be. I could have learned more with SuperMemo those years. Yeah, could be. But what I did is enough. It aligns with my goals. And I am in a position, I remember all of the advantages we have seen, that I'm the best version of myself already. and I'm driven by pleasure. Happens to be that incremental reading is so good that it's not that it just is fun, it's better, and in many different dimensions as we have seen. So, final thought. In the quest of knowledge, never forget why you wanted that knowledge, so you can live a more fulfilled life. Sometimes you even forget about that. Oh, why you learn about all of that? I don't know. I want to apply it in my real life. I will stretch it that I don't even have the chance to apply it in my real life. It was pleasurable for me to do it. That's it. If it's just for pleasure, the policy cost will be expensive. So the proportion will be low. Because remember, applicability is what you should aim at. Because at the end of the day, knowledge is not the end goal. The end goal is what you do with this knowledge. You will live a more fulfilling. You will have a more purpose life, fulfilling, rewarding life, with whatever you want, whatever is fulfilling with you. Spending time with family, creating a new tool, something new, contribute to society. Just feed your own curiosity without helping anyone to make the point of the other side of the coin. Whatever that is, that will be a success. Everything within reason, but the disadvantage is that incremental reading can screw those goals and create a huge opportunity cost. That yes, you have learned that, you acquired this knowledge, but at too expensive of a price. But you had the capacity to do it. With our methods, that will be impossible. Even if you neglected everything else in your life, you sacrificed everything else, it should not be possible either. That's my example. This video, I don't know what this video in particular, I have this open. This video is the number 19th of this section that I have, of more than one section, 100 sections of this course. I'm putting a lot of hours in this course, this SuperMemo course. The opportunity cost is very high. I am sacrificing a lot of days off, that whatever I could do, I stay here at home, and I do this. A lot of mornings, a lot of evenings and nights editing the videos. And I'm not getting much in return in the sense of economical, by donation. I just got still one donation for the course. And I'm putting a lot of hours in this course. The opportunity cost for me is very high. Because the outcome that I put, so the time that I put, versus what I get in return, it's asymmetric. The time I spent, I won't take it back. Doing this SuperMemo course is to the expense of my own learning. I have less time for incremental reading myself because of this course. And I spend less time that I could be with family and friends or exercising. So that will be a good point, a good example of when you are already above the proportion. But it's something I want to do. No one is forcing me to do it. So far we have seen the opportunity costs. So now it's time for the overhead costs. So, incremental reading is rather complex at the beginning, has a steep learning curve. It's not like Duolingo, that in 5 minutes, I know how it works. But at the same time, there's nothing else to know. You hit the ceiling very quickly as a consequence. In incremental reading, the ceiling is much higher. It's much more complex, and as a side effect, it takes a while. So the concept of incremental reading and the software, that is SuperMemo, that implements this concept, can feel complex and counterintuitive. Almost everyone agrees with that. Initial frustration. Expect hiccups, unusual interface choices, ups and down, intuitive solutions, etc. That when you have to read your recall in a flashcard, why the buttons are in the opposite order of the options in the interface. Why the highest priority, for instance, this priority is close to 100%. Why this is the lowest. Why the highest priority, instead of 100%, it's 0%. Stuff like that. That doesn't make so much sense. It challenged my intuition, my common sense, and this creates frustration at the beginning. Then you just get used to. So mastery comes slow. Embrace the bumpy right early on. In my case, 40 hours. I recorded my experience with SuperMemo from the beginning. Everything is on record, by the way. And I have only yelled that I lost patience and shit, F word, da 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 da, only once. The initial frustration, when I could not comprehend what was happening, and I couldn't reproduce what I see in some places. Which I will try to avoid with this course, by the way. Sour and concept complexity. Limitation of tools. Even advanced programs may have rough edges and design quirks. SuperMemo is very guilty of that because it's very idiosyncratic. It was started with Jaspiot himself. He wrote SuperMemo for himself. And then, we have feedback from users, all of that, but it's not taken much into perspective. Unlike modern software, that the user rules is the reference, here is not. If it goes next things, that's not a good idea, or goes against the philosophy, it's not going to be changed. Then, high-level strategies. Termino y voy. High-level strategies. Understanding the entire incremental reading workflow requires months or even years of trial and refinement. Depends how often you use incremental reading, how much time you put, and how much time, let's say, you're going meta. Because you could just, I know people that, okay, I got the basics, and then I just stay on the basics. So I focus on the content, not the flow, if this makes sense. So therefore, they will take more time. Or people focus more, like I did, on the flow itself. So most of what I learned was about itself, rather than learning chemistry, about the content. Then, incremental reading isn't a quick fix. It's an evolving discipline. So if you come across this, now I will do incremental reading because it's the best thing for learning, but I only did in the school system cramming, you'll need a transition. You won't have, now, solved. I learned, this is what I need to know, what I need to do, boom. No. You'll need to acquire the skill set, reprogram some of the brains that, I thought that was the thing, it's not, some beliefs at some degree. So this will take a while. That's why it's a disadvantage, an overhead cost. At the beginning, it's way too expensive, way too costly. You need to put a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of love, or you will move on without seeing the results. You may ask, why? Why it has to be so hard at the beginning? Upside down solutions. Some key features might go against the best intuition, but it will make sense. Once you get it, it now makes sense. The highest priority should be 0%. Makes total sense. I'm not going to expand on that, but it is. I'm going to expand on that on a different video, not here. Continuous skill development. Each month, reveal new techniques or shortcuts to streamline your flow. Now that you have automatized this thing, you pay attention to other details you couldn't before. And rinse and repeat. Now I don't have to think about extracting consolidations, so I pay more attention to the priorities. Now that I'm used to priorities, I pay more attention to the actual wording. You know what I mean. So when the system feels reversed, remember, there's a reason for every unconventional choice. You would argue that this looks like crap visually, or it's not the best user experience. Sometimes it's a bad choice, Or it's not a bad choice per se, it's just a choice from 25 years ago. And because of the limitations, 25 years ago was the best back then. And sometimes you may think, oh yeah, it's because it's a personal choice from the creator. Then the pro perspective. Remember that at least SuperMemo, it's designed for the professionals already. There's nothing, almost virtually nothing, that is to cater the newbies. The only thing that is covered already in this course is this thing, the levels of the UI. And you can already tell they didn't put much effort on that. So all of the design, all of the features, and especially the documentation is based for the pro already. That's why I'm designing this course, by the way, in a linear fashion. How you see it in YouTube is one thing, but how you will see it in playlists and on my website has this linearity in mind. So I won't treat you as a pro user just yet. And since I designed the course myself, I know exactly what you know, what you have seen, and what you didn't. So I do my best to adapt to that level every time. So negligible overhead from the pro user perspective. After enough practice, operations like consolidation, extracting paragraphs, scheduling reviews become semi-automatic, become second nature. I don't have to think what key binding it is or what effects it has. Do these logs the repetition? Does this affect the priority if I do it? Da, 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 da. Mental integration. While your fingers do the extra keystrokes, Control Shift whatever, your mind is still actively processing knowledge. Exactly, because it has been automatized. At the beginning, you will say, oh yeah, apply done. Yeah, Control Shift, Enter, no. Or this, postpone. Yeah, Control Shift J. Was the R? Was the J? What's the difference? Was without the shift? I'm confused. So you pay attention with that. When this is automatized, it's become second nature. So my thought process is on what I'm learning, the content. At the pro level, overhead melts away, leaving you focus on the joy of constant learning. In other words, this disadvantage of incremental reading, it's temporary. It's temporary. The same as the opportunity cost. Well, it's temporary but can happen anytime, even if you're a pro. That's the difference. Then, recommended strategy. Patience and persistent. That you don't see any result. Wait, insist. Give it more time, more love. The SuperMemo, you will get there. It's easy to say, but not everyone can do it because they have to be focused on the long term. Pushing when you don't see any result yet. Then, learn core functionalities gradually. That's what I do with this course. That day, you can learn this, let's say, the basic or the fluent. So the fluent can say, hey, I can use SuperMemo for live, incremental reading for live, but there are some limited perspective. It's like the language. I can use the language good enough, like I do now in English. I'm fluent in English, but I didn't master the language. There's room of improvement. There's something I'm missing. Same. Just focus. Then you will realize, oh, okay, how I can do those that many details that I'm missing. Like the difference between add to outstanding and add all to outstanding, to mention something. Then refine and adapt. Keep adjusting your item creation, extraction habits, and priority settings. This will evolve because your collection will grow. So for instance, the priority could be that you fine-tune setting the priority. You have more zones. Even if it's a heuristic, you'll have more zones. I started with 3, then with 10, then more, and then with 30. And they are not equidistant. The higher the priority, the lower the interval. Same for the item creation. Since you're used to your own items, you might create a convention or to fine-tune this convention, or the extraction that, okay, if I extract, this is important, but I don't have the knowledge, I'm lacking the previous knowledge, hey, I will put 1000, because it's very unlikely that this happens naturally. So when I see 1000 or 2000, likely it's because I have done this manually. I'm signaling this as a convention. To name a few, to make my point. Then, adopt a marathon mindset. It's not a sprint. Incremental gains last a lifetime. Knowing how to use SuperMemo, how to use incremental reading is a marathon. So you need the mindset of a marathon. But then, any incremental gain you do is forever. And as I always say, every victory that you do, it's tiny, but it's permanent. It's forever. So even if you stop this very same course and you go back anytime, you can get at least what you got before. And next time, it's most likely you will stay and go further. Then, balancing overhead and gains. Short-term pain of, the steep learning curve with some frustration. You have to tolerate that. I experienced this frustration, but for me it was overall still pleasurable. Not as pleasurable as today, obviously, because now I have the stresslessness that I didn't have before. But for me it was pleasurable just to discover, like some archaeologist when finds a fossil, same thing. And then the long-term advantage, the dramatic retention benefits, less forgetting, faster integration of new knowledge. So what I'm learning with what I already know, I'm more knowledgeable about this, about the links, and all of that. But it's long-term. The early overhead is dwarfed by the payoff of nearly permanent knowledge. So the overhead, it's there. For me, it was 40 hours. But now what does this represent? 1% of my SuperMemo usage, let's say. And with time, this fraction of the pain that I suffered at the very beginning represents a tinier and tinier proportion of what I did, until it will become a dwarf, like the smallest human possible, right? Same thing. So conclusion, incremental reading is complex, yes. It overheads in early stages, yes. Can be stressful at the beginning, yes. But it's worth it. Absolutely worth it. You will get back this time, this stress, infinite fold. Once you become fluent with incremental reading, those overhead costs plummet. And the method transforms your memory and learning efficiency for life. So the little invest that is a disadvantage is a huge invest at the beginning is well worth it. So endure the initial friction. On the other side lies a dynamic, efficient, and powerful way of mastering what matters to you. Anything. You can learn anything with incremental reading. Whatever that is, you can get it. And my mission is to make this easier than ever. We have seen the opportunity costs and the overhead costs. So it's time for frustration and stress. That frustration and stress is already in both embedded, but there's more to it. So the challenge of incremental learning can be demanding in many ways. Language barrier, especially when formulating items properly. Even if it's in your native language, how you ask the questions is in a different way. When you want to recall that, so it's like a technique for you to strengthen that memory. You want to recall that piece of knowledge, very atomic, that can be hard to do at the beginning. And the cognitive strain. That incremental learning often requires abstract thinking, and some people struggle with that. Or it's harder for them, let's put it like that. So like advanced math, incremental learning demands a certain comfort with complexity. By the way, spoiler alert, anyone can use incremental reading, anyone healthy. Not only super intelligent people or like that. Doesn't go in that direction. Then, after minds fare better. Math and science aptitude, a snack for conceptualizing abstract information, is a good predictor of success. That's why, if you see in incremental reading communities, the STEM, math, science, technology, and are overrepresented. Why? Because people like that already have a very abstract information process that is required for incremental reading. Why? Because splitting topics into smaller pieces and mapping them to spaced reviews demands systematic thinking and sometimes mathematical. No, it's not mathematical purely, it's just to make the correlation. An attitude of pattern recognition helps you thrive in incremental reading's puzzle-like structure. That's why people say, hey, I do the incremental reading, but I'm not building the big picture. It's because they are not using it properly. Or they are still in the learning process. Or, on top of that for them, it's harder than usual because they are not that familiar with complexity. Not familiar, that well-versed, comfortable with complexity. Then, necessity of language proficiency. I have a video on that, by the way, from some years ago. So, usually the bottleneck is the formulation of language. Once you have mastered incremental reading, everything, what makes a difference is improving this. First, isn't a skill per se, but on top of the skill of formulating knowledge, is a proficiency on that language. If I don't know many expressions, I'm not knowledgeable of the nuances using the grammar, and all of that, this limitation will supersede to the formulation of knowledge. Complex texts, the source, whatever you're reading, as a learning material. If you struggle to understand articles or craft a simple Q&A, incremental reading may add stress, not relief. That will be the case. So in my case, I can do incremental reading in 3 languages. My 2 native languages, Catalan and Spanish, and English. Despite not being native, I'm at a decent level. I know a few more languages, but not enough to do incremental reading. So in that case, it will create stress. Words are like building blocks of your knowledge system. If they are shaky, the whole edifice wobbles. The whole building wobbles. Everything is shaky because the fundamental is already shaky. So when incremental learning becomes successful? So when does incremental learning becomes stressful? Very overambitious start. You add way too many articles, way too much material that it will overwhelm you, and you are still not versed how to prioritize them. Therefore, even if you want and you do your best, like I did, it won't be well prioritized and you will suffer the consequences. Difficulties with tools. You want to do a lot of stuff at the beginning. In this case, more to the tool, like SuperMemo. And yeah, before you use Mercy, rescheduling, auto-postpone, other stuff, you want to first do the basic stuff. Or no fun in the process. You, let's say, import a lot of technical material and you want to process, but it's very bland, very boring and tedious, it will feel monotonous and inducing anxiety because we're human. So quote, a method that feels relentless can stand curiosity instead of nurturing it. So yeah, I was curious to learn all of this machine learning stuff. It's way above my level. I don't have the background, the basics. I'm not even familiar with SuperMemo, and I imported a few hundred. I will be overwhelmed, I will be stressful, I won't be getting the results I want with incremental reading. But that is manageable. Just limit the amount of articles you read, import whatever you want to read, and you think it's within your level, or something that you already know you like, whatever that is, can be history. And I start with that. So you get familiar with the method, with content that you are already familiar. Perhaps you haven't read that article per se, but it's a topic that is under your control. Then signs that incremental reading is not working for you. Consistent lack of enjoyment. I know someone who just starts incremental reading for a few weeks and gives up, and does this several times, deleting the collection, starting again, and always repeating the same pattern over and over. And then someday it's enough, and he has moved on from SuperMemo and from incremental reading, just because of this disadvantage, the frustration and the stress at the beginning. So I hope with the course you can prevent this situation. So if you move on from SuperMemo, it's for a different reason. Limited progress. That, hey, I'm putting a lot of effort, I'm reading a lot, but I'm not improving much, because your consolidations could be terrible. Could be, let's say, monsters, that there's almost no human will learn with those. It's not you that you have poor memory. It's just the quality of the flashcards are very poor. And persistent stress. That each session feels like a car, with no sign of growing mastery. Like it could happen in the school system. That, oh, yet again, another session, what a pain, nah, this situation. So if this one of those, it's guaranteed it's not working for you. And if it's two of them, or even the strike, three of them, it's a matter of days. You will stop. So learning should be challenging yet rewarding. Chronic drudgery is a red flag. Something is off. If you don't know exactly why, you need help, you cannot do it on your own, then get some tutoring. I do offer tutoring with incremental reading, especially usually for more newbies than experts, but not limited to newbies. Then what you can do, revisit the basics. Start over. That doesn't mean delete your collection. Start a new collection. You could always go back and export your collection. You transfer it to the new collection. That, hey, what have I done? Oh, too much stuff. Let me put less stuff. That the stuff was too difficult. Let me put something more manageable. That I didn't enjoy the process. Let me import something that I do like already. So less material or a topic I already like, but it's new for me, it's novel. And less ambitious, less quantity, and try again. And then start with the basics. So formatting of items, setting the priorities, all of that, at the end of the day, is what makes the difference. It will be really hard, I know people, but it's really hard to find people who move on from incremental reading, and they did learn to prioritize well, and they know how to formulate items effectively. Yet they still give up. But I can only think of 2 or 3 people like that. And adjust your approach. Lower the daily intake. So start easy. Don't start putting 2 hours a day with incremental reading. Sometimes the smallest tweak revives the joy of learning we thought we lost. Then, to wrap up, incremental learning isn't universal. It can be transformative for some, but not everyone finds it beneficial or enjoyable, because it's too abstract in nature. So if you're a person that everything that is very abstract is not enjoyable, it's likely you won't find incremental reading enjoyable at the very beginning. The key question, after determined practice for a few months, ask, does incremental reading remain stressful? Because keep in mind that the opportunity cost, overhead costs, is temporary, is at the beginning. Once you're familiar with this, and you have automatized the flows, where are the buttons, all of those, it shouldn't be stressful. If the answer is yes, after a few months, incremental reading is still stressful, consider pausing or shifting your focus, what we covered here. And then the next steps. Read the method's core guidelines and seek assistance. That if it's above you, you can get tutoring. So final note. Knowledge grows best in a fertile soil. If incremental learning feels like an endless toil, it may be time to change the method or the mindset. Exactly. Change the method, you do something else, personal knowledge management, or any method that is suboptimal, that's guaranteed. Or what I suggest is to change the mindset. And if you don't know how to do it, you can reach, because that's the limitation of the course, you can get tutoring. And it's the capacity to learn garbage. Garbage in, garbage out. And then this makes the relevance of the quality of the material. See what means garbage in, garbage out. Applies to learning as much as computing. It's basically a risk of poor selection of material or inadequate formulation of knowledge. So passive review, the material, or the active recall material, what you have chosen to remember that is very poor quality. It's garbage. So you get garbage in from the material and you get garbage out from your own consolidations, which results in wasted time and little to negligible memory effect. Imagine consolidations that are kilometric, that doesn't adhere to the 20 rules of formulation. So then, how can you avoid learning garbage? Mastering the knowledge formulation, and the start is the 20 rules. And I said the start, it's not the entire thing. There is more than that, and your own practice. But you want to stick to those principles, 20 principles, or you will just memorize garbage. Then, prioritize wisely. Then, within the flashcards you have, then improving the quality of those flashcards is prioritizing those flashcards because you cannot review them all. If you can review all of the flashcards, you are not doing incremental learning. You're doing a selection. You just import a very few material because it's manageable. Reality is, it's not manageable. You have an information overflow. If you don't have an information overflow in your collection, it's fine at the beginning, absolutely, but eventually, once you get familiar with incremental reading, you want to increase your importability threshold. And it's impossible. Even if you spend all of your time that you are awake doing incremental reading, it's not enough. You will have information overflow. So you have to maintain an honest and accurate priority queue. If you lie in the priority, you're just lying to yourself. You're doing damage to yourself. And if it's not accurate, you're just wasting your time. And select quality material. This comes from experience. That if it's Wikipedia, you can more or less guarantee it's friendly for incremental reading and has some quality. Not always the case. But if it's from a website, it can have a lot of bluff or a blog post, especially if it's very salesy. That a lot of reading, a lot of prose, but not much information, very low density, this kind of thing. Or just wrong information. Then the cost of pure learning choices. Time wasted on irrelevant or unimportant information when you are missing the core. Overloading learning schedules with low value material. So you spend, let's say, an hour. Then 40 minutes of that hour is on the missing returns. Just very low priority knowledge. Garbage. And golden nuggets are there, waiting for you. But you spend time collecting so much garbage that you don't have time for collecting the golden nuggets. And as a consequence, you will have a reduced efficiency and motivation, because that's the value you get. The value you will get is garbage. So what motivation you will get from learning garbage? Very low. So building high quality learning. Steps for success. Evaluate the material carefully before adding it to your collection, before importing it. Just a very quick scheme. When you're an expert 2 seconds because of your intuition, pattern recognition, or the source where this comes from will be enough. Sometimes you need more. And now with AI, you can pre-cook that, make a summary, this kind of thing that, okay, let me evaluate if it's good enough. Then, continuously refine formulation skills for effective knowledge representation or formulation. This never ends. Never. You will learn and learn. There is more like outlier cases, how to avoid the list, this kind of thing. But even myself, after 15 years, I still learn something new about formulation of knowledge. And also because I have used different languages. I haven't started with English because I'm not native. And then be realistic about priorities. Just tell what your subconscious tells you. This is boring. This is boring. I'm not in the mood for that. I'm not in the mood for that today. If you say, no, that's the priority because I need this for my job, or the hierarchy of knowledge says that this is very important, but I don't care about that, what will happen? I will have a mismatch. I will try to lie to myself that this is what I like the most when I don't, kind of to simplify. Then, honest priority management. Why it matters. Honest prioritization ensures valuable material gets attention it deserves. Whatever that is for you. Whatever that is. Everyone is different. And reduces clutter and prevents learning overflow. Well, doesn't prevent overflow. It's not prevented, it's managed. I will put it like that. So the outcome is a streamlined and impactful learning process. Once I did this, let's say I had the first wave after some months of using SuperMemo, half a year, let's say. But after 3 years or so, that I did like another major milestone. When I did well, is oh man, now every single day it's such a joy. Every single session it's miraculous. It's when I achieved a good level of prioritization and sometimes more, because it's not just learning the prioritization. It's just I need to do the repetitions so I can set priorities in most of my collection so it has an effect. You know what I mean? Because I can learn how to prioritize, but if 10,000 elements hasn't been processed, they keep the old priority. When I was a noob, this happened. So for me, I had so much topics not well prioritized that I needed like 2 years to redo that. So closing thought. Quality in, quality out. Not garbage in, garbage out. Quality in, quality out. Focus on formulating well and selecting wisely to avoid learning garbage. This is a win-win because you prevent a lot of time. Not just time that is wasted, memory that is occupied with less important stuff, and more likely stress you don't generate that could lead you to give up. That will be the worst case scenario. That this creates the learning garbage is the reason you give up incremental reading. What's the takeaway of this video, of the disadvantages, and all of this section of more than 20 videos? Success in learning comes from discipline selection, prioritization, and formulation of knowledge. This determines if you will be successful or not. Select. Prioritizing, we know it's very important. Formulating, it's a bottleneck. And selection. That determines the quality of your learning. Because if you only have garbage in your collection, you can only learn garbage. As easy as that. So those are the skills that you will get on your own. So those are the guidelines, what to do, what to don't do, but that doesn't escape the practice. You'll have to ask every time, is this relevant? Am I enjoying that? How important is this? And this answer is changing the priority, deleting, stuff like that. How to do this explicitly? we will see during the course. But those are more the hard skills in SuperMemo rather than the method of incremental reading. So I hope with this preview that overall it's a few hours long, it's a no-brainer. Start incremental reading today. There are some downsides, yes, are temporary at the beginning. And with this course, it's easier to prevent them. And that's it. See you incrementally.